Pretending to go bankrupt, I married my girlfriend's best friend. Chapter 1. After bankruptcy, my girlfriend broke up with me. Help! Help me! Lin Tao fell into the rushing waters of the Huangpu River, his mouth filled with water as his body grew heavier and his head light. At 26 years old, Lin Tao had graduated from university and worked at a foreign company, enduring the grueling 996 work schedule. The pay wasn't too much, but the work was monotonous, and he was being exploited with nothing left for himself. 3 years later, Lin Tao impulsively quit his job, fired his boss, and ventured into entrepreneurship, dreaming of becoming the next Alibaba Granny. He invested in a fruit franchise, which promised to handle everything: design, decoration, procurement, materials, and staff training if Lin Tao could secure the shop. He plunged into the business with no regard for the strong opposition from his parents and friends, even taking out multiple loans to invest 300,000 yuan. However, once the store opened, it quickly faced rotten fruits, overpriced low-quality goods, and malicious competition from other businesses. Even the online orders saw a 100% return rate, and negative reviews flooded in. To make matters worse, the fruit franchise disappeared with the 150,000 yuan he had paid them. The company took his money and vanished into thin air. For more than half a year, Lin Tao worked diligently, but despite his efforts, he lost all of his 300,000 yuan investment and accumulated an additional 200,000 yuan in debt. He had lost everything. That night, drunk and heartbroken, he walked along the Bund, reflecting on his current situation, the debts, and his future. He regretted his decisions. As he slipped and lost his balance, falling into the Huangpu River, he thought, "I am a total failure. There's no way out. No job, no money, no face to see my parents, no face to face my girlfriend, or my friends. Ding! A failed life is not the end, the real fear is losing courage and confidence." Who's speaking? Lin Tao, barely conscious, heard a deep voice echo in his ears. Ding! Hostess life is in danger. Would you like to bind the fruit attribute magic system to turn your fortunes and life around? What? At the moment when Lin Tao was on the verge of death, an electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Fortunes and life turned around. Lin Tao could hardly believe his ears. He had lived such a miserable and failed life, but if he had a chance to turn things around, he promised never to repeat his past mistakes. Bind the system. Let me turn my life around, let me soar, Lin Tao whispered, using the last of his strength. Ding! Fruit attribute magic system, binding in progress, 38%. Ding! Fruit attribute magic system, 100% loaded successfully. Opening the attributes panel. Lin Tao closed his eyes, and a clear electronic panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Tao. Age, 26. Store name, Fruit Hero. Address, 100 Pudu Road. Level, LV1, upgrade to LV20, 1000 points. Skill cooldown, 6 days. Skills, freshness locked, sweetness locked, appearance locked, crisp sweet soft locked, aroma locked, size locked. Skill explanation: the host can choose any skill to apply to fruits, immediately changing their properties. Skill cooldown refers to the interval after each skill usage. If there are returning customers, each visit adds 1 point, which can be used to upgrade skills, unlock new ones, reduce cooldown time, and gain rewards or other marketing benefits. Lin Tao immediately understood. The panel displayed 6 skills. Freshness keeps the fruit fresh as if just picked. Sweetness enhances the sweetness of the fruit. Appearance allows the host to change the fruit's appearance. Crisp sweet soft affects the texture of the fruit. Aroma alters the fruit's fragrance. Size changes the fruit's size. These skills were essential for selling fruits. Fresh, tasty, and appealing fruits would never lack customers. Lin Tao was excited. Sometimes, simply changing one property of a fruit could outshine competitors and make it sell out. System activated. Do you wish to claim your beginner-s gift pack? Claim it. Lin Tao responded without hesitation, not even thinking twice. Ding! Congratulations, you've received an 80,000 yuan startup fund, and their freshness skill has been unlocked. At that moment, their freshness skill appeared as unlocked, and its color changed from gray to green, signaling that Lin Tao could now use it. Additionally, the system's reward of 80,000 yuan was transferred to his bank account. At this point, Lin Tao could no longer hold on. Gradually, he lost consciousness in the water. Wake up! Wake up! Where am I? Lin Tao opened his eyes again to find himself surrounded by a crowd. Two kind-hearted people had jumped into the river and saved him at the cost of their own lives. Look, he's alive. Luckily, I did CPR on him, a burly man with a beard said happily. What's wrong with him? So young, why would he want to die? A middle-aged woman lamented. He probably had a breakup. There are plenty of girls in the world. No need to hang yourself on one tree, an older man said kindly. The crowd was full of sympathy, assuming Lin Tao was overwhelmed by a personal crisis and had attempted to take his life. They comforted him, and Lin Tao felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, so what if he failed? He was still young, and as long as he didn't give up, there were always chances for a turnaround in life. Pull yourself together, Lin Tao. Start over from where you failed. Lin Tao stood up, thanked everyone, and bowed deeply to the two saviors. He silently swore that if he ever became successful, he would repay them. Exhausted, Lin Tao returned home, made himself a cup of instant noodles, and collapsed into bed. This was the most comfortable sleep he had had in months. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang just after 10 a.m. the next day. Lin Tao squinted and saw the caller ID, Zhao Manli. Chapter 2, The Alumni's Mockery. Lin Tao isn't in the group right now, but I have to say a few things. He used to love showing off in college, acting all high and mighty. And now? He's broke and struggling. He's a lost cause. When he opened that fruit shop, I deliberately fed him lies, telling him he'd make it big and that he'd take me along when he succeeded. He couldn't even understand sarcasm. I predicted his business would fail in 3 months, but it took 6. Guess I was wrong, ha ha ha. Actually, when he was still around earlier, I was thinking of introducing him to a job. My dad's factory needs a guard dog. Honestly, what was he thinking, selling fruits? There are tons of fruit sellers on Taobao and Pinduoduo. Throwing money away like that. Har har har. As Lin Tao read through the messages in the group, mocking him without restraint, he felt his chest tighten with anger. How dare they look down on me? He had once thought this alumni group was warm and friendly, but now, he realized he had no true friends. Just because he went bankrupt and was broke, they all turned their backs on him, mocking him, laughing at his misfortune, as if it was some great joke. All these so-called friends were just waiting for him to fail. He had been blind, thinking they were his good friends. One failed business venture, and they all pounced, piling on insults and even using cruel words to lash out at him. When Lin Tao mentioned making a comeback, they kicked him out of the chat group, making sure he wouldn't even ask for money in there. They were so pragmatic, so indifferent, so cold-hearted. It was chilling. You all see me through tinted glasses. Even if I have to beg for a living, I will never ask any of you for money. Don't mock the young when they are poor. You criticize me now, but one day, I'll make you all regret it when I rise again and you can't even get close to me. Lin Tao closed his phone. The cruel messages continued to flood in, making him feel isolated and worthless. Is that what happens to a person when they fail? This is society. There's plenty of praise when you succeed, but little support when you're down. When trouble hits, people avoid you, even fearing you'll drag them down with you. One bankruptcy and suicide attempt was enough for his girlfriend and friends to turn on him, everyone showing their true colors. He couldn't rely on anyone. Lin Tao realized now that instead of wasting his breath with them, he needed to reopen his fruit shop, get the business back on track, and once it became profitable, he would take revenge. He would slap their faces hard. Their mockery would be engraved in his mind forever. Thank you all for showing me your true faces. Every word you said in this group, every insult, I'll return it tenfold. I'll make you regret everything you've said and done today. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. It was his mother. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment after seeing the caller ID. When he first opened the fruit shop, he had ignored his parents' advice and invested 300,000 yuan. Later, seeing how worried they were, they gave him 150,000 yuan to help. But the fruit business hadn't done well, and Lin Tao didn't dare tell the truth. He just told them the business was breaking even, and not to worry. The reality was, he owed nearly 200,000 yuan in debt outside. Now, it was too late for regrets. Lin Tao had a feeling that his mom was calling because she knew about his bankruptcy and suicide attempt. She was probably going to scold him. Mom. Lin Tao answered the phone, his voice heavy with shame. Son, where are you? Are you okay? His mother asked anxiously. I'm a bit unwell, just resting at home. I'm feeling better after a nap. I'll go to the shop later, Lin Tao said, forcing himself to sound calm. The truth was, his fruit shop had already closed, unable to pay off debts, and he still owed 3 months of rent and utility bills. He felt guilty toward his parents. If only he had listened to them in the first place, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. If his mom wanted to scold him today, he would let her say whatever she wanted. Oh, as long as you're okay, take care and rest. By the way, I got a 20,000 yuan bonus last year. I'll transfer it to your account right now, his mom said. What? His mom's company wasn't doing well, almost on the verge of closing, so where did she get a 20,000 yuan bonus from? I don't need this money, I'm not short on cash right now, Lin Tao said, trying to refuse. You're doing business and out on your own. How can you not have money on hand? Take it, keep it with you, and just pay me back with some fruit later on, his mom insisted. Lin Tao knew that when he started his business, his parents had given him 150,000 yuan, and the remaining 100,000 yuan was meant for his dad's heart bypass surgery. This money was for his father's life-saving operation. His mom didn't mention the words bankruptcy or suicide, instead silently offering him the 20,000 yuan. The message was clear. No matter how bad things got, parents would always give without hesitation when their children were in need. Mom, I can't take this money, Dad still needs to get the surgery, Lin Tao broke down, his voice shaking with emotion. This was the money needed for his father's surgery. He couldn't accept it. Silly child, the hospital is crowded, and your dad's surgery will take at least 2 more months. Besides, surgery costs aren't all paid up front. I'll find a way when the time comes. This is what your dad wants. His mother continued softly. At that moment, Lin Tao's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. In his 26 years of life, he had never felt the warmth and greatness of a mother's love like he did at this moment. Their nurturing care was so subtle yet powerful. No matter how bad things were outside, home would always be a safe harbor to rely on. Thank you, Mom. I'll work hard. I'll repay you as soon as possible. Lin Tao held back his sobs, trying to stay composed. He had to take this 20,000 yuan, because if he didn't, his mother would only worry more. Clearly, his mother had figured out that something had happened, and was afraid he might be contemplating something rash again. That's why she didn't bring up his bankruptcy or suicide attempt. She didn't want to cause him any more distress. Take care of yourself. If you have any trouble, just tell us. Your dad and I will always support you. You have so many relatives and friends, they'll help you find a solution too, his mother added. Yes, yes. Lin Tao nodded, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Nothing could be more motivating than his mother's words. Lin Tao swore to himself, Mom, believe me, I will repay you this 20,000 yuan tenfold. I will show you that your son, Lin Tao, will rise again and make something of himself. Right now, Lin Tao didn't need to make promises or slogans. He needed to act, to show results. You all think I'm bankrupt? Well, I'll play along and pretend to be bankrupt, let you all mock me for a while longer. But soon enough, I'll turn the tables, one by one, and make you beg for forgiveness. At noon, Lin Tao had another bowl of instant noodles. He changed into a clean set of clothes, fixed his hair, and headed out to the fruit shop. The shop that had once been the source of his failure now, he was going to restart it from the ground up. Chapter 3, Winning the Favor of His Girlfriend's Best Friend. Pudu Road is a small street close to the center of Magic City, located in a highly desirable area where every inch of land is precious. With its prime location, the area is surrounded by 4 old residential complexes and 2 luxury apartments, each priced above 200,000 per square meter. Within a 500-meter radius, there are more than a dozen high-end office buildings. During the day, office workers from the business buildings often come out for shopping, and by evening, residents return home and do their shopping. The street sees a constant stream of foot traffic throughout the day. Lin Tao's Fruit Hero store is located in the middle of Pudu Road, covering a population of about 80,000 people. Such a prime location and storefront should have guaranteed success, but Lin Tao managed to lose everything. He even fell behind on 3 months' rent. As he opened the iron gate to his store, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. The store was about 130 square meters, with a 7-meter wide frontage and average-sized fruit shop. 2 weeks ago, it had officially shut down. The shelves, chairs, freezers, ice machines, juicers, and display cases were all covered in a thin layer of dust. The smell of rotten fruit still lingered in the air. Everyone says that the fruit business is easy to do, with low entry barriers, as long as you have hands you can start. But those who have truly worked in the fruit business know just how hard it really is. First of all, sourcing the fruit is difficult. Take apples for example. In China, the most famous types are the Shandong Red Fuji, the Shaanxi Red Fuji, and the Xjax. The former has a smooth skin and looks good, but its taste is average and becomes grainy after being stored for a while. The Shaanxi Red Fuji has stripes and small spots on its skin, looks average, but is crunchy and sweet. The Xjax apple is known for its rock candy heart, but its shelf life is short, mostly sold before and after the Chinese New Year. This doesn't even take into account imported apples or varieties like green apples and yellow apples. Just classifying apples by origin, size, and variety already results in dozens of different specifications that ordinary consumers can't even recognize. Secondly, fruit is not a standardized product. Just because one box of apples is sweet doesn't mean another box will be. Take dragon fruit, for instance. Depending on the amount of sunlight it gets, it can be classified into first, second, or third grade, with huge differences in sweetness and price. Moreover, the spoilage rate of fruit is high. For example, strawberries, durians, lychees, blueberries, mangoes, peaches, and cherries all have a spoilage rate of at least 30% the next day if not sold the previous day. And how do you preserve different types of fruit? When does each variety change season? What are the characteristics of each fruit type? Lin Tao had hired 2 employees who worked tirelessly from morning till night, often to the point where their backs ached. Even with all their hard work, they were still left with nothing. Their high rent, wages, utility bills, and spoilage meant that the shop lost money every single day it operated. "Boss, we're here." At that moment, 2 young people, a man and a woman, arrived at the store. The man, Xue Qiang, and the woman, Chen Xiao, were employees Lin Tao had hired before. With the store's closure, they were both out of work. Lin Tao still owed them 2 months' salary. Lin Tao had planned to reopen the store, so he had invited them to come and see if they were willing to stay on. "The store closed because of my mistakes. Now I want to reopen it. What do you both think?" Lin Tao sighed. "Reopen the store?" Xue Qiang and Chen Xiao were stunned when they heard Lin Tao's words. He had messed up such a great location, failed to pay rent, and owed them wages. Which employee would still want to work for such a boss? "Boss, I'm not saying this to hurt you, but you're just not cut out for business. You'd better not open a store again," Xue Qiang said bluntly. Now that they were no longer in an employer-employee relationship, Xue Qiang didn't need to hold back and spoke his mind. What could Lin Tao do if he didn't reopen the store? Besides, Lin Tao had bound a fruit attribute magic system, which could completely change the quality of the fruit, offering vast market potential. "I've made up my mind. If you both want to stay, I'll raise your salary by half. If not, I'll pay you the wages I owe," Lin Tao said. Xue Qiang and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Reopening the store and paying their wages would require money, but Lin Tao had gone bankrupt. Where would he get the funds? "Boss, I have to ask, if you reopen the store, what exactly will you sell?" Xue Qiang asked cautiously. "Failure is a valuable experience. I'm still going to sell fruit," Lin Tao said decisively. "Oh, in that case, I'll choose to settle my wages," Xue Qiang said without hesitation. If Lin Tao were opening a convenience store, cake shop, or flower shop, Xue Qiang might have considered staying. After all, the location was good, with high foot traffic, and switching to a different business could still work. But to continue selling fruit? After failing once, why would a sane person go back to the same business? Lin Tao nodded. It seemed like Xue Qiang had made up his mind. "Chen Xiao, what about you?" Lin Tao asked. Chen Xiao wasn't sure about Lin Tao's business plans, but she thought he was a decent person as a boss. Since she hadn't found a new job yet, she was still undecided about whether to stay or leave. "Boss, can I ask one thing? If you reopen the store, can you change the name?" Chen Xiao asked timidly. "The store will still be called Fruit Hero, and the sign will remain the same." "I'm reopening it right here," Lin Tao said firmly. "Oh, well, in that case, I'll choose to settle my wages," Chen Xiao said without hesitation. The old Fruit Hero store's reputation had already collapsed, and many regular customers now scoffed at it, refusing to even step inside. Chen Xiao felt that reopening the fruit shop was fine, but at the very least, they should change the name, renovate, and make it feel like a new store. Since Lin Tao wanted to keep the same name and not change anything, she felt the business would never take off. Without hesitation, she chose to settle her wages and leave. Although Lin Tao wasn't too happy about reopening with the same name and location, he had no choice. The system had bound both the address and the name. He couldn't change them. "All right, since you've made up your minds, I'll settle your wages," Lin Tao said with a heavy heart. Each of them had a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, plus 1,500 yuan in overtime pay. The two of them were owed for month's salary, totaling 30,000 yuan. Chapter 4, He is my boyfriend. Uncle Fan. Dad. Both Lin Tao and Fan Feifei instinctively withdrew their hands. Fan's father, a large, portly man, was the owner of a trading company and quite wealthy. He owned two shops on Pudu Road, number 100 and number 102, one of which he had rented to Lin Tao. If it weren't for his daughter, Fan Feifei, he would never have rented the shop to Lin Tao at such a low price. After all, both of his properties were prime real estate and he never had trouble finding tenants. "Lin, you can't run a business on impulse. You have to think carefully. If you fail here, you can always try somewhere else. There's always a way out," Fan's father said, speaking as an experienced businessperson. His tone was full of reproach and disdain for Lin Tao. "Uncle Fan, I've made up my mind. I want to reopen the fruit shop here," Lin Tao said directly. "Huh? Reopen the fruit shop? What was wrong with him? Lin, did I hear that right? You failed in the fruit business before, and now you want to try again here? You can't even pay the rent, where are you going to get the money?" Uncle Fan's expression darkened in disbelief. Lin Tao had lost everything running the fruit shop before, not even having enough to buy underwear, and he still had the nerve to try again. "Uncle Fan, please give me another chance. This time I'll succeed," Lin Tao insisted earnestly. "Enough. You still owe me 3 months' rent. I'm taking back this shop. I already found someone else to rent at 30,000 a month, for a traditional cake business," Uncle Fan said loudly, intentionally emphasizing the 30,000 a month. He had previously rented it to Lin Tao for only 20,000, and it had been a huge loss. Someone else had already taken over. Lin Tao was instantly thrown into a state of panic. The system had bound this store to him, and without it, there was no way he could make a comeback. This shop, this fruit store, was his only hope and opportunity to turn things around. "Dad, Lin Tao has new ideas. Please let him try again." Fan Feifei spoke up for Lin Tao. She was kind-hearted and could sense Lin Tao's helplessness and frustration. "What qualifications does he have to rent this shop? I'll tell you, he's just not cut out for business. He's too honest, and without bending the rules a little, how could he ever succeed in business?" Uncle Fan dismissed her with disdain. He regretted renting the shop to Lin Tao half a year ago. Now, he was determined not to make the same mistake again by renting to someone who couldn't even pay the rent. "Uncle Fan, I know I was wrong before, but this shop is really important to me. Please believe me, I'll make it work this time," Lin Tao promised earnestly. He knew he had let Uncle Fan down before. Even his own lack of business sense had been exposed. "Dad, you have many other properties. This one won't make a difference. Please, just rent it to Lin Tao again," Fan Feifei begged. She was unintentionally standing on Lin Tao's side. This surprised Lin Tao. Feifei had genuinely encouraged him before, and now she was actively supporting him by asking her father to rent the shop to him again. "Do you think just promising will make a difference? Your words sound better than they are. You know nothing about business besides studying. I've been in this business long enough to know who's got what it takes." Uncle Fan refused firmly. Lin Tao's previous failures had completely disappointed him. Uncle Fan insisted on taking the shop back, And while it seemed harsh, it was really to protect Lin Tao, to keep him from sinking deeper into failure. Hard work and effort weren't enough in business. You also needed talent, and not everyone was cut out for it. Some people are just not meant to do business. No matter how hard they try, they will still fail. Lin Tao originally had 100,000 yuan. After paying 30,000 yuan in back wages to his employees, he only had 70,000 left. The 3 months of rent amounted to 60,000 yuan, plus 10,000 for utilities. If he paid all of that to Uncle Fan, he would have no money left to buy any fruit. That 70,000 yuan was all Lin Tao had left. Once he paid the rent, he wouldn't be able to reopen the fruit store at all. Lin Tao realized that Uncle Fan had already found a new tenant, and with the rent so high, there was no way the shop would be rented to him. To everyone else, he was a total failure. It's all over. Lin Tao's heart sank. His earlier hopes and ambition were instantly extinguished. Without this shop, he would lose everything. "Dad, just give Lin Tao one more chance," Fan Feifei said again, trying to break the awkward silence and pleading with her father. "This kid, how much did he give you that you're helping him so much? I've already done enough for him. Doesn't he still owe me money?" Uncle Fan snapped. Yes, even though Uncle Fan spoke harshly, he had done a lot to help Lin Tao. Lin Tao still owed him 3 months of rent, yet he hadn't kicked him out. "I'm sorry for all the trouble." Lin Tao bowed deeply to Uncle Fan, apologizing for the inconvenience. Maybe it just wasn't his time. He knew now that he would never be able to sell fruit again. Lin Tao quietly walked out of the store. "Dad, say something. I rarely ask you for anything. Lin Tao is a good person, don't let him go." Fan Feifei called out urgently when she saw Lin Tao about to leave. "What's your relationship with him? If he wants to leave, let him go," Uncle Fan said dismissively. Lin Tao had already overstayed his welcome in the shop for 3 months. If it had been anyone else, Uncle Fan would have kicked them out after the first day of overdue rent. "Yes, my boyfriend," Fan Feifei suddenly stammered. "What? Boyfriend?" Fan Feifei's words shocked everyone in the room. Lin Tao and Uncle Fan almost dropped their jaws in surprise. Yes, your boyfriend." Uncle Fan looked at Lin Tao in astonishment, unable to speak. No wonder his daughter had been so helpful to him before. It turned out they were in a romantic relationship. Even more surprised than Uncle Fan was Lin Tao. Fan Feifei was his girlfriend. How come he didn't know? At that moment, Fan Feifei winked at Lin Tao, signaling him to play along. "Yeah, he's my boyfriend. Dad, please just help him out this once," Fan Feifei continued in a sweet, pleading tone. Huh? In that instant, Lin Tao understood everything. Chapter 5, Their Competitor's Provocation. Earning 60,000 in 5 days and having to start all over again, this was a challenge of hellish proportions. The next day, Lin Tao arrived early at the shop, organizing shelves and wiping down the refrigerators and air curtains. Both of the shop's previous employees had run off, so Lin Tao was both the boss and the odd job worker, taking on all the responsibilities by himself. Sweating profusely, he was exhausted. Since he was planning to reopen, he decided to go to the wholesale market in the afternoon to purchase some fruit. This season's Malaysian bananas, Dong Tai 8424 watermelons, XJ cantaloupes, Yunnan sunshine roses, Hainan Uru melons, Vietnamese red dragon fruits, Philippine pineapples, Thai golden pillow durians, Wuxi Yangshan peaches. Lin Tao did the math. With his remaining 70,000 yuan in capital, he could barely fill half the store with fruit. Moreover, selling fruit in such a conventional way, it would be impossible to make 60,000 yuan in just 5 days. Where should he begin? "Hey, you're selling these shelves and refrigerators, right?" At that moment, a tall, thin man with dark skin and sharp eyes walked in, exuding a shrewd, calculating air. Lin Tao looked at him, and a surge of animosity rose in his heart. This man was named Zhang Dehua, owner of a small fruit store called Xiao Zhang's Fruit Shop, located at number 99 Pudu Road, directly across from Lin Tao's shop at number 100. He was Lin Tao's most direct competitor. From the very first day Lin Tao opened his store, Zhang Dehua had been relentlessly undercutting him. For example, Lin Tao was selling Hainan Chilean melons for 5.8 yuan, while Zhang sold them for 4.8 yuan. Lin Tao priced Fujian Sanhua plums at 6.8 yuan, but Zhang sold them for 5.8 yuan. Lin Tao's Guangxi Feifei mangoes went for 8.8 yuan, and Zhang sold them for 6.8 yuan. In short, no matter what Lin Tao sold, Zhang Dehua always priced it lower. It was clear that under similar fruit quality, all the customers flocked to Zhang's store. Zhang's fruit shop was only 70 square meters with a rent of 9,000 yuan. It was a family-run business with a front shop, back house setup. Therefore, his rent and labor costs were significantly lower than Lin Tao's, and his store operated nearly 16 hours a day. To be fair, if it hadn't been for Zhang Dehua's targeted, retaliatory suppression, Lin Tao's fruit business wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Who says I'm selling the refrigerators? I'm still selling fruit here. Lin Tao said coolly. When competitors meet, they often become even more resentful, and Lin Tao had no intention of showing any friendly demeanor toward him. What? You want to open again? Zhang Dehua widened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, he looked like a victorious general, arrogantly eyeing the defeated prisoner of war Lin Tao. You kid, you've still got quite a bit of money, huh? Don't think about jumping into the river next time. It's just a failed business. I'm really sorry for you, Zhang Dehua sneered, clearly referring to the recent hot search on the internet. Damn it! Lin Tao's anger flared. If it weren't for you engaging in a price war, I wouldn't have gone bankrupt. I bet you haven't made much profit these last few months either, so what's the point? Lin Tao retorted. Price wars only lead to mutual destruction. Everyone ends up with nothing. There's business to be had, so why make it a life and death battle, kill or be killed? Every time Lin Tao had a hot-selling fruit, Zhang Dehua would slash prices dramatically, even below cost, just to take Lin Tao's customers by any means necessary. Little Lin, you're wrong about this. I've been selling fruit here for 10 years. You saw my success and deliberately opened your shop across the street to compete. You're the one trying to mess with me. Zhang Dehua shot back. Originally, his fruit business on this street had been going okay, with higher prices. But once Lin Tao opened his store, he suddenly had a direct competitor. Zhang Dehua wasn't about to lose without a fight. To defend his territory, he was willing to lose money in a price war, all to make Lin Tao go bankrupt and eventually leave. At first, Lin Tao had no idea of Zhang's malicious intentions. Every time Zhang visited the store, Lin Tao greeted him warmly, not realizing that he was only there to spy on Lin Tao's prices and best-selling products. Whenever a customer entered Zhang's store, he would go to great lengths to disparage Lin Tao's fruits, claiming they were poor quality, overpriced, and short-weighted. A few times, he even dumped rotten fruit and garbage directly in front of Lin Tao's shop late at night, creating a bad reputation. To put it simply, Zhang Dehua had no moral boundaries when it came to stealing business and was willing to do anything, no matter how dirty. Lin Tao now realized it was all Zhang Dehua's doing, but it was too late. He had been too trusting of others, too soft-hearted, and hadn't protected himself against Zhang's price slashing and dirty tricks. Now, he had no way to fight back. Zhang Dehua had become a formidable opponent. As long as he was around, Lin Tao's fruit business would be crushed. Fine, if that's the case, I'll stick with it until the end. Lin Tao's eyes suddenly hardened. He blamed himself for being too weak and conciliatory, for tolerating Zhang Dehua's malicious tactics without fighting back. Now things were different. This time, Lin Tao decided not to wait passively. He would take the initiative to strike back and face Zhang Dehua head-on. He understood that on this street, in this area, only one fruit shop could survive. If he wanted to survive, he had to defeat Zhang Dehua's fruit shop. Fruit business? You're still too inexperienced. Zhang Dehua sneered. I heard the landlord has already found a new tenant. You'd better sell off this equipment while you still can. At most, you'll get a few hundred yuan. You'll never be my match in the fruit business. Zhang Dehua had been selling fruit on this street for 10 years, and most of the locals knew him. In his eyes, it was a joke for Lin Tao to think he could compete with him. The greatest strength of young people is their drive, but their greatest weakness is their ignorance of their limits. Zhang Dehua believed he had Lin Tao completely cornered. A person who knew nothing about fruit, nothing about marketing, thinking that selling fruit was an easy business just because they had hands, he'd quickly bleed Lin Tao dry. For Lin Tao to open another fruit shop would be like deliberately throwing money away. Zhang Dehua's provocative words hit Lin Tao hard. After calming down, Lin Tao realized that arguing with words was useless. He needed to let his actions speak for him and prove his strength, silencing Zhang Dehua for good. Chapter 6: A decisive move for the lychees. In the northwest of Magic City, there was a large wholesale fruit market called Southeast Fruit Wholesale Market. Fruits from traditional cultivation areas such as Shaanxi, Shandong, Yunnan, Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, and Hainan were mostly transported here for wholesale. A small booth, only 40-50 square meters in size, could make a profit of over $1 million yuan per year. If you were dealing with imported fruits, one truckload could easily net you hundreds of thousands in profit with just a few quick transactions. Of course, if the fruit was of poor quality or the market was blocked, the losses could also run into the tens of thousands. Some people become overnight millionaires, while others lose everything. For big players in the fruit industry, it's all about high stakes. For small to medium-sized fruit vendors like Lin Tao, it was impossible to procure fruit in bulk like large supermarkets, nor did they have the ability to pick directly from the fields. Therefore, the best sourcing channel was the fruit wholesale market. However, sourcing fruit at the wholesale market required some skill. In this market, prices for the same fruit were generally similar, and most buyers would compare prices at several different stalls. But fruit is a non-standard product, and its quality can vary greatly depending on the venue, freshness, appearance, sweetness, and taste, which directly affects its price at the retail end. Take strawberries, for example. The Magic City wholesale market mainly sells two types of strawberries: cream strawberries and red-faced strawberries. Other varieties, like Changfeng and Jiangji strawberries, go through other channels. Cream strawberries are long and slender, with a sweet taste, a nice texture, and a faint creamy aroma. Red-faced strawberries are larger, rounder, with a firmer texture and a slight sourness. In terms of taste, cream strawberries are generally better than red-faced strawberries. However, the price of cream strawberries is much lower than red-faced strawberries. Why? The reason lies in their shelf life. Cream strawberries are difficult to preserve. Once picked, they start to rot within a day. On the other hand, red-faced strawberries can stay fresh for 3-4 days, maintaining their red color, which extends their selling period. Ordinary consumers can rarely tell the difference between the two types of strawberries as long as they look good and taste sweet. But for fruit vendors, the way they purchase is critical. Cream strawberries are cheaper but don't store well. Red-faced strawberries are more expensive but last longer. Therefore, most vendors buy them in a 1-to-3 ratio, trying to sell all the cream strawberries within a day. Lin Tao had learned this the hard way. At the beginning, he thought the price of cream strawberries was too good to miss and bought them in bulk. However, by the next day, more than half of them had already rotted. These were painful lessons. Lin Tao arrived at the Southeast Fruit Wholesale Market, which had dozens of large greenhouses, with sections for domestic fruits, imported fruits, and a specialized melon and fruit area, among other things. It was a feast for the eyes. "Young man, come look at our fruits, you'll be satisfied. Don't buy, just come try them. Our melons are grown in our own field, no artificial sweeteners. Handsome, the winter jujubes just came in, want some? Big orders can get a discount." In the afternoon, the market wasn't too crowded. Vendors called out loudly as Lin Tao walked by their stalls. But Lin Tao felt nothing but indifference as he surveyed the fruits. Ding! Detected the presence of fruit around the host. The system suggests the use of preservation skill. The host can choose one type of fruit to preserve, maintaining its freshly picked state. This effect lasts for 5 days. LV1. An electronic panel appeared before Lin Tao, and the system message popped up. One type of fruit can be selected to maintain its freshly picked quality. Lin Tao repeated the message in his mind. Freshness was crucial for most fruits. To a large extent, eating fruit was about consuming something fresh. Currently, Lin Tao's level was only LV1, giving him one opportunity to change a fruit's properties. Which fruit should he choose? Cheap fruits had no value, while expensive ones wouldn't have enough supply to meet demand. At this point, choosing the right fruit was crucial. It's so hot. This is a huge loss. I'm afraid all these lychees are going to be thrown out. As Lin Tao passed by a lychee stall, he overheard the stall owner complaining. The stall owner was a big man, sweating profusely under the heat, waving a fan to cool himself. Behind him were piles of foam boxes stacked high. Lin Tao approached one of the foam boxes and saw gooey lychees, many of which had started to blacken due to overexposure. The last batch of gooey whey lychees in the whole market. Want them? The large stall owner asked. How much? Lin Tao inquired. Used to sell for 110, now it's 90 per box, the stall owner replied. One box of gooey whey lychees weighed about 12 pounds, with ice water and branches included, making the net weight around 8 pounds. The procurement price for gooey whey lychees in the northern part of Guangxi was around 8 yuan per pound. With packaging and shipping costs added, selling them for 90 yuan per box barely covered the cost. The stall owner was certainly losing money on this batch, excluding rent and labor costs. Lin Tao picked up a lychee, peeled it, and tasted it. It was sweet, with good moisture, and the flesh was thick. The only issue was that the freshness was lacking, and the floral fragrance had almost completely faded. This batch of gooey whey lychees is still okay to eat, but the outer shell has turned black, and the appearance is poor. You can't sell them at a high price, Lin Tao thought to himself. The truck blew a tire during transport, and it took a day to fix it. Otherwise, this batch would have sold out 2 days ago, the stall owner lamented. This batch of gooey whey lychees was still priced reasonably, but the freshness was the problem. Freshness? Suddenly, Lin Tao remembered their fruit attribute magic system he had unlocked, which had their preservation skill. The sweetness of lychees could reach an incredible 20 degrees, even surpassing that of mangoes. If these lychees could retain their freshly picked state, their sales would be guaranteed. If this batch of gooey whey lychees could return to its pristine state and preserve their freshness, it would be a huge business opportunity. A bold idea suddenly popped into Lin Tao's head. Boss, hurry up. If you can't sell these lychees, you're going to throw them out. 3 vendors riding yellow fish carts came over. Chapter 7 Gooey Whey Lychee Improvement Success. More than 1,000 boxes of gooey whey lychees were moved by Lin Tao to the store at number 100, Pudu Road. It took 3 hours to unload the goods. Lin Tao was sweating profusely. It was already dark. He spent 60,000 yuan and won more than 1,000 boxes of gooey whey lychees. For him, this was a gamble. Most of these gooey whey lychees have black shells. The ice water melts. After tonight, these 1,000 boxes of lychees will be scrapped. You bought so many lychees. Zhang Dehua saw Lin Tao unloading the goods just now and came to inquire about the truth. Gooey whey lychees are the last goods, and the wholesale market is selling them at a special price. Lin Tao said. Puff, Zhang Dehua almost laughed out loud when he heard it. What season is it now? Dare to buy lychees? Even if you want to buy lychees, you can't buy so many. More than 1,000 boxes of lychees can't be sold in half a year. When selling fruit, you can't be greedy for cheap leftovers. It's like speculating in stocks halfway up the mountain, and then you lose everything and have to pay for garbage disposal. Zhang Dehua looked at the room full of lychee foam boxes and sneered, "You are really a talent. You were fooled by wholesalers. You will never be able to turn over in your life. Why do you buy so many leftover lychees? This thing can't be kept fresh, and it can't be put in the refrigerator. If you keep it for one more day, the loss will double. Go away, don't worry about my business. I'm closing the shop." Lin Tao did things without explaining to him and ordered him to leave. Zhang Dehua thought to himself that he thought Lin Tao had a new idea to sell fruit. That's it? Tomorrow these lychees will be a pile of wet garbage. After Lin Tao drove Zhang Dehua away, he closed the door of the shop. Now he has moved this batch of gooey whey lychees to the store. None of them have been unpacked. He is looking forward to the moment when the miracle happens. Ding! Their host is detected to be located at number 100 Pudu Road, which meets the conditions for using the skill. Do you want to use their fresh-keeping skill on this batch of gooey whey lychees? Yes, no. Lin Tao raised his head. These more than 1,000 boxes of gooey whey lychees are all his hope. Can the system turn decay into magic? Yes. Lin Tao confirmed the electronic panel options with his eyes. Ding! Their fresh-keeping skill is in use, currently loading 5%, and the remaining time is 6 minutes. After the system is loaded, gooey whey lychees will reach the freshness of the time when they were just picked, and the duration is 5 days LV1. There are 5 minutes left, and this batch of tail-end gooey whey lychees will be brand new. Lin Tao waited silently, praying every minute and every second. Ding ding ding. Fan Feifei passed by here after get off work and came to the fruit shop. What fruits did you buy at the wholesale market this afternoon? Fan Feifei asked puzzledly, looking at the foam boxes in the room. I didn't buy any other fruits, but I bought more than 1,000 boxes of lychees. Lin Tao replied. What? Fan Feifei is an outsider to fruits, but she thinks Lin Tao's move is too crazy. What season is it now? Why are you still buying lychees in large quantities? And with so many lychees, how long will it take to sell them? Fan Feifei also thinks it's inappropriate. Their freshness preservation skill will be loaded in more than 2 minutes. Wait a few minutes, I'll show you my goods. Lin Tao said. As long as this batch of gooey wei lychees can maintain their freshness, he is still confident in selling them. At this time, Fan Feifei opened her bag, took out a stack of banknotes, and handed it to Lin Tao. This is 30,000 yuan, which I usually save. Take it first. Fan Feifei stretched out her hand. Why do you want to give me money? Lin Tao asked in surprise. For days later, you have to pay my dad back for 3 months' rent. I'm afraid you don't have enough money, so I'll give you some first. Fan Feifei said sincerely. She was afraid that Lin Tao would not accept the online transfer, so she went to the bank to withdraw cash. What a good girl. Lin Tao was so moved. He swore silently in his heart that he would repay Fan Feifei well when he made money in this life. Keep your money, I can't take your money. If I can't pay your father back in 4 days, I will leave here. Lin Tao said. Fan Feifei has helped him so much, how could he ask her for money again? Lin Tao appreciated this love and need. It's okay, don't mind, get through this difficulty first, and find a way later. Fan Feifei said. She was willing to share the hardship with Lin Tao. Just as the two were pushing and moving, suddenly, their whole room was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. Ding! Their freshness skill is 100% loaded. What? Could it be that the whole house is filled with the fragrance of osmanthus? Lin Tao hurriedly picked up a knife and couldn't wait to cut open the foam box. Oh my god! When the box was opened, Lin Tao and Fan Feifei's eyes widened at the same time. The bright red osmanthus-flavored lychees with branches were eye-catching, and even the leaves were emerald green. How is this possible? There are such fresh lychees now. Even Fan Feifei was dumbfounded. Lin Tao suppressed his excitement and took out a few lychees and held them in his hands. Very charming red on both sides. This means that this batch of osmanthus-flavored lychees received very good light on the mountain, and the time of picking was also very accurate. As we all know, lychees must be picked immediately after they are ripe. Once they are left hanging on the branches for more than 5 days, the lychees will change their taste due to overripeness. Great, Lin Tao was overjoyed. Come, try one. Lin Tao handed the osmanthus-flavored lychees in his hand to Fan Feifei. Fan Feifei gently peeled the lychee skin, and immediately a sweet osmanthus fragrance came to her nose, white juice flowed, and the lychee flesh showed an excellent milky white color. Lick, it's so sweet, fresh and delicious. Fan Feifei melted the lychee flesh into her mouth and praised it. Lin Tao also ate one. The tender lychee flesh entered his throat and passed through the esophagus. The icy and cool feeling was simply refreshing. Take a bite of lychee, and you will feel happy physically and mentally. It also has a refreshing feeling, which is absolutely delicious. Lin Tao, you have a good eye, this batch of lychees is great. Fan Feifei couldn't help but praise. Right now, lychees are out of season, and major fruit stores still have some stocks, but they are all some low-quality tail goods. After all, no matter how good the lychees are, their color, aroma and taste will be greatly discounted after being transported thousands of miles from Guangxi to Shanghai. And Lin Tao's osmanthus-flavored lychees are different. With the change of their fresh-keeping skill, these more than 1,000 boxes of lychees have maintained the excellent freshness and taste when they were just picked, and are the best gooey wei lychees. His gooey wei lychees are unique on the market, and only he has such fresh and tender gooey wei lychees. As the saying goes, rare goods are valuable. These lychees are too good. It greatly exceeded Lin Tao's expectations. Next, Lin Tao has 5 days to sell them. He is only LV1 now. After the level is upgraded, it should be able to keep fresh longer. And to upgrade the level, a certain amount of points is required, and the source of points is the repurchase rate. The more people repurchase, the higher the points. Lin Tao's fruit attribute spell system can be continuously upgraded, and then various rewards will be obtained. Fei Fei, you go home first, I will get these lychees in the store tonight. Lin Tao said. Although the lychees are good, if they are to be sold, Lin Tao has to unpack them one by one, and then cut off the branches and leaves, which is a very heavy workload. Okay, thank you for your hard work, keep up the good work. Fan Feifei encouraged. The two looked at the room full of lychees, full of confidence and full of expectations for tomorrow's business. Chapter 8 Unexpected Repurchase Triggers Rewards. Lin Tao did not go home all night, and kept pruning lychees until 2 a.m. More than 100 boxes of lychees were sorted out, with a net weight of 8 jin per box, which is nearly 1,000 jin of Guiwei lychees. The cost of this batch of Guiwei lychees is about 6.5 yuan per jin, and they are very fresh. Within the shelf life of 5 days, the loss is almost zero. Previously, the market retail price of fresh Guiwei lychees ranged from 20 to 28 yuan, and the tail goods of Guiwei lychees in the Xiaozhong fruit store opposite were also sold for 16 yuan per jin. Lin Tao thought about it and decided to sell this batch of Guiwei lychees at 15.8 yuan per jin. Although Lin Tao has doubled the price of lychees compared to the purchase price, the loss of fruits is usually large, and the profit seems to be high, but after the freight, loss, rent, labor, water and electricity and other expenses are diluted, the net profit is often only about 10% 30%. Of course, if the loss of fruits can be controlled, the profit is indeed considerable. If a box of Guiwei lychees is sold at 15.8 yuan per kati, you can make 70 yuan. If more than 1,000 boxes of lychees are sold out, Lin Tao can directly make 70,000 yuan. After 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tao woke up and hurriedly opened the store door, moved the pots of trimmed Guiwei lychees to the door of the store, and started selling them. Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit store opposite, got up earlier than him. When he saw Lin Tao open the door, his eyes were very contemptuous. Dare to sell out of season lychees. The lychees in Zhang Dehua's shop were almost withered. They were sold almost as long as they were paid. It was better to get some money back than to let them rot in his hands. However, Lin Tao was desperately selling lychees. Come and take a look. Fresh Guiwei lychees are only 15.8 yuan per kati. It is summer now and the weather is hot. There is not much business in the morning. There are many people on Pudu Road, but not many people buy fruits. An hour later, Lin Tao only sold 3 katis of Guiwei lychees. Hey, why is this fruit shop open again? The AKS apples I bought from him last time were all rotten. What a wicked boss. Yes, I bought green mangoes once. Less than 3 days after I took them home, there were black threads inside. Later, I threw them all away. Several old customers passed by Lin Tao's shop and cast questioning eyes. They had bought Lin Tao's fruits before, and there were quality problems to varying degrees. The reputation collapsed, so no matter how much Lin Tao shouted, the other party would not buy. Lin Tao was somewhat amused. AKS apples rotten inside, I believe it is just an isolated case, he is not a bug in the apple, or has X-ray vision. As for the black silk of green mango, it is caused by rotten bottom after being left for a long time. As long as the bottom of the mango rots, the inside will turn black. Sellers of fresh food will always encounter various after-sales problems, which is unavoidable. If they are not handled properly, it is easy to cause customers to get angry. In the morning, their Xiaozhong fruit shop opposite was busy at the door. Zhang Dehua was busy helping customers break bananas, weigh summer black grapes, and pick watermelons. It is true that there are many loyal fans who love to eat lychees, but now it is summer, and a large number of cheap fruits such as watermelons, cantaloupes, grapes, peaches, etc. are on the market, resulting in a decline in the sales of other fruits compared with before. Also, many people don't know that Lin Tao has fresh Guiwei lychees for sale. Lin Tao's Guiwei lychees are absolutely delicious, but the quantity is still not enough. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that Lin Tao sold more than 10 kilograms of Guiwei lychees. At this rate, can 8,000 kilograms of lychees be sold within 4 days? The task is extremely difficult. Mom, I want to eat lychees. At this time, a young mother, holding the hand of a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, passed by Lin Tao's fruit shop. The little girl couldn't help drooling when she saw the red lychees. Where are the good lychees now? Let's wait until next year. The young mother said disdainfully. It is the end of the season for lychees, and the taste and freshness cannot be compared with the lychees in May and June. This is common sense. Lin Tao could see that the little girl was eager for lychees, but she was a little depressed because of her mother's control. "Little sister, try one." Lin Tao stepped forward and handed a ruddy lychee to the little girl. "Oh, how can I be so embarrassed?" The young mother declined. "It's okay, it doesn't matter whether you buy it or not, the child loves it, let her try it," Lin Tao said. The little girl swallowed her saliva and looked at the lychees in Lin Tao's hand. She looked so cute with greed. "Thank you, uncle." The little girl took the lychees from Lin Tao, and then squeezed them with her hands. The juice immediately flowed out, and the fragrance filled the air. She quickly stuffed them into her mouth with a satisfied look on her face. "Mom, this lychee is so delicious." The little girl enjoyed it very much. At this time, the young mother also noticed that Lin Tao's lychees seemed to be a little different. "Your lychees are so fresh, even the leaves are green, as if they were just picked," the young mother murmured. "Mom, buy me some, I want to eat more," the little girl said coquettishly. "Har har, his lychees are fresh, if you want to eat, Mom will buy you some," the young mother said. Nowadays, parents spoil their children. As long as the children like it, they will basically satisfy them. "Okay, here are more than one jin, I'll give you 20 yuan. Lin Tao handed them a bag of weighed lychees. "Thank you, uncle." The little girl took the lychee in her hand and was very happy. At noon, the sun was very hot and there were few people on the street. Everyone was hiding at home or in the office to enjoy the air conditioning. Xiaozhong fruit shop had no business, let alone Lin Tao. Lin Tao waited until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when there were more people, and then he sold a few kilograms of lychees. It was all because of his bad reputation in the past. Now there are no old customers. Although lychees are delicious, not everyone will buy them. Lin Tao looked at the more than 900 boxes of lychees in the house, and for the first time he felt a little confused. The sun was setting, people were leaving get off work and going home, and the sale of lychees ushered in a small peak. In 2 hours, he actually sold more than 50 kilograms, and everyone praised the quality of the lychees. Chapter 9: The most awesome advertisement in history. Host has obtained the qualification of Dream Marketing once. Do you want to use it now? Yes, no. For Lin Tao, the current poor sales of gooey lychees are not due to the goods, but mainly because there is no publicity and the nearby residents know too little. After all, if it is kept in the boudoir, even the emperor's daughter will worry about getting married. Yes. Lin Tao immediately confirmed with his eyes. Congratulations. Successful use. Please enter the slogan within 50 words. The system will automatically interpret it into various animation scenes and place it in the dream. Within a radius of 500 meters, there are about 100,000 people. Can they really dream of Lin Tao's lychees tonight? If it can be realized, it will be really awesome. Lin Tao has no doubt about the system's reward. It doesn't cost money anyway, so why not? Fresh gooey lychees, sweet to the point of being irresistible, tender and juicy, melt in your mouth, all at Fruit Man, number 100, Pudu Road. Wait another year if you miss it. Lin Tao read out the slogan. The slogan has been entered into the system and is being inserted into the dream. Loading completed. Insertion time, 23 to 4 o'clock at night. After doing all this, Lin Tao was surprised and happy. Today, the mother and daughter made a repurchase on the same day. While Lin Tao got 1 point, he also won the Dream Marketing Award. Promotion is indeed Lin Tao's current shortcoming. Imagine that everyone dreams of Lin Tao's fruit shop and fresh lychees in their dreams. Can this bring sales heat the next day? 100,000 people will dream about it, and 1,000 people will buy it, which is enough for Lin Tao to take off against the wind. Of course, the effect of dream promotion remains to be verified tomorrow. Lin Tao had little time left. He had to sell the remaining 900 boxes of lychees within 3 days. He had to race against time and seize every second. At 7:30 the next day, Lin Tao rode his electric donkey to the store. The scene at the door stunned him. There were more than a dozen people waiting at the door of his store, looking into the glass door. This lychee looks good. I dreamed of lychees yesterday. I want to eat some. I also dreamed of sleeping in a lychee orchard yesterday. One by one, lychees fell directly into my mouth. What a coincidence. I saw someone eating lychees on Douyin yesterday. I didn't expect that. I also dreamed of it at night. In my dream, I said that the lychees in this store are delicious. It turned out that these people dreamed of lychees. They were haunted by the dream and rushed to the door of Lin Tao's store to find out what was going on. They wanted to buy some lychees to eat. Look, the boss is here. Boss, are your lychees delicious? If they are, I'll buy more. I can eat 5 kilograms of lychees a day. When customers saw Lin Tao unlocking the door, they all rushed to buy them. You are in for a treat. This batch of gooey whey lychees is the freshest lychees available. They are guaranteed to be sweet and delicious. Lin Tao was so happy that he made a promise. As soon as the door opened, many people rushed to buy gooey whey lychees. Wow, this lychee is awesome, red in color and fragrant. I never thought I could dream about lychees and eat lychees. Isn't this amazing? 15.8 yuan a pound is not expensive. I bought one last month for 25 yuan a pound, and it's not as fresh as his. Boss, where did you get these lychees? They are so fresh. Did you grow them at home? Faced with the influx of customers and various inquiries, Lin Tao was busy sweating and very happy. Lychees can't be grown casually. They can only be grown in Hainan, Guangdong and Guangxi, and the mountains of Fujian. 2 pounds, 31 yuan for you. Don't rush. There are more behind. You can have as many as you want. My lychees don't need to be put in the refrigerator. They won't go bad within 5 days. Lin Tao kept weighing them. He almost never stopped for an hour after opening the door. He was so busy that he exploded. 26 yuan received in Alipay, 12.9 yuan received in WeChat, 78 yuan received in Alipay, 33.2 yuan received in WeChat. The voice prompt for payment on Lin Tao's mobile phone has been ringing and has never stopped. Most people come to Lin Tao's fruit shop through dreams in the early morning. As a large number of customers gather at the door to grab, many passers-by are also attracted. This is like a ripple, causing a chain reaction, and more people come to buy lychees. Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit shop opposite, saw people flocking to Lin Tao's shop to buy lychees and thought it was incredible. How is this possible? Can lychees at the end of the season also sell well? And Lin Tao's price is 15.8 yuan per kati, the price is normal, and there is no low price dumping. Zhang Dehua was puzzled. Husband, don't envy others. I just went to see his lychees, and they are really fresh, said his wife Wan Hong. This is impossible. It's already so late. Even if they were airlifted here, there would be no such fresh lychees. Zhang Dehua looked at his blackened lychees, puzzled. Now no one else has lychees. His goods are so good, they must sell well. Wan Hong said helplessly. HMPH, this kid is so lucky. Zhang Dehua cursed in his heart. Come on, the last batch of gooey whey lychees, special price 8 yuan per kati, first come first served. As soon as he saw that something was wrong, he immediately lowered the price. He still had 10 boxes of lychees on hand, and the cost price was 10 yuan per kati. If he sold them at 8 yuan per kati, he would inevitably suffer a loss, not to mention the loss. Lychees are eaten fresh. If they are left for one more day, the taste and appearance will be greatly discounted. Lin Tao's lychees are so fresh, how can other people sell their lychees? He can only clear out the stock at a low price. Please keep order, come one by one, everyone has a share. Lin Tao shouted. More and more people heard the news and not only surrounded the store entrance, but also formed a long queue. This gooey whey lychee is so delicious, fresh enough, and full of sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance. One bite after another, you can't stop eating it. After buying it, many ladies even ignored their ladylike image and peeled the shells and ate them on the spot, their cheeks flushed and they were intoxicated. Chapter 10 The Boss Lady Sells It. Lin Tao originally thought that the morning was a warm-up start and the afternoon was a hot sale. Unexpectedly, from 6 to 9 p.m., there was another peak in lychee sales. The shouts of customers and the sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance of gooey whey lychees filled the streets. This fruit owner is really honest, the goods are good, and the price is not expensive. My grandson ate it once and asked me to buy some more. I have run 3 times today. It tastes so good, it's so sweet, and it also has a cool feeling. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 2.2, total 78 points. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 1.1, total 101 points. Ding. Detected repurchase rate 2.2, total 156 points. Fresh lychees, with impeccable taste, bring Lin Tao a constant repurchase rate. Lin Tao was so excited that he received so much money, and his system points increased rapidly. After get off work, Fan Feifei came to Lin Tao's fruit shop and was shocked to see the scene of you fighting for lychees in front of her. What's going on? Yesterday's sales were not good, but today's lychees are selling well? Where did so many customers come from? Did she go to the wrong store? Of course she didn't know that it was their dream marketing, rewarded by the system that made Lin Tao soar. Feifei, can you help me buy some food? Lin Tao's voice was hoarse, wiping the sweat with the corner of his clothes, and his whole body was almost exhausted. Lin Tao's business has never stopped, and he even skipped lunch and dinner. His stomach was growling with hunger. Okay, wait, I'll buy it for you. Fan Feifei turned around and went to a nearby store to buy a piece of cake and a cup of milk tea. Lin Tao was indeed too tired, and his nerves were always tense. Fan Feifei asked Lin Tao to eat something quickly and take a rest, and she went to pick and weigh lychees for the customers. Lin Tao looked at Fan Feifei's busy figure, eating the cake she bought and drinking the milk tea she bought, and his heart was sweet. What a good girl, why didn't he notice it before? Fortunately, there was this bankruptcy, which was a touchstone that made him recognize the indifference of his ex-girlfriend and the faces of his friends, and also made him see the people who really treated him well. Lin Tao thought that when he had money, he must repay Fan Feifei many times. And those who looked down on him and took the opportunity to add insult to injury, Lin Tao would also make them pay the price. After Lin Tao simply ate a few bites of cake, he did not take a break and continued to serve customers. He and Fan Feifei cooperated with each other without too much words, and their movements were coordinated, just like flowing clouds and water. It is really a match between men and women, and work is not tiring. Maybe, some people are born to be a perfect match. Oh, the boss is so lucky, the boss lady is so beautiful and can work. An aunt praised. You young people are good at business and quick hands and feet, said the middle-aged man. Just because the boss lady helped me weigh, I will buy 2 more catties of lychees. An uncle laughed. Hearing this, Fan Feifei's face turned completely red like a ripe apple. It must be said that having a beautiful boss lady sitting in charge, pleasing to the eye and high-looking, can indeed attract a lot of business. The sales myth of Lin Tao's gooey wei lychees continued until after 9 o'clock in the evening, when the customer base gradually decreased. Finally, it was 10 o'clock when the store closed. The last 2 customers were reluctant to leave. Customers after 10 o'clock could only be told to come back tomorrow to buy. Lin Tao was so tired that if there was a sofa in the store, he would probably fall asleep at the end of the day. He counted the inventory. Today, more than 500 boxes of lychees were sold, which was almost the limit for Lin Tao alone. So far, Lin Tao has successfully recovered the investment of this batch of lychees that cost 70,000 yuan. The remaining 400 boxes of lychees are Lin Tao's pure profit. Their dream marketing, rewarded by the system, is really awesome. I didn't expect that lychees would sell so well today. Fan Feifei also said that she couldn't understand it. Lin Tao has already succeeded halfway. Fan Feifei never expected that lychees would sell so well today. She had to look at Lin Tao with new eyes. The efforts of the past few days have not been in vain. Lin Tao stepped forward and hugged Fan Feifei from the shoulders, very excited. Thank you, I finally succeeded in selling fruits. Since Lin Tao opened the store half a year ago, there has never been a day with such a booming business as today. The sales of more than 70,000 is comparable to the turnover of a medium-sized supermarket. These days, he has withstood the pressure of bankruptcy and made a desperate bet. At present, he has won. His efforts and hard work have been realized today, which makes Lin Tao very excited. Fan Feifei knows that Lin Tao is happy in his heart, and gently pushes his hands away. She also likes Lin Tao in her heart, and she is happy for him when she sees his success. But it is not the time to celebrate yet. Lin Tao's sudden attack made her not accept it so quickly. It's not easy. You are too tired today. Take a good rest and do it tomorrow. Fan Feifei said. Lin Tao nodded and regained some rationality. He hugged Fan Feifei just now because he couldn't suppress his impulse. All this depends on you. Without your help, I can't do anything. Lin Tao said. Yes, if Fan Feifei hadn't pleaded with his father, Lin Tao wouldn't have been able to rent this shop. When Lin Tao went bankrupt, almost all his friends left him, but Fan Feifei stayed firmly to encourage him. This time, if Fan Feifei hadn't been there, Lin Tao wouldn't know where he would end up. What made Lin Tao even happier was that through sharing hardships with Fan Feifei, he felt the warmth of love. Okay, it's too late, I have to go home, and you should also go to bed early. Fan Feifei said goodbye. Lin Tao still had to stay in the store to sort out the remaining lychees, so he called a taxi and watched Fan Feifei go away. Although lychees sold well today, Lin Tao knew clearly that all this was just the beginning. It's true that you can get rich overnight by making fruits, but it's also possible to become poor overnight. Tomorrow there are more than 400 boxes of lychees left to sell, which is also a hard and arduous battle. He opened the electronic panel in his mind and returned to the main interface. Host, Lin Tao. Age, 26 years old. Bound shop, shop name Fruitman, address, number 100 Pudu Road. Level, LV1, upgraded to LV2393100 points. Skill cooldown, 6 days. Skills, freshness preservation unlocked, sweetness unlocked, appearance unlocked, crispy soft unlocked, fragrance unlocked, size unlocked. Although his level is still LV1, his points have reached 393 points, and he only needs more than 600 points to upgrade to LV2. If he upgrades, he can unlock more skills and marketing methods. Lin Tao is full of expectations for this. Swear to make more money. I have been working hard all day today, and I am really tired, but Lin Tao is very happy. After selling the remaining lychees tomorrow, I can pay back the money I owe to Mr. Fan and fulfill my promise. Lin Tao opened boxes of lychees, trimmed the branches and leaves, and fell asleep while trimming. Chapter 11, Chasing Stars at Concerts. Early in the morning of the next day, just after dawn, Lin Tao was awakened by a knock on the door. Boss, get up quickly, lychees are on sale. There were already many aunts and uncles gathered at the door. So early? Lin Tao was confused. He was so tired yesterday that he almost slept with lychees in his arms. He opened the door and customers poured in like a tide. These lychees are so delicious. I ate them last night and couldn't help wanting to eat them again. I didn't put the lychees in the refrigerator yesterday. After a night, they are still so fresh. It really works. How much is left? I'll buy more today. The customers who came early this morning were all those who bought yesterday and thought they were particularly delicious and came to buy again for the nth time. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 3, points 3, total 412 points. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 2, points 2, total 503 points. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 4, points 4, total 578 points. Good guy, the morning wave was all lychee repurchases. While Lin Tao was making money, the system points soared all their way. This made Lin Tao happier than making money. At the same time, Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit shop opposite, was being scolded by his wife. It's the end of the season for lychees, and you bought so many a few days ago. Are you crazy? Wan Hong said angrily. How do I know that the guy opposite sells lychees? Zhang Dehua said helplessly. If Lin Tao hadn't come out halfway to sell lychees, the quality and taste would have completely crushed his lychees, and Zhang Dehua's batch of lychees would not have been unsold. These 10 boxes of lychees, with a cost price of more than 1,000 yuan, are completely unsaleable, completely gone, and completely garbage. Hurry up and throw these lychees away, they stink, his wife Wan Hong urged. Lin Tao is selling lychees in large quantities, but Zhang Dehua is dumping them. One is selling in large quantities, while the other is losing money. There is a world of difference. You are lucky, little brat. But business is not a one-time deal. I will punish you in the future. Zhang Dehua murmured indignantly. Fruit is a long-term business. The occasional gain or loss of a single product is nothing. The real competition has not started yet, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Lin Tao was forced to open the store early today. After more than an hour of busy work, he found a new problem. Because lychees are wholesaled in boxes, they have branches and leaves, and they need to be trimmed when sold to customers. Because there are too many customers, Lin Tao has no time to trim them. How much do you want? Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Lin Tao said soothingly with a pair of large scissors. He has to trim the branches and leaves, and is busy weighing. This increases the time customers wait to buy. As time goes by, more and more customers are waiting at the door of the store. Too slow, how long do we have to wait in such a hot day? Many aunts and uncles at the door could not help complaining. Lin Tao was not very busy, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Soon, the queue of people had filled the street, even occupying road resources. The non-motorized vehicle lane of Pudu Road was occupied, and the pedestrians passing by spread to the motor vehicle lane, and their horns were noisy. Are you the store owner? What's going on? You are selling fruits like this, and the traffic is blocked. At this time, a traffic police came over. Pudu Road was already blocked. Sorry, I'm the only one in the store, I'm really too busy. Lin Tao apologized and wiped his sweat. The traffic police also felt a headache when he saw it. There were too many people buying lychees, blocking the road and causing traffic congestion. This had nothing to do with Lin Tao's store, but it was caused by his selling lychees. The traffic police called and reported to the superior leader, the leader called the street, and the street notified the neighborhood committee. After hearing the news, the neighborhood committee immediately dispatched 6 aunties over 50 years old to stop square dancing and rush to the scene to maintain order. The 6 aunties and 4 auxiliary police officers at the scene worked together to guide the flow of people and traffic. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry, don't cut the branches, just give them to me directly. A young man said to Lin Tao. Wow! Don't even need to cut the branches. Lin Tao opened the lychee foam box, grabbed a handful of branches from it, put them in a bag and weighed them and handed them directly to him. Since the lychee was weighed together with the branches, Lin Tao discounted the total weight by 20%, that is, 1 catty was counted as 8 taels. Unexpectedly, the customers behind him saw that this method was fast, and they also asked Lin Tao not to trim and weigh directly. In this way, Lin Tao's sorting time was greatly saved. Buying lychee, he actually bought the leaves and branches together, which shocked Zhang Dehua, who has been selling fruits for 10 years. This lychee is too good. Zhang Dehua saw someone selling lychees for the first time in his life, and he actually sold them like a star-chasing concert. The traffic jam even alarmed the traffic police and the neighborhood aunties. The business was so good that it was hot. Let's see how long you can last. Zhang Dehua felt sour in his heart. Due to their whole branch sales model, the speed increased several times, and the people queuing to buy lychees were effectively relieved. 98 yuan received in Alipay, 105 yuan received in WeChat, 36 yuan received in Alipay, 78 yuan received in WeChat. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 2.2, total 677 points. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 3.3, total 701 points. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 5.5, total 763 points. Today, both the average customer price and repurchase rate are more fierce than yesterday. With the reputation of Guiwei lychees, they have become a hot commodity among nearby residents. Their Fruit Man shop has ushered in the highlight moment since its opening. For the first time, Lin Tao experienced what it means to sell well and what it means to enjoy the food. The summer climate is hot and humid, which is prone to thunderstorms. It was still sunny at noon, but in just half an hour, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rolled. Looking at this sign, a heavy rainstorm is coming. At this time, there are more than 50 people queuing to buy lychees, winding for nearly 30 meters. After a thunderous roar, it suddenly rained heavily. It's raining heavily, everyone take shelter first. Lin Tao shouted. He saw many people without umbrellas, and they were still stubbornly queuing in the strong wind and rain, with their clothes soaked. Don't worry about us, sell lychees quickly, we are all waiting to eat lychees. The people in the queue were indifferent to Lin Tao's dissuasion, and no one left the team. It was hard to get in line, but if they tried to hide from the rain, they would fall behind. Although the storm soaked their clothes and they were soaked, no one retreated and they still insisted on queuing. This shocked Lin Tao greatly, and he felt their sincere heart for buying lychees. Don't worry about us, we are professionals in queuing. What's this little wind and rain? Even if it rains knives from the sky, I will eat lychees. Boss, come on, we are counting on you. Faced with the bad weather, everyone was not discouraged, and they cheered up, showing a fearless spirit of not giving up until they buy lychees and facing death. Lin Tao was moved by their spirit of queuing. Although he was also physically and mentally exhausted, he did not slack off. Chapter 12: Obtaining the System Full Reduction Subsidy. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Tao had more than 1,000 boxes of lychees, but only less than 20 boxes were left. He was so tired that he couldn't even straighten his waist. Ding! Repurchase rate 3 detected, points 3, total 805 points. Ding! Repurchase rate 2 detected, points 2, total 869 points. Ding! Repurchase rate 4 detected, points 4, total 902 points. There are too many people who repurchase lychees, and the points on the system panel have been jumping rapidly. Almost all Guiwei lychees are sold out, and Lin Tao won this fruit gamble as he wished. In just 4 days, he made a net profit of 80,000 with a cost of 70,000. This was something Lin Tao had never dared to think about before. Don't queue up behind, there are not many lychees left. Lin Tao shouted to the queued crowd. Will there be any lychees tomorrow? Someone asked. Sorry, there will be no more lychees after this batch is sold out. If you want to eat lychees, you can only wait until next year. Lin Tao responded. After all, Lin Tao can only change the properties of fruits, but cannot create fruits out of thin air. This batch of Guiwei lychees was bought by Lin Tao from the wholesale market. Once they are sold out, they will be gone. The people in the queue behind him were disappointed when they heard this, but they could do nothing and scattered. It is unbelievable that in just 3 days, Lin Tao sold more than 8,000 kilograms of fresh tail end lychees, which is even better than supermarkets and hypermarkets. Ding! Detected repurchase rate 2, points 2, a total of 1,001 points. When Lin Tao sold the last kilogram of Guiwei lychees, the points on the system panel just exceeded 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to their host for achieving 1,000 repurchases and can be upgraded to LV2. Yes, no. Lin Tao was so happy that he confirmed yes with his eyes. Congratulations to their host for completing this upgrade. Your current level is LV2, and their sweetness skill is unlocked. Host, Lin Tao. Age, 26 years old. Bound store, store name Fruit Man, address, number 100 Pudu Road. Level, LV2, upgraded to LV3 5,000 points. Skill cooldown, 5 days. Skills, freshness unlocked, sweetness unlocked, appearance unlocked, crisp soft unlocked, fragrance unlocked, size unlocked. At this time, Lin Tao clearly saw that the level on the panel was LV2. Not only did he unlock the new skill, sweetness, but the skill cooldown time was also shortened from 6 days to 5 days. This means that Lin Tao can operate more skills. As we all know, sweetness is too important for fruits. Many people evaluate whether fruits are delicious or not by directly looking at whether the fruits are sweet. Sweet is good fruit, and not sweet is bad fruit. This is understandable. Who would be willing to pay for fruit that is as bland as water? If their sweetness of the fruit can be increased and the fruit becomes more delicious, I believe it will be another big sale comparable to Guiwei lychee. Lin Tao's heart was boiling again. He seemed to have mastered the trick to sell fruit. Ding! When the points reach 1,000, you will get a chance to draw a lottery and win the Heaven Fall Marketing reward. Another lottery. Lin Tao's lychee sales this time are largely due to their dream marketing rewarded by the system. By implanting dreams, it is equivalent to advertising Lin Tao's fruit store for free. And the effect is surprisingly good. He also knows that his shortcoming is marketing. Let's see what marketing reward the system gave this time. Start the lottery. Lin Tao confirmed with his eyes. Ding! The prize plate has been activated and the results will be announced in 3 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining the qualification of subsidy of 20 yuan minus 20 yuan. Within 10 days, customers who pay at number 100, Pudu Road can enjoy the subsidy of 20 yuan minus 20 yuan. The system subsidy will be deposited into their host's real-time account at the same time. Wow! 20 yuan minus 20 yuan. That is to say, if a customer spends 20.01 yuan in Lin Tao's store, then the other party only needs to pay 1 cent, and the remaining 20 yuan will be subsidized by the system. This discount. It's too good, right? As long as the payment amount is more than 20 yuan and not more than 30 yuan, you only need to pay a few cents or a few yuan, which is almost the same as giving it away for free. The fruit is of good quality, and the system has subsidies, which allows customers to get benefits. I believe that the fruit will continue to sell well. Lin Tao felt that he was like the pig flying on the wind. Are all your lychees sold out? When Fan Feifei rushed over excitedly, the store was full of empty foam boxes. Yes, all sold out, not a single one left. Lin Tao replied with his hands spread out. This batch of gooey wei lychees is super fresh, with a high repurchase rate, so it is reasonable that it sells well. It's just too unbelievable. Fan Feifei was also amazed at Lin Tao's achievement. It was sold out in just a few days, just like a dream. Just 5 days ago, Lin Tao's fruit shop had actually closed down. She argued with her father to let Lin Tao continue to run the business. I didn't expect that in such a short time, Lin Tao would bring the fruit shop back to life. At this moment, Lin Tao was so hot that his clothes stuck to his skin, and sweat was still dripping on his forehead. Because he hadn't slept well for 2 days, and he kept selling lychees, his face was sallow, his body was tired, and he looked weak. You've been exhausted these days, Fan Feifei said distressedly. It was indeed hard work, but Lin Tao succeeded. He successfully sold all the lychees, and his efforts and sweat were not wasted. I think this time I can pay back your father's money, Lin Tao panted. It is very important for him to take over this shop. With this shop, Lin Tao can continue to make money from fruits and move towards the success he has longed for. Well, I think Dad will be very happy to see you like this, Fan Feifei said. Lin Tao once boasted in front of Fan's father, and now it seems that he has not broken his promise. Within 5 days, Lin Tao completed an almost impossible task and achieved a shocking reversal by selling a late-season lychee. What are your plans for the future? Fan Feifei asked. She knew that a big sale of lychees could only solve the urgent problem. If she wanted to keep the shop going, she had to work harder. Continue to sell fruits. I believe that the next time will be better than this time, Lin Tao said confidently. With the assistance of the system and his own efforts, making money, isn't it like playing? This shop is like a treasure. As long as Lin Tao explores, it will bring him endless wealth. Fan Feifei nodded. She had always been optimistic about Lin Tao and felt that he only needed an opportunity, just like this time. If he found good lychees, he could sell them well. You didn't have dinner, did you? Fan Feifei asked. I really didn't have time to eat at all. Lin Tao spread his hands and laughed. Today, Lin Tao was busy like a spinning top in the store. If Fan Feifei hadn't mentioned it, he would have even forgotten about eating. How about going for a midnight snack together? Lin Tao invited. Fan Feifei was shy for a moment, but she didn't want to refuse Lin Tao's interest, so she nodded to agree. Lin Tao took Fan Feifei's hand and walked out of the fruit store. The night was so beautiful tonight. Lin Tao looked at Fan Feifei beside him and felt that she was more beautiful than the night. Chapter 13. Don't let anyone see your cards. The next day, Fan's apartment. Dad, Lin Tao said he has paid you back the rent he owed you. Did you get it? After getting up, Fan Feifei went to her father Fan Jing's study. Early this morning, the day Fan Jing and Lin Tao agreed to repay the loan, Lin Tao called. He thanked Fan's father for taking care of him and had deposited 60,000 yuan in rent and 10,000 yuan in utility bills into his bank account. Lin Tao also expressed his desire to continue renting the store and said that he would re-sign a rental agreement at the market price of 30,000 yuan per month. To be fair, Fan Jing, Fan's father, was quite surprised to hear that Lin Tao had repaid the loan. In just 5 days, he could pay back 70,000 yuan. With his understanding of Lin Tao, this was impossible. He didn't buy a lottery ticket? Fan's father questioned. No. He sold more than 1,000 boxes of lychees, all of which were earned from selling fruits. Fan Feifei explained. This is all earned by Lin Tao through hard work, not something that comes without effort. Everyone has their lucky moments, it's nothing rare. As the saying goes, a fool may make 1,000 mistakes, but he may also make one success. Fan Jing believes that Lin Tao's success this time is just a coincidence. Everyone has their lucky moments. This time, maybe Lin Tao was just lucky, and he happened to hit the lychee. Fan Jing took a sip of tea. This time Lin Tao's success was indeed beyond his expectations. He had already notified the next buyer, and signed a new rental contract today. Never expected that Lin Tao would escape death. At this time, Fan's mother Hu Jiafei walked in. She walked to Fan Feifei, looked at her hands, and said distressedly, "What's the matter? There are so many scratches on your hands." It turned out that after get off work these days, she went to Lin Tao's store to help, and when she was pruning branches and weighing lychees, she was inevitably scratched. Her hands were originally white and delicate, and a little mark was very obvious. "It's okay, just apply some hand cream." Fan Feifei continued. "You are a rich lady, don't go to the fruit store anymore, that kind of work is too low class." Fan's mother Hu Jiefei said. Daughter Fan Feifei has never suffered since she was a child, and doing a job like selling fruit is simply a loss of status. Not only that, your precious daughter is also a boyfriend and girlfriend with that boy. Dad, Fan Jing said disdainfully. What? Hu Jiefei couldn't believe her ears when she heard it. Who is Lin Tao? He has no money and no ability. How can he be successful in selling fruit? Feifei, is what your father said true? How can that boy be worthy of you? Hu Jiefei questioned. Mom, don't say more. Lin Tao is doing a good business now, and he has paid off his debts. Fan Feifei lowered her head and said. Although she did not verbally admit his relationship with Lin Tao, as a parent who had experienced it, she had already sensed her daughter's thoughts. What's his 70,000 yuan? He owed me money. Fan Jing said loudly. Yes, your father, and I can see that Lin Tao is not a businessman. Moreover, businessmen are unstable. Even if he makes millions or tens of millions, what's the use? Once he goes bankrupt, it will be a matter of a moment. Mom would rather you find a civil servant or a state-owned enterprise. A salary of 7,000 or 8,000 is enough. Our family is not short of money. Fan's mother Hu Jiefei said. First, the Fan family is originally a businessman and has no shortage of money. Secondly, businessmen are too risky. Don't look at the glory for a while, but in the end, the family will be broken. Dad has been doing business for decades and has seen many big bosses. Don't look at them driving Mercedes-Benz and BMWs, and hundreds of employees under them. Which one is not mortgaged by assets? Once the bank stops lending, they will immediately become deadbeats. People like Lin Tao are unreliable. Fan Jing also opposed his daughter's relationship with Lin Tao. You guys, just look at people with tinted glasses. Fan Feifei left the study room after saying a word. Father Fan and Mother Fan looked at each other and sighed. My daughter has grown up, she has become more and more disobedient. Mother Fan Hu Jiefei said. What kind of drug did that boy give her? By the way, it seems that you will send her to the United States to study last time. Mother Fan Hu Jiefei said again. She was just in a momentary mood. Lin Tao can't sell fruit for long. This kind of business is tiring and doesn't make money. When the daughter's interest is over, she will naturally look down on him. Father Fan said confidently. They also know that their daughter is now grown up, and forcibly interfering in her affairs will make her rebel. As long as they can separate them, the relationship will naturally become soft and fall apart. The Lin family, an old-style Lane house. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Lin Tao returned to his home. Before, Lin Tao failed in business and didn't dare to go home. This time he made some money from selling fruit and had some money in his hands, so he returned the 20,000 yuan that his mother gave him a few days ago to his mother. Son, it's good to be back. Take the money. Our family is not short of money. Mother Lin said. Mom, I have money now. Keep this 20,000 yuan for Dad's medical treatment. I will make more money for you in the future. Lin Tao said. After Lin Tao went bankrupt and committed suicide some time ago, his ex-girlfriend and friends left him one after another, but his parents have always supported him without regrets. He was deeply moved. Mom's money is enough, as long as you live happily. Mother Lin knew that Lin Tao must be hard at doing business. If he wanted to make money, he would suffer from pressure. Don't worry, I have a way to get money now. Lin Tao said. With the blessing of their fruit attribute spell system, Lin Tao's fruit business has a bright future. But this is a secret in his heart and he can't tell others. Son, you must be careful when doing business outside. You must be on guard against others. Don't let people see your cards. Father Lin is sick and his voice is weak. When Father Lin was young, he opened a small convenience store at the entrance of the alley. At that time, the business was good as it was operated exclusively. Later, as time went on, it was inevitable that some people would be jealous. Those people with ulterior motives deliberately approached Lin's father and asked him about his purchase channels and business methods. And Lin's father was not on guard at all and easily showed his trump card. Who knew that he was calculated by others, and the other party soon opened a convenience store and ruined Lin's father's business. Lin Tao also knew about this matter before. He understood what his father meant. Even if he made some money in business, he must keep a low profile and let others not understand him. And as for his ability to make money and trump cards, he must not let others know, and he would never tell them. In the business world, you cannot be emotional. Everything comes first, and there will only be intrigue and deception. Dad, I know. Even if I make money, I will not tell others. Lin Tao responded. It's easier said than done. Once people have money, they will always show off, whether consciously or unconsciously. Once you show off, you will always be flattered and envied, which will make you careless and lose your way. It's not enough to be low-key. You have to learn to play the victim. Lin's father warned. What? Play the victim? Dad's words coincided with what Lin Tao was thinking. Lin Tao thought of the previous bankruptcy suicide incident. His ex-girlfriend and college alumni immediately showed their true colors, which made him see through people's hearts. The law of the jungle is to learn to disguise yourself and never easily expose your true strength. Although Lin's father's words are not true insights, they are his precious life experience and way of dealing with the world. Playing the victim can better paralyze others and disguise yourself. Chapter 14. Angrily encountering the top brother on the list. Lin Tao clearly remembers that he had seen many articles and self-portrait short videos of masters playing the victim on Douyin. Some are Sanher daily paid masters, Pengjin minor actors, takeaway errand drivers, rural trios, etc., all of whom gain sympathy by selling misery, and the number of clicks is very high. When you sympathize with them, they can easily earn your traffic and turn it into money. As for those masters who sell misery in stocks, tourism, and business failure, they have taken high-level selling misery to the extreme. Many people feel relieved when they see others are more miserable than themselves, and gain confidence from them. And these professional sellers of misery have long been well aware of this. The more miserable they are, the more people will watch them and make a lot of money. Don't look at them with a miserable look every day, crying poor every day, but they don't know that they have much more money than you. Leaving his parents' home, Lin Tao walked while thinking about his parents' words over and over again. At this time, he saw a small fruit shop on the side of the road. The fruit shop was nothing special. The only thing that attracted Lin Tao was the 2 boxes of rotten lychees placed at the door. The shells of the lychees were all black and shrunken, which made people frown. Boss, how much are these lychees? Lin Tao asked. Buying rotten lychees? The boss was startled. The 2 boxes of lychees weighed 15 kilograms, and he was about to throw them away as garbage. If you want, you can only take both boxes, 50 yuan. The boss said disapprovingly. They can no longer be sold as lychees, but as garbage. This hit Lin Tao's heart. He took out 50 yuan and bought the 2 boxes of rotten lychees readily, as if he had found a treasure. The fruit shop owner was puzzled. Is it popular for young people to buy tail goods now? Take these lychees home and wash them. You can make lychee wine. It's better to eat less. The boss kindly reminded. You think the boss cares about you, he just worries that you will get sick and get yourself into trouble. Lin Tao smiled. He was not so stupid. These lychees were certainly not for eating. He had his own wonderful uses. He carried 2 boxes of rotten lychees to a place with few people, then took out his phone and took multiple photos from different angles. Click, click, click. He wanted to do an experiment, pretending to be pitiful in the circle of friends to see how his friends would react. Lin Tao opened the circle of friends and posted the photos of the rotten lychees along with the photos of the empty boxes in his shop. The text under the picture read, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, the lychees are rotten and I am panicking. What should I do?" He posted pictures and texts pretending to be pitiful, and the lychees in the photos were all rotten, to see how his friends would react. Unexpectedly, after 5 minutes, there were more than 10 comments. Boss, please be kind and feed it to stray dogs, don't waste it. Don't sell fruit, you are just wasting it. Sell hardware, there is no shelf life. I feel sorry for the boss for 1 minute, the boss will have to eat instant noodles next week. Xiao Lin, if you can't do it, just close the store, it's better for you to move bricks. Lin Tao flipped through the messages on his phone. These friends seemed to care about him and comfort him, but in fact, behind the words, there was a taste of ridicule and ridicule. He knew that these messages from friends were relatively tactful because they could see each other. What were his friends talking about if they were in a place where Lin Tao couldn't see? Lin Tao took out another spare phone and opened the university alumni chat group to see what was going on. This idiot started selling fruit again. I saw that he never sold fruit except for selling garbage. Above the chat in the group, there was also a screenshot of the picture and text uploaded by Lin Tao's circle of friends. As expected, once he played the victim, he could cause a heated discussion in the group. Everyone wanted to see Lin Tao in trouble, bankrupt, and miserable. This time, Lin Tao was not angry at all. Instead, he felt that those people in the chat group were more hypocritical and felt pleasure by trampling on others. He continued to look through the chat records of his college alumni with interest. Alas, such good lychees, once they got into his hands, they became garbage. What belief supported him to keep failing and not seek success? He was desperate for money and wanted to survive in society without any ability. It would have been better if he jumped into the river and died last time. Now he wouldn't have so much pain. I guess he has owed a lot of debts outside. If he dares to ask me for money, I will call the police immediately. College alumni attacked Lin Tao unscrupulously in the group, and various emoticons flew around from time to time, laughing and scolding, and the atmosphere was lively. Lin Tao was the fun they made fun of. So many people want to go bankrupt. Does it really make you happy to belittle others? Humph, it won't be long before I let you know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Lin Tao was walking while looking at his phone, and unknowingly came to the door of a 5-star hotel. A tall woman with delicate makeup and a one-shoulder tight top could not hide the abundant fruits and the full moon. Zhao Manli, Lin Tao said in a lost voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao ran into his girlfriend Zhao Manli on the street. Oh no, to be precise, the two had broken up and she is now Lin Tao's ex-girlfriend. Zhao Manli was carrying a new LV bag. When she saw Lin Tao, she was shocked at first, and then looked disgusted. We have broken up, why are you still pestering me? Zhao Manli said angrily. Lin Tao now looked very sloppy in his short-sleeved shorts. She even regretted that she should have broken up with Lin Tao earlier. I just happened to pass by here. I didn't expect you to be here. Lin Tao explained. Ex-girlfriend Zhao Manli thought Lin Tao was following her and approached her with a purpose. Obviously, this was a misunderstanding of Lin Tao. We have broken up. Please don't interfere with my life anymore. Zhao Manli said with a gloomy face. Wow. Interfere with her life? Lin Tao felt that her words were incomprehensible. They had been in love for 4 years and he was devoted to her. He didn't have much money, but he spent it on Zhao Manli without any regrets. Now he is actually interfering with her life and becoming a burden to her? You are too poor and your business has failed. Others are making progress but you are regressing. You can't give me the life I want. Zhao Manli added. Chapter 15, Fight a Watermelon Battle. After Lin Tao sold out all the Gui Wei lychees, Fruit Man at number 100 Pudu Road returned to its former tranquility. Because the cumulative repurchase rate when selling lychees exceeded 1,000, Lin Tao's Fruit Attribute Spell system unlocked a new skill, Sweetness, as well as a lottery to win a subsidy activity of 20 off for purchases over 20. He only needs to select a fruit and load the attribute changes to replicate the lychee sales legend again. So product selection becomes very important next. Which fruit should I choose? You're lucky, kid. You must have made a lot of money from selling lychees, right? Competitor Zhang Dehua walked into Lin Tao's shop with his hands behind his back. Lin Tao sold his last batch of Gui Wei lychees at 15.8 yuan per pound, which included more than 1,000 boxes. Although Zhang Dehua was not sure how much Lin Tao spent on the lychees, at around 50,000 yuan, he must have made a good profit. The net profit was 50,000 yuan. The monthly profit of Zhang Dehua's Xiaozhong fruit shop was far less than 50,000 yuan. So this time Zhang Dehua was particularly jealous of Lin Tao. What fucking luck! Lin Tao, of course, knew very well the purpose of Zhang Dehua's visit. He just came to gather information and find out Lin Tao's next move. The better his business was, the more restless Zhang Dehua became. I didn't make much, it was all hard-earned money. Look at me, I fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. Lin Tao deliberately said pitifully. Right now his shop is empty of fruits, how can it look like a fruit shop? Indeed, Lin Tao's fruit shop cannot be called a fruit shop. At best, it is just a fixed spot stall. The most important thing for a fruit store is a wide variety of products. You should try to purchase all the fruits on the market, such as bananas, apples, grapes, papayas, cantaloupes, and melons. I see that you don't have the heart to do this. You are so young, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to sell fruits? Zhang Dehua consoled. When he opened a fruit shop, it was really hard work. He would go to the wholesale market to purchase goods at 2 or 3 in the morning, then return to the store to count and put them on display. He would organize and sell them during the day, and then put them into the warehouse for inventory at night. In addition to weighing and explaining things to customers, I also have to solve after-sales problems, and my back and waist ache from standing all day. Most young people simply cannot endure this kind of hardship. Although in Zhang Dehua's eyes, Lin Tao's fruit shop was on the verge of bankruptcy, it posed no threat to him. But after all, if someone opens a fruit shop across from you, you will always feel uncomfortable and hate it. This time, he used his identity as an experienced fruit expert to try to further dissuade Lin Tao from the idea. In his eyes, although Lin Tao was very successful in selling gooey wei lychees, this was accidental. How could there be a fruit store that only sells one kind of fruit? This is outrageous. But Lin Tao didn't think so. Firstly, he is alone at the moment with limited abilities and funds, so it is impossible for him to sell too many varieties of fruits. Secondly, his fruit attribute spell system has just been upgraded to LV2, and it can only change the attributes of one kind of fruit, and it cannot do everything. Trading a single fruit and selling it in large quantities is currently the only way for him to sell fruit. Lin Tao just doesn't follow the beaten path. Zhang Dehua is just a mere man, and he has no idea what Lin Tao is up to. Who says a fruit store can't just sell one kind of fruit? Lin Tao asked back, I never ask anyone for help when I sell fruit. Instead, others ask me for help. What? Let customers beg you to sell fruits. What an arrogant tone. Zhang Dehua gave Lin Tao an incredulous look. Crazy, crazy. Selling fruits has no value, and there are so many wholesale channels. It's not your exclusive right. Why would customers beg you to sell them? You kid think that just because you succeeded once in selling lychees, you start to get arrogant and think you can be successful selling other fruits too. I, Zhang Dehua, have been selling fruits for nearly 10 years. My research and experience in the fruit industry are not as good as yours, a rookie. He is so proud of himself that he doesn't know how high the heaven and the earth are. Let us see how long you can hold on. Zhang Dehua shook his head at Lin Tao and said, let us see how long you continue to act like a bully. If I don't drive you out of this street, I'm not named Zhang. Okay, the shop is yours, you can do whatever you want with it, but I still have to advise you that you are not suitable for selling fruits. Zhang Dehua couldn't help but say. He had to constantly instill in Lin Tao the idea that you are not suitable for selling fruits in order to destroy Lin Tao's psychological defenses. But Lin Tao doesn't buy it. He has a unique fruit attribute spell system that allows him to obtain exclusive high-quality fruits. Well, let's wait and see. Lin Tao responded sharply. For the past 6 months, Zhang Dehua has been suppressing him and making things difficult for him. This time, Lin Tao decided not to tolerate it anymore, but to fight back. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Zhang Dehua waved his hand and left Lin Tao's shop. Back at Xiaozhang Fruit Shop, at number 99 Pudu Road, Zhang Dehua's wife Wan Hong, carrying a large watermelon and a box of Sunshine Roses gift box, said, this is an old customer. He bought a watermelon, and I sold him a box of Sunshine Roses. You can give it to him. Without saying a word, Zhang Dehua picked up the fruit, got on his electric scooter, and left. Watermelon. Lin Tao muttered to himself when he saw this scene. If you ask which fruit is the most popular in summer, there is no doubt that it is the thirst-quenching and refreshing watermelon. Watermelon is the top fruit for cooling off in summer. As far as the Shanghai market is concerned, the main watermelons are 80 for 24 and Midu seedless watermelon. Chilean watermelon has been temporarily kicked out of the market due to its high price. Nowadays, watermelons are grown in greenhouses, with high yields and early availability. The earliest 8,424 watermelons were already available in late March. Watermelons are in great demand in the summer. In addition to traditional fruit stores and hypermarkets, even convenience stores, stationery stores, and cold drink shops are selling watermelons. If too many people sell watermelons, the profit from them will definitely not go up. Currently, the selling price of Shanghai 8424 watermelon is generally around 3.5 yuan to 2.7 yuan, and the wholesale market price is around 2.2 yuan, not including the shipping cost. Therefore, the price of watermelon in the store will basically not be lower than 2.5 yuan. Taking into account the loss, the gross profit of watermelon is only 5% 10%. Of course, if the purchase volume is large, you can go to the suburban production area to purchase directly. The purchase price at the production area is generally around 70 or 80 cents. However, this method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the watermelon purchase volume generally starts at 10,000 kilograms. Otherwise, the cost will be higher than the wholesale market. Many people find it incomprehensible that they cannot make money by selling watermelons in summer, but that is the fact. As the main fruit in summer, watermelon is used to attract other fruits. If a fruit store can't even sell watermelons, then other fruits, such as mangoes, kiwis, pitaya, pineapples, etc., will not sell well either. If the watermelon traffic is directed to Lin Tao's own store, the fruit sales of Xiaozhong Fruit Shop opposite will definitely be greatly affected. Yes, that's right, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Lin Tao did not hesitate and immediately decided to make 8,424 watermelon his next star fruit. A beautiful watermelon battle was launched, and Zhang Dehua on the other side was defeated sincerely. Chapter 16, 100,000 jin of watermelon bet. Early the next morning, Lin Tao called a car and drove directly to the 8,424 watermelon greenhouse in Nanhui in the suburbs. Looking around, the rows of watermelon greenhouses are spectacular. The wholesale market usually pulls 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms at a time, which is far from satisfying Lin Tao's appetite. As long as the quantity of watermelons purchased is large, the cost will be lower if you buy them directly from the place of production. At first, the local melon farmers thought Lin Tao was a casual customer and ignored him. But when Lin Tao offered to purchase 100,000 kilograms at one time, several melon farmers came to offer their bids. Lin Tao currently has 80,000 yuan in funds, all of which he invested in purchasing watermelons, which is about 100,000 kilograms. Young man, are you working for a company or running a supermarket chain? We need 100,000 kilograms at once. One household is not enough. We need 2 or 3 households to come together. It's hot this year, so watermelons are selling very fast. Others are paying as little as 0.80 yuan for them. Lin Tao walked around the fields to find out the market conditions. He also cut open a few melons and tasted them, finding some good and some bad. Lin Tao has a fruit attribute spell system that allows him to change the sweetness of fruit. As long as the melon is fresh and mellow, he doesn't worry about the taste. 80 cents is too expensive. I want 100,000 kilograms. Can it be cheaper? Lin Tao bargained. Several melon farmers looked at each other and felt that Lin Tao knew something about watermelons and could not fool him. There are melons for 70 cents, but they are not guaranteed to be ripe, a melon farmer quoted. Come on, take me to the greenhouse. Lin Tao said. Under the guidance of the melon farmer, Lin Tao walked into a watermelon greenhouse. There were many watermelons on the ground with emerald green vines. Compared with what he had seen in the greenhouse before, the watermelons here were smaller. These 8424 watermelons are still about 5 days away from being truly ripe, commonly known as being 80% ripe. This year, vendors are buying melons that are 80% ripe because they are cheap, said a melon farmer. Many watermelon vendors come to buy watermelons. They don't care about the quality of the watermelons at all, they just look at the price, the lower the better. The growth cycle of an 8/10 ripe melon is short, and it ripens slowly after being picked. On the one hand, it can be put on the market first, and on the other hand, the sales cycle is also longer. It has a large market and becomes the first choice of melon vendors. The only drawback is that some watermelons are not sweet enough and have a high raw rate. The sweetness of a normally ripe 8,424 watermelon can generally reach 11-14 degrees, while the sweetness of an 80% ripe watermelon is generally slightly lower. The hot sales of 80% ripe watermelons are also due to market rules. Watermelons that are too ripe are more likely to rot and have a short sales cycle. Okay, I'll take this 70-cent melon, Lin Tao said with determination. He doesn't care too much about the sweetness of the watermelon, and it's good to be able to get a 1-cent discount. After all, 1 cent is real money. Since bulk melons do not require packaging, Lin Tao only needs to contact a vehicle to pick them directly from the greenhouse and then ship them to his own store. He agreed with the melon farmers to ship the goods tomorrow evening, and he has also contacted Hualaler and the unloading workers. Adding all the expenses together, Lin Tao calculated that the price of these 100,000 catties of 8,424 watermelons in the store would be about 1 renminbi and 20 cents per catty. 100,000 kilograms of watermelon may sound scary, but in fact, a watermelon generally weighs 8 to 10 kilograms, and it is common for a fruit store to sell several thousand kilograms of watermelon a day. During his free time, Lin Tao was busy cleaning the shop, replacing the cash register, and buying some plastic bags and machetes. He is full of expectations that this batch of 8,424 watermelons will also sell as well as lychees. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the arrival of watermelon. At around 7 o'clock the next evening, 2 Iveco trucks loaded with 100,000 kilograms of 8,424 watermelons arrived as scheduled. There were 6 unloading workers working together to unload the watermelons. Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit shop opposite, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Lin Tao was holding back a big move, 2 whole trucks of watermelons. He couldn't sell so many watermelons even in a month. In Lin Tao's eyes, these watermelons are his source of wealth. Are you crazy? Buying so many watermelons? Zhang Dehua was puzzled. The profit margin of watermelon is very thin, so it is better to buy less and circulate more. If you fail to catch a lot of watermelons, you will suffer a big loss. Of course, Zhang Dehua had no idea that Lin Tao held the trump card of the system. Now, Zhang Dehua has 8,424 watermelons in his shop, selling them at 3.18 yuan per pound. Lin Tao bought so many watermelons at once, which put a lot of pressure on him. Wife, this guy has bought a large number of watermelons, so I'm afraid we have to lower the price. Starting tomorrow, our watermelons will be sold at 2.98 yuan per pound, Zhang Dehua said to his wife. The store price of his watermelons is about 2.3 yuan, not including the loss. Even though Lin Tao buys a lot and his cost price is lower than Zhang Dehua's, he will suffer huge losses if the products are unsaleable. This Xiao Lin is so reckless. He's probably been cheated by the melon vendor. Wan Hong continued. She also felt that it was completely unnecessary for Lin Tao to buy so many watermelons at one time. He is still a little inexperienced in selling watermelons. Anyway, we will see how much his watermelons sell for tomorrow and then we will deal with them accordingly. I will make him block the store with these tens of thousands kilograms of watermelons and he won't be able to sell them, Zhang Dehua said with a smile. He was even prepared to do the opposite of what Lin Tao sold his watermelons for. Even if he didn't make any money, he would make sure that Lin Tao couldn't sell any watermelons. Let us see how he can turn things around this time. It took 6 workers plus Lin Tao more than 3 hours to unload 100,000 kilograms of watermelon. The workers were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Lin Tao bought them salty soda and gave them money for a midnight snack. He paid for what he paid for. Among the 100,000 kilograms of watermelons, less than 20 were cracked. As soon as the workers left, Lin Tao quickly closed the shop door and looked at the room full of green watermelons, his heart pounding. These watermelons were not enough to excite him. He was looking forward to the moment when the ugly duckling turns into a swan. Bite. It is detected that their host is located at number 100 Pudu Road, which meets the conditions for using the skill. Do you want to use their freshness or sweetness skill on this batch of watermelons? Whether. Lin Tao confirmed yes with his eyes, and then selected the sweetness skill. Sweetness skill can increase the sweetness of fruits by about 5 points. This effect can last for 6 days. LV2. Whether. Wow. Directly increase the sweetness by 5 levels. If the sweetness of watermelon reaches 16 or 17, it is equivalent to the sweetness of mango and persimmon, and tastes better. After all, sweetness is very important for a fruit, and it is even synonymous with deliciousness. Lin Tao did not hesitate and immediately confirmed with his eyes, yes. Bite. Their sweetness skill is in use, currently loading 5%, 6 minutes remaining. After the system is loaded, the watermelon will reach a sweetness value of no less than 16, and the duration is 6 days LV2. This moment is about to come. Lin Tao closed his eyes, as if he could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Bite. Their sweetness skill has been loaded 100%. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao immediately picked up a machete and chopped a big watermelon hard. The bright red juice gushes out like a spring, and has a fresh melon fragrance. Lin Tao hurriedly dug out a piece of watermelon and put it into his mouth. Immediately, the sweet and fragrant juice filled his mouth. Sweet, really sweet. Even Lin Tao was intoxicated by it. After system optimization, the sweetness of the watermelon has reached an incredible level. It can be said that this is the most delicious watermelon he has ever eaten in his life. Lin Tao couldn't stop eating and soon finished half of the watermelon. Chapter 17. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? The next day, the sun was shining brightly, cicadas were chirping, and the temperature reached 36 degrees. Lin Tao opened the shop, stretched, and put up a price sign of 2.88 yuan per kilogram at the door. Zhang Dehua across the street saw the price of his watermelon at 80 for 24 and felt calm. His watermelons are sold at 2.98 yuan per pound. Although it is 1 cent more expensive than Lin Tao's, it is not a big problem. I thought he had some big tricks. 2.88 yuan isn't cheap. Wan Hong muttered. The price of 8,424 watermelons in this area is as low as 2.5 yuan per catty. Lin Tao's price of 2.88 yuan is medium, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to sell out within a few days. In a few days, Lin Tao's watermelons will either be reduced in price or start to dry up on the vines. If he can sell a few thousand kilograms out of 100,000 kilograms of watermelons, he will be lucky. Lin Tao also glanced at Zhang Dehua, who had already placed the watermelon in a conspicuous position at the door. The two of them understood each other tacitly, and a watermelon war was about to take place. He opened the panel with confidence. Enter the main interface and click on the gift package, which contains a subsidy card that offers a 20 yuan discount for purchases over 20 yuan. Ding, host, please confirm whether to use their spend 20-20 subsidy card immediately. This card is valid for 10 days. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. It can only be used within number 100 Pudu Road. After the customer successfully pays, the 20 yuan subsidy will be credited to the account immediately. Weather. According to Lin Tao's selling price of 2.88 yuan per catty, a 8,424 watermelon weighing about 7 catties can be almost given away for free after a 20 yuan discount on purchases over 20 yuan. For a 10 jin watermelon, customers only need to pay 8.8 yuan after the discount. The price of this watermelon is ridiculously low. Even in the Magic City, Lin Tao is invincible in the whole city. Lin Tao confirmed yes with his eyes without hesitation. Congratulations to their host, their spend 20-20 subsidy has taken effect, please pay attention to the real-time amount in your bank account. Wow! Set up so quickly. Lin Tao was very happy, it seemed that he could do a great job again today. He took out a billboard from the cabinet and wrote in large letters with a marker, 80 for 24 watermelons guaranteed ripe, 20 off for a limited time when you spend 20. Lin Tao's watermelons are not only delicious, but also cheap. This can't be true. Several passers-by saw the discount advertisement and immediately showed shocked expressions. Lin Tao took out the banner he had just prepared, which read, 80 for 24 watermelons are hot selling, get 20 off when you spend 20, and take a watermelon home for just a few cents, and hung it high on the shop sign. What, a discount promotion! Lin Tao had just hung up the banner when Zhang Dehua on the opposite side seemed to have seen an alien and called his wife Wan Hong out. The two of them rubbed their eyes hard. 20 off for purchases over 20? Doesn't that mean it's free? Wan Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Unless he imported a batch of inferior melons, but that doesn't make sense. It can't be cheaper than mineral water, right? Zhang Dehua was puzzled. This full reduction is unbelievable. When Lin Tao hung up the billboards and banners, a lot of people immediately gathered at the store door. Boss, is this watermelon 8,424? It's so cheap after the discount. Is this a trick to trick us into applying for a membership card first? Isn't this a gimmick? Only a few melons are on sale every day. The crowd expressed doubts, and no one dared to believe that the 8,424 watermelons were almost given away for free. Lin Tao was a little amused by the question. There are too many scammers out there now, and everyone has become more vigilant about things like pie falling from the sky. All watermelons are worth 20 yuan off if you spend 20 yuan. My watermelons are ripe and sweet, said Lin Tao. Everyone was stunned. This was no different from giving it as a gift. Boss, pick me a 7 jin watermelon. Finally, an old man shouted. Lin Tao turned around, picked up a watermelon, put it on the electronic scale, and it showed 7 jin and 1 liang. 7 pounds of watermelon, original price 20 point for 5 yuan, current price 0 point for 5 cents. Lin Tao put the watermelon into a plastic bag and handed it to the old man. Is it really only 45 cents? A 7-pound watermelon. Plastic bags cost 2 cents. The old man was still a little skeptical, so he scanned the code with his mobile phone and paid 0 point for 5 yuan. Ding, the customer actually paid 0 point for 5 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Lin Tao immediately opened his mobile phone and saw 2 receipts in the change details. One payment was 0 point for 5 yuan paid by the old man, and the other was other income of 20 yuan. The system subsidy has really arrived. Although the old man paid 0 point for 5 yuan, Lin Tao received a real price of 20 point for 5 yuan, and the discount was subsidized by the system. Victory in the first battle. Everyone hurry up and buy, first come first served, you can enjoy watermelon for just a few dollars and a few cents. Lin Tao shouted excitedly. When everyone saw that the old man had indeed spent 45 cents and bought a big watermelon, they all started to get eager to try. Boss, help me pick a big melon, and it has to be sweet. You said it was guaranteed to be ripe. If it's raw, I refund you the money. I bought 2 watermelons. Can I split the discount? Suddenly, people crowded in front of Lin Tao's shop, sparking a small wave of buying watermelons. Ding, the customer actually paid 1.33 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.98 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 6.67 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. In just a few minutes, Lin Tao had sold more than 20 watermelons, and the system subsidy notification sound kept ringing. A few impatient customers couldn't wait to cut the watermelons they bought and devour them. Oh, this melon is delicious, so sweet, as if it were smeared with honey. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such a sweet watermelon in my life. This watermelon, this price, is simply unbeatable. Customers raved about Lin Tao's watermelons. Due to its low prices and good reputation, a large crowd of onlookers soon gathered in front of Lin Tao's store. You can eat a big watermelon by spending only a few cents. You really can't miss this good thing. Seeing Lin Tao selling 8,424 watermelons, some people exclaimed that it was great, while others were stunned. Zhang Dehua is the latter. Honey, what's wrong with Xiao Lin across the street? Doesn't he treat watermelons as money? Can he afford the loss? Wan Hong asked puzzledly. What the hell? I wonder how long he can last. Zhang Dehua gritted his teeth in hatred. He believed that Lin Tao was offering large subsidies in order to attract popularity and for the purpose of advertising. But he was already making losses, where would the money come from? Therefore, Zhang Dehua believes that Lin Tao will not be able to hold on for long, and this spend 20 and get 20 off activity is just a gimmick. How could he know that Lin Tao received a 20 yuan subsidy from the system for each order, and he would not take a penny less? Others may think that he is losing money, but Lin Tao is making huge profits behind the scenes. This boss is such a kind person. I was reluctant to buy watermelons before, but now I buy 2 at once. What do you mean by strength? See. This boss is generous. Hurry up and buy a few more, this kind of promotion can be stopped at any time. Customers were desperate to buy 1 watermelon, and many bought 2 or 3 watermelons at a time. In just one morning, Lin Tao sold more than 3,000 kilograms of watermelon. Chapter 18, Testing People's Hearts by Playing Pitiable Game. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.78 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.02 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 1.23 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. A big watermelon for just a few cents was such a good thing that passers-by were rushing to buy it without hesitation. The hot sales of Lin Tao's 80 for 24 watermelons were completely within his expectations. But for Zhang Dehua, the hotter Lin Tao's watermelons sold, the more uncomfortable he felt, like a needle prickling his heart. It doesn't make sense. If we continue selling like this, won't we lose everything? Zhang Dehua was puzzled. If you lose 20 yuan for each watermelon, 100 watermelons will be 2,000 yuan, and 1,000 watermelons will be 20,000 yuan. If Lin Tao does this, he will lose tens of thousands of dollars a day, right? This scared Zhang Dehua a lot. The problem now is that he doesn't care how much money Lin Tao loses, and his own business has plummeted. Lin Tao's watermelons are sweet and they have a discount promotion. The sales volume of Zhang Dehua's watermelons has dropped to a low level today. In other words, not a single watermelon in Xiao Zhang's fruit shop was sold. Terrible price suppression. Not only that, Zhang Dehua's watermelons couldn't be sold, and the sales of other fruits also suffered a setback. Everyone is eating watermelon, and the desire to consume other fruits is suppressed. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening, and Zhang Dehua's family has sold less than 500 yuan worth of fruits. Business is as bad as the dead of winter. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 3, points are 3, total points are 1028. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 2, points are 2, total points are 1209. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 7, points are 7, total points are 1406. Lin Tao's 8,424 watermelons are still selling like hot cakes. In addition to the subsidies provided by the system points are also increasing steadily. It turns out that old customers who have bought lychees before can accumulate points if they repurchase, and the points can increase exponentially with each additional purchase. Lin Tao was as busy as an ant on a hot pan, but he was extremely happy in his heart. Even if he was tired, as long as there was money coming in, he would be happy. He felt that if he didn't sell 20,000 kilograms of watermelon today, at least 18,000 kilograms would have been sold. In other words, as of this evening, the net profit from selling watermelons has reached 20,000 yuan. The number of customers continues to increase. They not only buy watermelons for themselves, but also invite their friends to buy. Nan, come quickly, Pudu Road Fruit Man, buy watermelons for free. Honey, drive out the Mercedes-Benz and fill the trunk. I only buy this because it tastes good. It doesn't really matter if it's cheap. Queuing up to buy watermelons has become a beautiful landscape on Pudu Road. Lin Tao, let me help you. After getting off work, Fan Feifei saw Lin Tao working hard and volunteered to help. It's okay, you should take a rest. The watermelon is very heavy, don't sprain your waist. Lin Tao advised. Moving watermelons is considered heavy physical work and is not suitable for girls. But Fan Feifei didn't mind at all. Seeing Lin Tao's watermelon selling well, she was very happy for him. How is this watermelon? The vine is fresh, the bottom is small, and the texture is good. My watermelon is ripe. Fan Feifei quickly got into the role and took on the role of boss lady. She and Lin Tao worked together like flowing water. There are not many girls who can share the joys and sorrows with a man. Lin Tao feels that Fan Feifei is the woman he wants to marry in his life. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening and the number of people gradually decreased. The watermelons, which were both cheap and delicious, were sought after by people from all sides. After all his hard work, Lin Tao naturally made a lot of money. Lin Tao suddenly remembered that he still had something very important to do today. That's just playing the victim. With the activity of spending 20 yuan off, anyone with a discerning eye would know that Lin Tao lost money today. However, few people knew that Lin Tao was making a fortune in silence. How could they know Lin Tao's thoughts? So Lin Tao secretly took photos of several customers' mobile payment interfaces as they paid a few cents or dimes. Then he found some broken pieces of watermelon and pieced them together. Click, click, click. A line of dialogue that played up the pity was already brewing in Lin Tao's mind. Spend 20 and get 2 off. The setting is wrong, it becomes spend 20 and get 20 off, which is equivalent to giving it away for free. A watermelon lost 20 yuan. The boss fainted in the toilet and gave himself a song, Liang Liang. The pictures in the circle of friends are several mobile phone screenshots of customers paying, as well as some posed photos of some misshapen melons and dates in the store. You can't even set a maximum reduction. Has your IQ been run over by a dung truck? Har har, are you kidding me? Isn't there any voice announcement when collecting money? Don't be surprised, it's normal for Lin Tao to fail in business, but making money is a fantasy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I want to take advantage of this opportunity too. Is there any big discount promotion tomorrow? Lin Tao saw the comments in his circle of friends and found that everyone was very happy and interactive about his miserable business. There was a lot of sarcasm in his words. Lin Tao looked at these messages and almost laughed until his chest hurt. Both sides of his chest hurt. The more miserable he felt, the more comments he received in his circle of friends. Just laugh, so I can see your true faces, Lin Tao said in his heart. He remembered the names of those who ridiculed him. Today you can laugh at Lin Tao unscrupulously, but tomorrow you will also be laughed at by Lin Tao. Lin Tao, what are you laughing at? Fan Feifei saw Lin Tao standing in the corner, laughing at the screen of his mobile phone. No, nothing. A few friends were telling jokes in the group. Lin Tao evaded the question. Playing the victim is just a test for Lin Tao, and it can also help him disguise himself better. Oh, you sold a lot of watermelons today, but after the discount, I'm afraid you're losing money, Fan Feifei said worriedly. She saw that customers only paid a few cents when buying watermelons. How could they make money? I didn't lose money, I even made a lot of money. Well, this is called an early loss. In order to attract traffic and accumulate popularity, Lin Tao found it difficult to justify himself. He couldn't tell Fan Feifei that he had obtained the system. This was his biggest trump card and he must not let anyone know. Anyway, you have a lot of ideas. No matter what, it's always a good thing that someone buys watermelons. Fan Feifei didn't think too much about Lin Tao's words. She was not interested in doing business. These days, she saw that Lin Tao had given a lot and devoted all his energy to the fruit business. With this selfless spirit, there is no doubt that you will succeed in anything. Failure is not terrible, what is terrible is losing the fighting spirit. Only with perseverance can you make a comeback even if you fail. Lin Tao used his small account to open the university alumni group. Every time he played the victim in the circle of friends, there were people who would forward his screenshots to the group. Lin Tao. I won't say any more. He is more likely to cause trouble than to achieve success. With the way he does business, even if he has a gold mine at home, he will lose everything. Why doesn't he know that he is not cut out for business? If he comes to borrow money, we must not lend him the money. He will never be able to pay it back in his lifetime. I heard that his girlfriend broke up with him because he had no money. Could it be that he gave up on himself because he sold watermelons at a loss this time? The university campus group was very lively. Seeing Lin Tao's miserable appearance, almost everyone rushed to add insult to injury. Whenever Lin Tao was criticized, the crowd would cheer and the atmosphere would become more lively. How could they know that this was just Lin Tao's deliberate act, because the real top hunters usually disguise themselves as prey? Chapter 19. Even the peers came to purchase goods. 500 yuan. Was yesterday's sales really only over 500 yuan? Wan Hong counted yesterday's store revenue and couldn't believe his eyes for a long time. In the more than 9 years since the store opened, except for extreme weather such as a force 12 typhoon, thunderstorms, etc., the business of Xiaozhong Fruit Shop has never been less than 800 yuan, no matter how bad it is. A turnover of more than 500 yuan means losing money, which means that the income is not enough to cover the expenses. Xiao Lin is going to lose money, there's no need for him to drag us down. Zhang Dehua was so angry that he felt suffocated. Lin Tao's promotion of 20 off for purchases over 20 when buying watermelons attracted all the customers, and Xiaozhong Fruit Shop was completely reduced to a background board. After the watermelon promotion, he completely lost all his business. How come he suddenly became rich? He must have lost tens of thousands yesterday, right? Wan Hong said. This has always been what Zhang Dehua was confused about. It's understandable to lose money to gain popularity, but at such a low price, Lin Tao's 80 for 20 for watermelon is surprisingly sweet. You get what you pay for. Good products are not cheap. This is the rule of the game in the fruit industry. Unexpectedly, it was broken by Lin Tao. Zhang Dehua also asked a regular customer to buy Lin Tao's watermelon, and he tasted it himself and found it was indeed delicious. When he looked at the watermelons he was selling again, they were simply as bland as water. It's strange, where did Lin Tao get this batch of watermelons from? Does he have any guidance from an expert? It's a pity that Lin Tao doesn't know how to sell such high-quality 8,424 watermelons. With this appearance and sweetness, it can be sold for more than 3.5 yuan per pound. Now all the limelight has been snatched away by Lin Tao, and his Xiaozhong fruit shop has become overshadowed. Look, the banner saying 20 yuan off for purchases over 20 yuan is hung up again today. Wan Hong exclaimed. What? Is there any discount today? At the end of this day, I will lose tens of thousands. Zhang Dehua only made 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in profit from selling fruits for a month. Everyone knows that in the summer, whoever sells the best watermelons has mastered the traffic code for selling fruits. Watermelon is the first choice in hot weather. If watermelon cannot be sold, then the business will die. It's over. How can we do business after he does this? Zhang Dehua beat his chest and stamped his feet. Lin Tao dumped watermelons at low prices, causing great distress to Zhang Dehua. Lower the price, we have no choice but to lower the price. Zhang Dehua had no choice but to engage in a price war. Lower the price. No matter how much it is lowered, it's impossible to reduce its impact, Wan Hong asked back. The cost of this batch of 8,424 watermelons in Zhang Dehua's hands is about 2.4 yuan when it arrives at the store, which is considered to be an above-average 8,424 watermelon. Watermelons are originally a traffic-attracting product with thin profits. If the price is further reduced, it will be a complete loss. Let's sell it for 2.2 yuan first and see how the situation is today. Zhang Dehua said helplessly. The selling period of watermelon generally cannot exceed 5 days. If it takes too long, the vines will die and the inside will be overripe. Zhang Dehua's watermelons are definitely losing money, and for now he can only try to make the loss less. Ding, the customer actually paid 2.81 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.22 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.87 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Lin Tao's 8424 watermelon was a huge hit on the first day it was on the market, and it continued to sell well on the second day, becoming even more popular. I bought all my watermelons this summer here. This watermelon is really delicious. I have lived for more than 40 years and have never eaten such a sweet watermelon. The boss is a really good person. I can't afford such a cheap price. Bye. The more watermelons he sells, the happier Lin Tao will be, and the more money he will make. The watermelons in the store are decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The customers returned with their bags full, each holding a few big watermelons and with big smiles on their faces. Lin Tao's Spend 20 and Get 20 Off campaign was an unprecedented success. Beep. At this time, a van stopped by the road in front of the store. A strong man came to the door of the store with 2 burly men. Boss, give me 10,000 kilograms of watermelon, the strong man roared. Wow! Buy 10,000 kilograms of watermelon. Lin Tao blinked, thinking he had heard it wrongly. You want to buy so many watermelons? Lin Tao looked up and down at the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, the sturdy man and the 2 people behind him couldn't help laughing. My brother passed by here yesterday and bought a watermelon. He took it home and ate it. Wow, it was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. I also run a fruit shop, but it's not in the same district. I drove the van over here today, and I won't go to the wholesale market. I'll buy the watermelons directly from you, said the strong man. It turns out that Lin Tao's watermelons are delicious and cheap, so even fruit shop owners come to buy them? He did not avoid suspicion and directly said that he was in the same fruit industry. After all, they were in different regions and did not constitute competition. When the onlookers heard this, they were even more amazed. Lin Tao's melons are so good, guaranteed to be ripe and delicious, they have even become popular. Even fellow fruit vendors purchase directly from him. However, even if competitors come to purchase goods, Lin Tao is not worried, because the system subsidy of 20 off for purchases over 20 is unique to this company. Lin Tao was overjoyed to sell 10,000 kilograms of watermelon at once. More than 10,000 kilograms of watermelon, that's almost 30,000 yuan in revenue. Boss, I know your business is booming and you're too busy to handle it, so I brought two brothers with me. You just take care of your business and we'll load the goods ourselves, said the sturdy man. On the one hand, Lin Tao really doesn't have any extra time, as he also has to deal with individual visitors. Secondly, the reason why the strong man contributed money and effort this time was that Lin Tao's watermelons were good, and such cheap and delicious watermelons could not be bought from anywhere else. Ding, the customer actually paid 10,672 yuan, and the subsidy of 22,000 yuan for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Puff. 10,000 kilograms of watermelons were sold, and the system directly subsidized 22,000 yuan. This money came so quickly and it felt so good. Both parties were happy, and soon, the strong men carried more than 1,000 watermelons into the car and drove away. Lin Tao's 8,424 watermelons are in short supply. When Lin Tao first bought 100,000 kilograms of watermelons, he actually still had some hesitations in his heart. However, today is the second day of sales, and nearly 40,000 kilograms of watermelons have been sold. He believes that it will be no problem to sell another 10,000 kilograms by tonight. Boss, are these 8,428 watermelons from Nanhui? I'm from Nanhui, I'll buy a few to take back to the countryside, your watermelons are so authentic. I run a hotel. Boss, please buy 100 watermelons as after-meal fruit. The company is going to have a meeting and needs 20 watermelons for a platter. Can you please weigh them as soon as possible, boss? These are all big businesses. After word of mouth spread, even customers from nearby business buildings came. Fire in one place and the whole place will explode. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 1, points are 1, total points are 1818. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 5, points are 5, total points are 2102. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 9, points are 9, total points are 2311. Lin Tao's points also increased rapidly. Chapter 20. Your melon is good but I bought his. Fuck. He's bankrupt, and he still has the nerve to sell watermelons. Pig brains are used for drainage. They are sold in large quantities now, but they are cheap. Once the price goes up, who will buy his watermelons? It's not a loss, it's not comfortable. The landlord is too generous. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. It is destined to be a futile effort, just sit back and watch as you keep failing. As usual, Lin Tao took some pictures of ugly things and uploaded them, continuing to play the victim, and the university alumni group was very lively. They all thought that Lin Tao was losing a lot of money selling watermelons, and they criticized him while making fun of him. People's hearts are unpredictable. They wish Lin Tao would go bankrupt every day and be miserable. However, Lin Tao found what these alumni said very ridiculous. You guys can laugh as much as you want, let's see who laughs last. While you guys are laughing, I, Lin Tao, secretly make money. By the evening of the third day after selling watermelons, there were only 30,000 kilograms of watermelons left in the store. The sales volume was very good. The system's spend 20 get 20 off subsidy activity lasts for a total of 10 days. Now, after 3 days, most of the watermelons have been sold, and there will be a shortage of watermelons in the future. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? The batch of 8,424 watermelons in your shed last time were good. Do you have any more in the next few days? Lin Tao called the watermelon farmer in Nanhui last time. What? You still want watermelons? Last time you took 100,000 kilograms. Chen the watermelon farmer was a little surprised. Even if 100,000 kilograms of watermelon are sold in large supermarkets, it will take at least 5 days to sell. Lin Tao's fruit shop is just a small one with an area of over 100 square meters. It is impossible for it to have such huge sales. Business is good. By tomorrow, they should all be sold out. By the way, I want to order another 100,000 kilograms of watermelon this time. Lin Tao said directly. Wow. The last batch of 100,000 kilograms of watermelons have been sold out. Do you want to order another 100,000 kilograms? It's incredible. Even the melon farmers who have been growing melons for more than 20 years were quite shocked. Watermelons are indeed hot selling in summer, but there are too many channels for selling watermelons. A single store cannot sell tens of thousands of kilograms of watermelons a day, unless the watermelons are cheap and delicious. But Chen the melon farmer knew that his 8,424 watermelon was not that good yet. Is 100,000 kilograms too much? Even Chen the melon farmer found it unbelievable. Not much, 10,000 or 20,000 kilograms more will be fine. Lin Tao continued. Wow. Even 100,000 kilograms is not enough. At present, Lin Tao has sold more than 60,000 kilograms of watermelons in 3 days, and there are still 6 days left for the full reduction subsidy of the system, so it will be enough to get another 100,000 kilograms of watermelons. Once the system stops subsidies, Lin Tao's watermelons will be delicious but will have no price advantage and sales will drop significantly. Therefore, you must not blindly pursue large quantities, but know when to stop. Otherwise, the unsold watermelons will be left in your hands, which will be a loss. Lin Tao now knows that fruit is a seasonal product and should be harvested while the going is good. Okay, I'll help you pack 100,000 watermelons, but I'm afraid it won't be in time tomorrow. It will arrive the day after tomorrow, said Chen the watermelon farmer. Lin Tao still has 30,000 kilograms of watermelons on hand, which is enough to sell in the next 2 days, so he is not in a hurry. Okay, the next batch of watermelons has been negotiated. 100,000 kilograms of watermelons. If they are sold out, the profit will be around 150,000. This is like a timely help for Lin Tao, who is still in debt. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.35 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.16 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 1.23 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Lin Tao's 8,424 watermelons are selling like crazy one after another. Come on, 8,424 watermelons are on sale, only 2 yuan per pound. Zhang Dehua stood at the door of his own fruit shop, shouting hard. He shouted for the whole morning, his voice was almost hoarse and his throat was dry, but he didn't even sell half a watermelon. All the customers go to Lin Tao to buy watermelons for a few cents or dollars. Who would want his watermelons? For Zhang Dehua, selling at 2 yuan per pound is already a loss-making business. Even if you sell a watermelon, you will lose a few dollars. You're out of your mind. We've imported so many watermelons, how are we going to sell them now? Wan Hong complained. How would I know? These 8424 watermelons are the best-selling ones in the summer, but now not a single one can be sold. If you want to blame someone, blame the other side. Zhang Dehua continued. Lin Tao's promotion of selling watermelons at a discount completely ruined Zhang Dehua's watermelon business. These watermelons won't last for a few more days. We have to find a way to sell them quickly. Wan Hong was right. Some of the watermelons had already started to dry up on their vines. Once the watermelon vines dry up, they can no longer be sold. Watermelons are cheaper now, only 1.5 yuan per pound. Zhang Dehua shouted mischievously. He had no other choice but to lower the price. But even so, his watermelons cost more than 10 yuan each, which is still more expensive than Lin Tao's, and the sweetness is for less than Lin Tao's 8424 watermelons. The loss is inevitable, it's just a matter of how much. Xiao Zhang, is your watermelon delicious? At this time, an old lady from Shanghai came over. Zhang Dehua recognized the old lady at a glance. She was a regular customer of the store. She used to buy fruits here, but it seemed like she hadn't been here for a long time recently. Where have you been, auntie? I haven't seen you for a long time. Zhang Dehua said in a friendly way. Oh, I stayed in my daughter's villa for a month and just came back yesterday. You have quite a lot of fruits. The old lady looked into the store. Zhang Dehua quickly took out a watermelon and said, watermelons are on sale now, only 1.5 yuan per pound, and they are crispy and sweet. Huangpu sells watermelons and brags about them herself. No matter whether the watermelons are really delicious or not, she just wants to fool the customers first. The old lady glanced at the watermelon in Zhang Dehua's hand. It was of moderate size, with beautiful patterns and a round head. It was indeed the most beautiful melon. Watermelon is good, it must be delicious, but I'll go across the street to buy some watermelon. After saying that, the old lady ran straight to Lin Tao's store to buy some watermelon. What? Go across the street to buy watermelon? Are you trying to play a trick on me? After hearing this, Zhang Dehua was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the ground. Even old customers left him. In the face of absolute price, there is no customer loyalty at all. Zhang Dehua was almost going crazy. Lin Tao's full discount promotion was too destructive. It was a devastating blow to his business. Don't look at it. Business today is not very good. Wan Hong complained and went back to their house to knit a sweater. Zhang Dehua looked at Lin Tao's fruit man shop across the street and became so angry that his eyebrows raised. He has been selling fruit on this street for many years. Has he ever suffered such humiliation? Lin Tao's watermelon pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. How could he not hate him? How could he not be jealous when he saw Lin Tao's booming business? Times have changed. In order to sell watermelons, not only are they engaging in price wars, but they are now selling them at a loss. These tactics are too cruel. Zhang Dehua naturally had no business doing anything about Lin Tao voluntarily losing money, but he could not sit still as his own fruit business was declining as a result. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to think of a way to counter it. After all, the golden period for watermelon sales is June and July. Once this time passes, watermelons are out of season. Chapter 21, Cheap and Bad. On the fifth night, the melon farmers from Nanhui arrived as scheduled, carrying 100,000 kilograms of 8,424 watermelons. The 100,000 watermelons that Lin Tao purchased for the first time were basically sold out in the morning, and many customers were waiting for this new batch of watermelons. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Chen. You are so punctual. Lin Tao praised. It's too hot to deliver goods during the day. You said you could deliver them at night. That's also good. It's also more convenient for our trucks to enter the city, Chen Guanong said while wiping the sweat off his face with a towel. 3 workers were unloading watermelons and a nearby resident happened to pass by. Boss, new watermelons have arrived. I've already eaten yesterday's. Can you help me pick another one? Sorry, we're still unloading the goods and we'll have to count them later. We can't sell them tonight, so please come back tomorrow. Lin Tao waved his hand and declined. In fact, Lin Tao was not unwilling to sell the watermelons because he was counting them, but these watermelons had not yet undergone systematic sweetness improvement. In this case, the sweetness of the watermelon will definitely not be as good as the first batch. So this batch of watermelons cannot be sold, at least after one night. This is also the reason why Lin Tao asked the melon farmers to deliver the watermelons to the store at night. If the watermelons arrived during the day, the situation would be even more out of control due to the large number of people. The watermelon farmers did not unload the 100,000 kilograms of watermelons until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Lin Tao transferred the payment for the goods to Chen Guanong. After receiving the money, Chen Guanong naturally smiled. Thank you, Boss Lin. I wish you prosperity every day. After saying that, he took the loaders to have fun. After everyone left, Lin Tao closed the shop door and turned the lights in the store to the dimmest level. He called up the electronic panel in front of him. Host, Lin Tao. Age, 26. Bound store, store name Fruit Man, address, number 100 Pudu Road. Level, LV2, upgraded to LV3 2398 5000 points. Skill cooldown, 5 days. Skills, freshness preservation unlocked, sweetness unlocked, appearance unlocked, sweet soft unlocked, fragrance unlocked, size unlocked. It has been 5 days since I first used the sweetness skill, and the cooldown period has just been released. This means that Lin Tao can use their sweetness skill again to improve the sweetness of this batch of watermelons. Bite. It is detected that their host is located at number 100 Pudu Road, which meets the conditions for using the skill. Do you want to use their freshness or sweetness skill on this batch of watermelons? Whether. Lin Tao confirmed yes with his eyes and chose their sweetness skill with ease. Sweetness skill can increase the sweetness of fruits by about 5 points. This effect can last for 6 days LV2. Whether. Lin Tao confirmed it with his eyes again. Bite. Their sweetness skill is in use, currently loading 5%, 6 minutes remaining. After the system is loaded, the watermelon will reach a sweetness value of no less than 16, and the duration is 6 days LV2. Their sweetness skill has been loaded 100%. Soon, the sweetness of this second batch of watermelons has been improved. Lin Tao quickly cut open a watermelon. The flesh was still bright red and the taste was still sweet. This batch of watermelons was exactly the same as the first batch. In this way, Lin Tao felt relieved and believed that this batch of melons would continue to sell well. At the same time, after unloading the goods at Lin Tao's shop, Chen Guanong from Nanhui was hungry, so he took 2 workers to eat barbecue at a nearby roadside stall. "Boss Chen, we've made a small profit this time. Please bring more brothers with you next time," a worker said while drinking beer. "It's strange. The quality of my batch of 8,424 watermelons is not good, but I didn't expect it to be sold in large quantities by that guy. I also find it strange." Chen the watermelon farmer was also puzzled. Several watermelon vendors came to buy his batch of watermelons, but none of them were interested in them, which made him very anxious. "I didn't expect to meet Lin Tao. The first batch of melons was 100,000 kilograms, and the second batch was another 100,000 kilograms. Brother, this is luck. When luck comes, nothing can stop it." Another worker also complimented while eating lamb skewers. "Har har, this kind of business only comes once in a decade." He doesn't know the entry requirements and insists on buying melons that are 80% ripe. "I'm afraid I won't have this kind of opportunity again in the future." Chen the melon farmer laughed while eating grilled skewers. He also knew that selling 200,000 kilograms of watermelons this time was just a fluke, and such opportunities are rare. The 3 of them ate the barbecue with gusto, oblivious to the people around them. "Hello, bosses. I've been following you all the way." At this time, Zhang Dehua came over unnoticed. He had previously seen Chen Guanong unloading goods in front of Lin Tao's shop, and had also heard that they would eat at a nearby food stall. So he rode his electric scooter and hid in the dark, waiting for Chen Guanong to start the car, then followed closely behind the car and found the place where they stayed to have a barbecue. When Chen Guanong and the 2 workers heard this, they all found it unbelievable. "Being followed? Did I get into trouble?" "You are?" Chen Guanong asked doubtfully. "To be honest, I'm a fruit seller. I just saw you unloading watermelons on Pudu Road," said Zhang Dehua. It turned out to be a fruit seller, so Chen the melon farmer and the 2 workers immediately let down their guard. "Yes, we just unloaded a truckload of watermelons," continued Chen the watermelon farmer. "I'd like to ask, were the watermelons for that fruit shop last time also supplied by you?" Zhang Dehua asked again. "Yes, last time Boss Lin bought 100,000 kilograms, and this time we sent him another 100,000 kilograms. Chen Guanong is an honest man. He says what he means and does not beat around the bush. It is true." Zhang Dehua was immediately overjoyed. Lin Tao's watermelons were selling like hotcakes before. Besides being cheap, their watermelons were really delicious. If the watermelon doesn't taste good, no customers will pay for it no matter how cheap it is. This 80 for 24 watermelon is delicious, it must be because of the good source of watermelons. If Zhang Dehua can find the same source, then he won't have to worry about selling his watermelons, right? This was exactly what he had planned. "Your fruit is selling well, so I will try my best to sell the same ones as you so that I can get a share of the pie." But Zhang Dehua had no idea that the watermelons Lin Tao bought were just ordinary watermelons. The reason they were delicious was that their sweetness had been improved using a system in his shop at number 100 Purdue Road. However, Zhang Dehua had no idea about this inside story and simply thought that it was a problem with the supply of watermelons. "Boss, do you have any watermelons left? I'd like to get some too." Zhang Dehua stated his purpose. "Oh, you want watermelon too?" Chen the melon farmer blinked, seeming very surprised. "If business comes to you, why not do it? If it's convenient, can you give me 10,000 kilograms first? How much does it cost?" Zhang Dehua asked. Lin Tao has already taken the lead in selling this batch of watermelons, and Zhang Dehua can only eat their leftover fruits. 10,000 kilograms of watermelons is the limit he can afford. In the past, when he purchased goods, he usually only bought watermelons worth around 3,000 yuan. 10,000 jin is too little. I don't cover the shipping cost. If it's more than 20,000 jin, I'll give you 1.2 yuan and cover the shipping cost. Chen Guarnong said. For wholesalers, 10,000 watermelons are as insignificant as a toothpick, and the shipping fee is several thousand yuan, so the starting point is usually 50,000 kilograms. 20,000 kilograms of watermelon. When Zhang Dehua heard this, his heart trembled a little. There is too much risk involved. If you fail to sell it, it will be a waste of money in your hands. He began to hesitate. 10,000 kilograms of watermelon was a bit risky, and if it was 20,000 kilograms of watermelon, he might not be able to sleep. Chapter 22. What a wishful thinking. Okay, I'll do as you say. Give me 20,000 kilograms of watermelon. Zhang Dehua thought about it again and finally made up his mind. After all, the shipping cost is included in the 20,000 kilograms of watermelons. If the shipping cost is included in 10,000 kilograms of watermelons, the total price of each kilogram of watermelon will be about 50 cents more expensive. Lin Tao's batch of 100,000 kilograms of watermelons were sold out in less than 5 days. Could it be that he couldn't sell out his mere 20,000 kilograms of watermelons in 5 days? Another 20,000 kilograms. Chen Guanong and the other 2 workers looked at each other in surprise. This is such good luck that I can make money even while eating barbecue. 20,000 kilograms of watermelon is fine. When do you want it? Asked Chen the watermelon farmer. Of course, the sooner the better. It's been very hot these days. Zhang Dehua replied. The hotter the weather is, the easier it is to sell watermelons. Once the beginning of autumn comes, the demand for watermelons gradually decreases. 20,000 kilograms of watermelons is not a big deal. I'll deliver the goods to you tomorrow night. Pay half of the deposit first, and the rest after the goods arrive. Chen the watermelon farmer continued. At this point, Zhang Dehua felt relieved. A few days ago, he took away the business because the quality of the watermelons was not as good as Lin Tao's. Now he has found the same, high-quality source, and can compete with Lin Tao. There is no technical content in selling fruits. It is nothing more than mastering information, controlling the supply of goods, and adjusting direction in time according to market changes. Lin Tao just took the lead. I, Zhang Dehua, can also catch up later. Early the next morning, Lin Tao opened the shop door and was about to open for business when Zhang Dehua walked in. You're doing pretty well, kid. You must have lost a lot of money selling watermelons these days, right? Zhang Dehua said sarcastically. There is a promotion of 20 yuan off for purchases over 20 yuan. A watermelon costs only a few cents, which is obviously lower than the cost price. I can afford the loss, and I'm happy to do it. Lin Tao said deliberately. The quality of this batch of watermelons is really good. You have good taste. If I were you, I would sell this batch of watermelons for at least 3 yuan, said Zhang Dehua. The 8424 watermelon is so sweet that it is a high-quality premium watermelon. Even though it is a bit more expensive, there will be no shortage of buyers. Of course, Zhang Dehua didn't know Lin Tao's cards, and he couldn't see Lin Tao's cards clearly, which made his judgment of Lin Tao biased. In order to increase sales, Lin Tao set the price of watermelons at the market price. After the system subsidy was fully reduced, the watermelons were sold at a few cents or dollars in order to stimulate the market. Although the customer gets a discount by spending a certain amount, he still won't lose a penny. His miserable appearance is just the impression others have of him. In fact, Lin Tao has made a fortune quietly. I have too many melons in stock, so I have to sell them at a low price. Otherwise, they will rot and I won't get any money at all, Lin Tao deliberately deceived him. Har har, things change, and I'm afraid that this batch of watermelons you're selling won't be sold so quickly in the future. Zhang Dehua warned as he looked at the mountains of watermelons in the store. When his 8424 watermelon arrives tonight, he will be able to steal at least half of Lin Tao's limelight. Lin Tao knew that Zhang Dehua was jealous of him and had no idea that he had privately approached Chen Guarnong to purchase goods. If I knew, I would laugh until my chest hurt. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.05 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 1.29 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 3.66 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, many customers had already come to buy watermelons. Everyone's enthusiasm for buying watermelons is still very high. Great job, boss. We sold out yesterday, but I didn't expect there would be watermelons again today. The watermelons here are delicious. I can buy 3 for 10 yuan. I still have one at home. I'll buy 3 more. How many cents for a watermelon? That's not even enough to buy the seeds, right? Boss, I drink watermelon like water. Ding. Repurchase rate detected is 3, points are 3, total points are 2,478. Ding. Repurchase rate detected is 5, points are 5, total points are 2,802. Ding. Repurchase rate detected is 11, points are 11, total points are 3,001. Repurchase rate 11. In other words, from the time Lin Tao started selling lychees, in just 7 or 8 days, the highest repurchase rate for some people reached as many as 11 times. In the long run, these people will become their die-hard fans of Lin Tao fruit shop. The key is that the higher the repurchase rate, the higher the points accumulated. On the 6th day of Lin Tao selling watermelons, business was still booming. Even some small vendors nearby came to Lin Tao to purchase goods. The amount can range from hundreds to thousands of kilograms at a time. By the evening, Lin Tao's store had sold more than 10,000 kilograms of watermelon, and the situation was very good. Boss Zhang, your 20,000 kilograms of watermelons have arrived. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Guannong's watermelons arrived as promised. Zhang Dehua's eyes lit up as he looked at the cart full of watermelons. Are you crazy? You bought so many watermelons. How long will it take to sell them? Wife Wan Hong was shocked when she saw so many watermelons. Zhang Dehua did not tell his wife in advance about secretly importing 20,000 kilograms of watermelons. Firstly, the situation was urgent and he placed the order on the spot at the barbecue stall. Secondly, he also wanted to give his wife a surprise. Business has been bad these days, but this truckload of watermelons has helped turn things around. Zhang Dehua also tried a watermelon on the spot. The flesh of the watermelon was bright red, juicy and sweet. That's it. How could he know that the watermelon he tasted was the 80 for 24 watermelon that Chen Guannong selected from thousands, so of course it was delicious. So, Chen the watermelon farmer and 2 workers took more than an hour to unload 20,000 kilograms of watermelons. Zhang Dehua readily paid the balance, and the deal was successfully completed. What do you know? Do you know why Xiaolin's watermelons across the street are so delicious? It's because he gets them from this boss. Now that I have found the source of this batch of watermelons, tomorrow's business will definitely be good. Zhang Dehua said confidently. I think you are tricked. Wan Hong glanced at him. The fruit business has been bad these days. I feel dazed. Am I hallucinating? Lin Tao's watermelons are not only delicious but also cheap. Even if Zhang Dehua imports the same watermelons, can he still sell them at a loss like him? Wan Hong sighed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do as the 20,000 kilograms of watermelons had already arrived at the store, and even if she regretted it, there was no way to get them back. Don't worry, honey. I will definitely be able to turn the tables tomorrow. Zhang Dehua said, patting his chest. The next morning, Lin Tao came to the store before it opened. He saw watermelons piled up like a mountain in front of the door of Xiaozhong fruit shop opposite. He thought that Zhang Dehua might be unable to sit still and, seeing that his watermelons were selling so well, he started a price war. Lin Tao is not afraid at all. Even if your price is lower, can it be lower than mine? What, this is? Lin Tao raised his head slightly and saw a banner hanging on the sign of Xiaozhong fruit shop. There were a few words written on it that surprised Lin Tao. Same watermelon as the one sold at the fruit store across the street, no need to queue, pick it up right away. The same watermelon as Lin Tao's. Can this be used as an advertising slogan? Lin Tao almost fell forward and backward with laughter. Chapter 23. Why is the same melon not sweet? Lin Tao was quite surprised when he saw the advertisement of the same watermelon sold at Xiaozhong fruit shop across the street. Since many people go to their fruitman store to buy watermelons every day, they usually have to queue up, which takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, this made Zhang Dehua see a business opportunity. The advertising slogan is, "Get it now, same quality." It has to be said that Zhang Dehua is able to adapt to changing circumstances and has quite a business mindset. Making money is not shameful as long as it is not robbery. It's no wonder that after Zhang Dehua did this, many customers came to the door and many of them asked for prices. Is this 80 for 24 watermelon of yours as sweet as the one on the other side? They both look similar, but the price is a bit higher than Fruit Man. Forget it, there's no need to queue here. It doesn't matter if it's a few dollars more expensive. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Dehua and his wife Wan Hong have been quiet for a few days, and today they are finally busy. Being busy means having business. In an hour, he sold more than 10 watermelons. Although it couldn't be compared with Lin Tao, it was finally an improvement. See? I told you, this melon will definitely sell well. Zhang Dehua said complacently. But his wife Wan Hong always felt that something was wrong. It was weird that she had to use Lin Tao's name to sell watermelons. But Zhang Dehua was so happy and in high spirits that he didn't think too much about it. As the sales of watermelons increased, other fruits in Zhang Dehua's store also sold well. After taking advantage of Lin Tao's fame, Zhang Dehua became more certain of his vision from the day before. In the blink of an eye it was noon. Due to the extremely hot weather, there were few customers and business became slow. Oh, your business today is not as good as yesterday. Zhang Dehua took advantage of the break and ran to Lin Tao's shop opposite. For some unknown reason, maybe it's because Zhang Dehua's watermelons have joined the competition, Lin Tao's watermelon sales today have slightly decreased. Where did you get these melons? Just sell them, don't use my name. Lin Tao warned. Watermelons all look the same, so if you want to sell watermelons, just sell them seriously. Why do you have to use Lin Tao's name? What's wrong with having the same products as those across the street? There are so many shops across the street, who am I to blame? Selling fruits is nothing more than reselling them. If you get good goods, you won't have trouble selling them. If you get bad goods, you'll have to consider yourself unlucky. Zhang Dehua argued speciously. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that their Fruit Man store is opposite Xiaozhong Fruit Shop. Moreover, there are only 2 fruit shops within a radius of 50 meters. Isn't Zhang Dehua trying to cover up his mistake by trying to deceive others? Lin Tao thought about it and decided not to argue with him. Instead of wasting time on arguing, he might as well sell a few more watermelons. He is very confident in his watermelon. After the system loads the sweetness, this watermelon is simply not available outside. Therefore, Zhang Dehua's same quality watermelon is a deception to customers. Lao Zhang, please come back soon. At this time, Wan Hong on the opposite side shouted anxiously. After Zhang Dehua finished showing off in front of Lin Tao, he was called back to the store by his wife. These are the 2 watermelons I just bought. They are raw inside and not sweet at all, a customer said angrily. Watermelon is not sweet. When Zhang Dehua heard this, his pupils contracted immediately and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, this is a genuine 8424 watermelon. Maybe it's not grown well. It doesn't matter, I can exchange it for 2 good watermelons. Zhang Dehua comforted. There are after-sales problems with fruits almost every day, and Zhang Dehua is used to it. So he picked out 2 watermelons himself and handed them to the customer. Please help me cut it open so I can see if it's okay. The customer had suffered a loss once and asked Zhang Dehua to cut it open on the spot. Puff. Zhang Dehua cut it with a knife and it was raw again. Now, he was really troubled. Hey, Lao Zhang, there's something wrong with your watermelon. An old lady came over excitedly. It's really one crisis after another. Your watermelon is not sweet. The watermelon I bought across the street a few days ago was very sweet. You said it was the same model, so I bought yours, but the taste is not right, said the old lady. This melon was indeed bought from the same melon farmer as Lin Tao's, so why does it taste different? At this moment, Zhang Dehua was a little flustered. Your melon is not tasty, the flesh is too old. Sand melons are not comparable to the watermelons on the other side. Boss, please return the goods. I'll give you the watermelon. Wow, in just half an hour, 8 customers came to return their watermelons. Most of these people had bought watermelons from Lin Tao's shop a few days ago, and in comparison, that one was really delicious. The customers were very angry. They only bought watermelons from your store because you, Zhang Dehua, put up a sign saying same style as the ones across the street. But when I got it home, I found out it was not the same product at all. It was not sweet at all and the taste was very different. Believe me, this is just an isolated incident. Zhang Derhua had already wiped the sweat off his face with 3 towels. He didn't believe it either, and cut a few more watermelons in front of everyone, but most of them were not satisfactory. Forget it, I'll just go to the other side and queue up to buy watermelon, it's cheaper there. What the hell is going on? Is your watermelon 8,424? Why is there such a big gap between you and the other side? Boss, please stop. After you've cut all the watermelons here, you can't find a good watermelon. The customers unanimously asked Zhang Derhua for a refund. Okay, fine, okay, I'll retreat. Zhang Derhua almost had a heart attack. He originally wanted to take advantage of the popularity of Lin Tao's watermelons to attract business. I didn't expect this to become the reason for everyone to quit watching the melon. It's really like shooting oneself in the foot. But this doesn't make sense. I clearly bought the watermelons from the same store as Lin Tao. Could it be that? It's a melon farmer fraud. Zhang Derhua was immediately furious and quickly called Chen Guanong. What the hell are you doing? I clearly wanted the same kind of watermelon as the ones over there. What did you send? All of them are tasteless. Zhang Derhua roared. These are the same batch of 8,424 watermelons, right? Chen the watermelon farmer was even more confused when he heard it. Moreover, this batch of melons was the remaining part of the batch of melons sent to Lin Tao. Why are his watermelons sweet, but mine are not? Zhang Derhua asked. Chen Guanong could tell that Zhang Derhua was looking for trouble. This chapter is not over yet. Nervous smiley, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 24, 1,000 yuan to end the relationship. Lin Tao did nothing, and Zhang Derhua was jealous of Lin Tao's watermelon business. In desperation, he did something desperate, but the result was of course not satisfactory. Everyone knows that the fruit business is just a simple resale and does not involve any technical content. But the fruits from Lin Tao's family are different from others, and can even be said to be unique. This is Lin Tao's biggest trump card and also his killer weapon. Zhang Derhua wanted to bump into someone but ended up with nothing. This is called scheming too much, but ending up suffering a great loss. Zhang Derhua sold more than 30 watermelons in the morning, but in the afternoon, 8 or 9 out of 10 customers came to return the watermelons. Lin Tao's reputation is getting higher and higher, while Zhang Derhua's reputation is getting worse and worse. This boss is so wicked. The watermelons are so disgusting, yet they are still sold at such a high price. They also said it was the same model as the other side. It's totally a lie. It's all my fault. I wanted to save trouble. I shouldn't have bought his melon in the first place. Under the public outcry, Zhang Derhua didn't dare to continue selling watermelons. Every time he sold one, he would be scolded. I was full of confidence, but I didn't expect that these 20,000 kilograms of watermelons have become an absolute hot potato. You have such a pig brain. I told you not to buy so many watermelons, but you didn't believe me. What are you going to do now? You're going to smash them all in your hands. Wan Hong was also very angry when she saw Zhang Derhua. Originally, business was just bad, but now, we are even suffering huge losses. It looks like these 20,000 kilograms of watermelon won't move at all. Zhang Derhua sat on the chair with a dull look in his eyes, like a deflated ball. How did the watermelon business become like this? We are selling the same watermelon, why do Lin Tao's taste better while his tastes not? He reduces the price of each melon by 20 yuan, and the more he sells, the more popular he becomes. And the more Zhang Derhua sells, the more after-sales service he gets. Zhang Derhua really couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Ding, the customer actually paid 0.11 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 1.46 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 2.01 yuan, and the 20 yuan subsidy for the spend 20-20 activity has been received, please check. Lin Tao's watermelon business has not been affected at all and is still booming. Now everyone knows that Lin Tao loses money when selling watermelons. He loses money, but the customers feel that they make money. As long as there is something to be gained, most people are unwilling to be left behind. Boss, weigh me 5 watermelons. I've cleared out my fridge. This melon is only 10 cents. Prices weren't that low 50 years ago. I only eat watermelon for 3 meals a day and go to the toilet more than 20 times a day. Lin Tao was very happy. He made money comfortably and easily, and also gained a lot of popularity. It seems that the second batch of 100,000 kilograms of 8,424 watermelons will be sold out in less than 5 days. After making enough money, Lin Tao plans to pay the rent, repay the debts, and hire 2 more employees to expand the business. Lin Tao has every reason to believe that his Fruit Man will become the most beautiful shop on Pudu Road. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Tao's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID showed Wang Yangping, he couldn't help but frown, feeling very reluctant. Hello, is this my aunt? Lin Tao answered the phone. Xiao Lin, where are you now? Why is it so noisy? Is it convenient to talk? Wang Yangping asked. Huang Yangping is the mother of his ex-girlfriend Zhao Manli, and Lin Tao used to call her aunt. I'm still doing business in the store. Do you have anything to do with me? Lin Tao asked back. Are you still in the fruit business? What a sin! You're bankrupt, why are you still selling fruit? Lily told me about what happened that day. Since you've broken up, you should stop stalking her. Wang Yangping said directly. What? Track. Lin Tao then remembered that he met his ex-girlfriend Zhao Manli by chance at the entrance of the 5-star hotel that day. Zhao Manli thought that Lin Tao was intentionally following her. Aunt, you must have misunderstood. I didn't follow Lily. It was purely a coincidence that day. Lin Tao told the truth. None of this is important now. You have to understand Lily's difficulties. Girls nowadays value material things, which is understandable. You can't even support yourself now, how are you going to support her in the future? Put yourself in her shoes and think about her. Wang Yangping continued. Lin Tao understood that Wang Yangping wanted to further persuade him to give up and let go completely. He found it funny in his heart. He had repeatedly stated that he didn't want to have anything to do with Zhao Manli. Why didn't they trust him? There's nothing to talk about. Let's just break up. Lin Tao said. His ex-girlfriend Zhao Manli was too materialistic and vain. Lin Tao was glad that he had gone bankrupt and saw her true face, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. Well, I'll say it. You two dated for 4 years, but ultimately couldn't be together. The blame is entirely yours. I know you've given a lot in these 4 years, taking her on trips, buying her clothes and bags, and spending a lot of money. I know you're having a hard time now. If you have no money to eat, I'll give you 1,000 yuan as a way to end your relationship with Lily. Wang Yangping said again. Wow. 1,000 yuan, how about giving away a beggar? The two have been in love for 4 years, and Lin Tao has spent no less than 200,000 yuan on Zhao Manli. Now that Lin Tao is bankrupt, he actually wants to end the relationship with 1,000 yuan. It is true that like daughter, like mother. I really thought Lin Tao was bankrupt. He could conservatively earn more than 300,000 just by selling watermelons this time. Of course, I know that 1,000 yuan is not a lot in today's society, but you have trouble eating now, so this money is a timely help. I hope you can keep up the good work and get out of the trough soon. Wang Yangping added. Shit, are you still getting out of the trough? It turned out that Wang Yangping felt that Lin Tao had reached the point where he could no longer sustain himself, and that giving him 1,000 yuan was out of pity for him, which was enough to make him grateful. What kind of people are you? This is not 1,000 yuan at all, it is clearly a naked humiliation. I, Lin Tao, am living a good life now, full of confidence. Your attack is of no use at all. Okay, auntie, then please transfer the 1,000 yuan to my bank card. Lin Tao said. Do you all think I'm living a miserable life? Then let me show you how miserable it is. 1,000 yuan is still money, and a fly leg is still meat. If they are given to Lin Tao for free, why wouldn't Lin Tao want them? Lin Tao has seen through their family. They think they are superior and look down on others. They take advantage of others' misfortunes and even try their best to distance themselves from them. They are so cold-hearted. This time Lin Tao breaks up with Zhao Manli. Let's see who will regret it in the end. Really, I knew you were short of money. Then I'll transfer 1,000 yuan to you, and you and Zhao Manli will be even. Don't bother her anymore in the future. Wang Yangping was very happy when she heard Lin Tao asking for money. I originally thought that Lin Tao would think the amount was too little and ask for a huge sum, but I didn't expect that a mere 1,000 yuan would completely end the relationship between my daughter and Lin Tao. No matter how bankrupt or down and out Lin Tao becomes in the future, it will have nothing to do with their family. From then on, their family and Lin Tao had nothing to do with each other and were treated as strangers. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tao smiled bitterly in his heart. So you all like to scheme against others, well, I will scheme against you too. Chapter 25. Get 10 times the rebate. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 5, points are 5, total points are 4,128. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 9, points are 9, total points are 4,567. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 16, points are 16, total points are 4,821. It's been 9 days since Lin Tao started selling watermelons. The second batch of 100,000 kilograms of watermelons is nearing completion, with less than 2,000 kilograms left. I believe that all 8,424 watermelons will be sold out before dark. Lin Tao just calculated the income of the past few days, deducted the expenses and costs, and made a profit of 320,000 yuan from 200,000 kilograms of watermelon. In just 9 days, Lin Tao earned 320,000 yuan just by selling watermelons. Before he started selling watermelons, he could never have imagined making so much money. 320,000 yuan not only brings happiness to Lin Tao, but also boosts his confidence. He feels that choosing the path of selling fruits is the right and bright one. His fruits are not only delicious and inexpensive, but also widely praised. Fruitman has made a name for himself and gained a place on Pudu Road. Ding! Repurchase rate detected is 3, points are 3, total points are 5,002. Congratulations to their host for reaching 5,000 repurchases and being able to upgrade to LV3. Lin Tao was selling the last few watermelons when he was suddenly reminded by the system that his repurchase rate points had exceeded 5,000 points. Ding! Host, do you want to upgrade to LV3 now? Whether? Lin Tao did not hesitate and confirmed yes with his eyes. Congratulations to their host for completing this upgrade. Your current level is LV3, and you have unlocked the crispy sweet soft skill. Host, Lin Tao. Age, 26. Bound store, store name Fruitman, address, number 100 Pudu Road. Level, LV3, upgraded to LV for 5,002 10,000 points. Skill cooldown, 4 days. Skills, freshness preservation unlocked, sweetness unlocked, crisp soft unlocked, appearance unlocked, fragrance unlocked, size unlocked. At this time, Lin Tao clearly saw that the level on the panel was LV3. Not only did he unlock the new skill, crispy sweet soft, but the skill cooldown time was also shortened from 5 days to 4 days. New skill, crisp and sweet sticky and soft. Does that mean that Lin Tao can change the crisp and sweet glutinous and soft properties of fruits? The answer is yes. After freshness and sweetness, Lin Tao has acquired a new skill, crisp and sweet glutinous and soft. Taste is also a very important attribute of fruit. Peaches are divided into crisp peaches and nectarine peaches, apples are divided into crispy and sweet and soft and sweet, and for cherries, the crispy and sweet ones represent freshness, while the soft and glutinous ones represent expiration and have gone bad. If Lin Tao can change the taste of the fruit, I believe the fruit will also be a hot seller. Ding! When your points reach 5,000, the system will reward you with 100,000 yuan and a chance to win a lucky draw to win the Heavenly Marketing reward. A direct reward of 100,000 yuan. Before Lin Tao could recover from his shock, a text message came from his bank account, deposit 100,000 yuan. This system is really capricious. It gives money as it says, a full 100,000 yuan. He had previously earned 320,000 yuan by selling watermelons, and as his repurchase rate increased, the system directly rewarded him with another 100,000 yuan. By this calculation, Lin Tao made a total of more than 400,000 yuan from selling watermelons this time. In addition to their high salary, Lin Tao actually values the supernatural marketing of system rewards more. The previous dream marketing and subsidy for purchases over a certain amount made Lin Tao realize the power of the system. What will the marketing reward be this time? Start the lottery. Lin Tao confirmed with his eyes. Ding! The prize disc has been activated. The result will be announced in 3 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained the qualification of 10 times cash back on actual customer payment. Within 5 days, customers who pay at number 100 Pudu Road can enjoy their 10 times cashback on actual payment subsidy. The system subsidy will be simultaneously deposited into their host's real-time account. Oh my god! 10 times cashback of the customer's actual payment. That is to say, if a customer pays 10 yuan in Lin Tao's store, the system will subsidize another 100 yuan, and Lin Tao will get a total of 110 yuan. Isn't this just counting money while lying down? Lin Tao suddenly thought that since the cashback amount is related to the actual amount paid by the customer, that is to say, the higher the average customer price, the more cashback Lin Tao will get. The guest paid 10 yuan, Lin Tao actually collected 110 yuan. The guest paid 100 yuan, Lin Tao actually collected 1,100 yuan. The guest paid 1,000 yuan, Lin Tao actually collected 11,000 yuan. It seems that next, I have to choose a fruit with a high unit price. There is no rush for this, let Lin Tao think about it. Right now, he had another important thing to do. Someone come and save my watermelon. Zhang Derhua lay on the chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, and murmured weakly. Lin Tao's watermelons across the street were selling like hot cakes, but his own watermelons remained unsold. Under the double blow, people were paralyzed. He even suspected at one point that Lin Tao and Chen Guanong were in the same group and that they had set a trap for Zhang Derhua to fall into. Would it be better if I wasn't so competitive? It's all my fault for being jealous of Lin Tao. When Zhang Derhua thought of this, it was too late to regret. He has only sold more than 1,000 kilograms of the 20,000 kilograms of watermelons in 4 days, and many of the watermelons have begun to go stale. Why don't you think of a solution? If you can't sell it here, can't you set up a stall to sell it? Wan Hong rolled his eyes at him. It's even harder to sell at a good price if we set up a street stall. If we run into the urban management, we might even lose our watermelons. Zhang Derhua sneered. What to do? Just accept defeat. In his heart, he was already prepared for the watermelon to fail. Boss Zhang, how are the watermelon sales? At this time, Lin Tao walked over. Wow! There are so many watermelons, and you still ask how they are selling? Zhang Derhua was furious. It can be sold. I'm not in a hurry to sell it. Zhang Derhua still said stubbornly. I can give in to anyone except Lin Tao. Lin Tao knew that the watermelons he had in hand could not compare with his own in terms of either price or sweetness. Moreover, customers who have bought his watermelons will definitely find Zhang Derhua's watermelons unpalatable. Lin Tao didn't say anything either. He walked around the pile of watermelons in Zhang Derhua's house several times. Zhang Derhua and his wife Wan Hong looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Tao was up to. Could it be that this kid is here to spy on me? Lao Zhang, I want to buy some watermelons. Lin Tao suddenly said. What? Lin Tao sells watermelons himself, but he has to buy watermelons from his competitors. When Zhang Derhua heard this, he was so shocked that he jumped out of the recliner. What? He used his little finger to pick at his ear to clear his auditory canal, thinking that he might be hallucinating and had heard it wrong. I want to buy 20 watermelons. Lin Tao said. There was an incredible look in Zhang Derhua's eyes. Are you making fun of me? You sell melons in your own store, but you come to my store to buy melons. Zhang Derhua said, suppressing his anger. Logically, it doesn't make sense. I really want to buy your melons. I don't have the kind of melons I want. Lin Tao explained. Tongue twister? When Zhang Derhua heard this, his pupils widened and he became more confused the more he listened. Forget it, I won't say any more to you. I have already picked out 5 watermelons, please help me pick 15 more. Lin Tao said again. Zhang Derhua took a look and saw that there were indeed 5 watermelons at Lin Tao's feet. Do you really want to buy my watermelon? Zhang Derhua confirmed again. Yes, help me pick 15 more raw watermelons, no matter they are raw, half raw, sandy, or light pink. Lin Tao continued. Wow! Does Lin Tao really want to buy raw watermelon? Zhang Derhua became even more suspicious. Chapter 26, Cutting Melons and Showing Pity caused heated discussion. Zhang Derhua has been selling fruit for nearly 10 years. He has always picked good watermelons for customers and has never picked raw watermelons for customers. This is really weird, it's the first time ever. Is this kid trying to fool me? Zhang Derhua was about to refuse, But his wife Wan Hong pulled him back and said, "Are you going to keep these watermelons for yourself? No matter who wants to buy them, just sell them to them so that we can reduce our losses." This seems to make some sense. These low-quality watermelons cannot be sold in the first place, so should they keep them for themselves? For the money, this kind of thing is not shameful. Why do you want to buy raw watermelon? Zhang Dehua asked further. I'm going to use these watermelons to make a short video. You won't understand if I explain it in detail. This time I only want raw watermelons, and it's okay to mix in a few good ones occasionally. Lin Tao explained. It is difficult to pick ripe watermelons and raw watermelons. After all, he does not have an X-ray. If Lin Tao wants to buy raw watermelons, he can only judge based on his experience. Even if there are few ripe watermelons, he can accept them. It turns out that he really wants to give birth to a watermelon. Yes. Just wait. Zhang Dehua leaned over and said. He lifted the curtain and went to the back of the house to move the watermelon. To choose a good watermelon, look at the texture, identify the stem and listen to the sound. As for choosing an unripe watermelon, just do the reverse. If the watermelon is not round and has shallow lines, it means that it has not received enough light and will definitely not taste sweet. The melon with a protruding stem is a male melon, which has developed too early and the seeds inside are mostly unripe. As for the sound, it is even simpler. If you knock it a few times and the echo is dull and has no rebound, it is usually sandy. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Dehua picked out more than a dozen watermelons that were crooked and cracked, shallow texture, and soft in sound, and placed them in front of Lin Tao. He couldn't guarantee that all the melons were raw, but more than 80% to 90% were definitely raw. Great, this is exactly the kind of watermelon I want. Lin Tao was overjoyed. Zhang Dehua weighed the 20 raw watermelons for times, totaling 180 kilograms. Okay, how much? Lin Tao took out his cell phone and asked. When buying watermelons in the same industry, one knows the purchase price very well. Besides, the watermelons Lin Tao bought this time were all raw, which were equivalent to scrapped watermelons. The price doesn't matter. You know the bottom price. Let's say it's 1 yuan per pound. Zhang Dehua continued. He could only sell these melons as scrap metal. No problem. Lin Tao immediately scanned the code and paid 180 yuan, buying 20 raw watermelons in one go. Lin Tao moved the 20 raw watermelons back to his shop in several batches. He just said, "Why buy these raw watermelons?" Wan Hong asked. Why shoot short videos we can't understand what young people are talking about? Zhang Dehua shook his head. Ever since Lin Tao's shop closed and reopened, Zhang Dehua always felt that there was something strange about him, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. But for Lin Tao, these 20 raw watermelons were like treasures. Why buy raw watermelon? Because Lin Tao wanted to pretend to be miserable. The watermelons in my store are all high-quality ones that have been improved through the system. If you want raw watermelons, you can only buy them from the store across the street. He came up with an idea and decided to shoot a short video of opening the melon, cutting the melon on the spot and showing his sympathy. Lin Tao set up a selfie stand, pointed the camera of his mobile phone at himself, and held a machete in his hand, ready to start shooting. The temperature has been over 35 degrees these days, so watermelons must be selling well. I have imported a batch of 8,424 watermelons, so business is sure to be good. Now I will open a few watermelons to show you how good my watermelons are. Lin Tao pretended to be full of confidence and talked incessantly. Under the camera, Lin Tao picked up a machete and cut a big watermelon with a whoosh. Oh my god, it's actually a raw watermelon. Lin Tao looked at the red and yellow flesh of the watermelon and pretended to be surprised in front of the camera. Lin Tao threw the cut watermelon aside and prepared to open the second one. Why is this watermelon pink? Lin Tao looked at the color of the second watermelon flesh and shook his head in pretended disappointment. Lin Tao was not discouraged and opened 5 more watermelons in a row. Among these 5 watermelons, only one is good, and the other 4 are either undercooked, sandy, or overripe. I just don't believe that the quality of the watermelons I purchased is so bad. Lin Tao said, angrily. He lined up 10 watermelons in a row, then started stabbing the watermelons with his knife. Their crackling sound was endless, which was very relaxing to listen to. The watermelon army was annihilated. Lin Tao pretended to wipe his eyes in front of the camera, indicating that he was in pain. His temper suddenly became irritable, and then he smashed the remaining watermelon to the ground, expressing his despair. At the end, Lin Tao did not forget to add, "The city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside." For this performance, Lin Tao spent more than half an hour and used more than 20 low-quality watermelons as props. He finally understood that shooting videos is not a technical job, but a physical job. However, this time, he did not choose to post the cutting melon and showing misery video to their friend circle, but planned to upload it to the Douyin platform for everyone's entertainment. In order to increase the value of the video, Lin Tao also inserted some tips on choosing watermelons in the video, using the method of saying the opposite of what you mean. Lin Tao trimmed it roughly, then clicked their publish button and synced it to Donghua video. About half an hour later, a text message reminder of a comment popped up on Lin Tao's phone. "It seems that the short video I shot has passed the review." Lin Tao hurriedly opened the platform and checked the background data. In just a few minutes, the cutting melon and showing misery video posted by Lin Tao has received 22 likes, 13 comments, 5 collections, and 3 reposts. "You're so funny. I'm dying of laughter. You thought you were cutting tofu, but watching you cut watermelon makes me feel better for some reason. Did your hands touch something dirty? All 20 watermelons are rotten. Don't waste it. Donate it to the zoo's hippos, who don't care whether the melon is raw or ripe. I'm so scared that I don't dare to buy watermelon. Can I eat cantaloupe instead?" Lin Tao looked at the comments from his fans and laughed so hard that he fell down. "It's so funny." The contrast between the serious look of himself eating watermelon in the video and the sarcastic comments is so funny that it makes people laugh. "This isn't really a watermelon, I just see the silver is gone. If I don't go out and buy a lottery ticket today, I'll be letting this machete down. Bad luck, tell me which stock you bought today, and I will sell it in reverse. Why do you stop cutting after 20 melons? Keep cutting until dawn." Within an hour, the video of Lin Tao cutting melons and showing his misery went viral on the internet. Lin Tao's embarrassing look when he failed to cut the melon was full of humor. It made people laugh and cry, but it was also very relaxing, cool and enjoyable to watch. 3,021 likes, 387 comments, 200 collections, and 98 reposts. On another Donghua video platform, a few hours later, Lin Tao's video had been played 20,000 times and had 599 comments. The more miserable you are, the more people love you. Chapter 27: The Beauty in the Store. Lin Tao's watermelon selling business came to an end. In just 10 days, he sold 200,000 kilograms of watermelons and earned 420,000 yuan, which was something he had never imagined. These days, he slept in the store almost every day. He was so busy during the day that he didn't even have time to go to the toilet. It is no exaggeration to say that he was exhausted as a dog. Now that his fruit shop has a certain model and profit, Lin Tao decided to recruit 2 clerks and renovate the store. There are hundreds or even thousands of kinds of fruits, each with different properties. In the past, selling lychees or watermelons were all sold in a relatively simple and crude way, but this does not apply to all fruits. For example, when Lin Tao was selling watermelons this time, he found that many people bought several watermelons, but they were too heavy to carry. Some people also asked if they could buy half a watermelon. Some young people also asked if the store had watermelon juice. Lin Tao thought that different people have different demands for fruits. In addition to selling watermelons as whole fruits, they can also be sliced, minced, and squeezed into juice. This will increase the added value of the watermelon, but it also requires manpower, and Lin Tao alone cannot do it. Recruiting shop assistants, under 25 years old, 1 male and 1 female, monthly salary starting from 8,000, overtime pay is calculated separately. Lin Tao posted a recruitment notice at the door of the store. What, monthly salary starting from 8,000? Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit shop, opposite, was shocked again when he saw Lin Tao's recruitment notice. For a shop assistant selling fruit, 3,000 or 4,000 yuan is usually enough, but Lin Tao doubled his salary. Do you think this guy has lost his mind? He is losing money even when selling fruits. The rent is so high, and the salary of 2 store employees is 16,000 yuan. How can he make any money? Zhang Dehua asked doubtfully. Why do you care about other people's business? It's his business how he wants to do things. Don't stare at others. Last time, you lost 20,000 yuan on that batch of watermelons. How are you going to compensate for it? Take it out of your private money, said his wife Wan Hong fiercely. The last time Zhang Dehua followed Lin Tao to sell watermelons, he unexpectedly suffered a huge loss. Not only did he not make any money, he also lost nearly 20,000 yuan. Even though he has been in the fruit industry for many years, he has also made mistakes. So the price of fruit has huge fluctuations. Some people become rich overnight, while others suffer huge losses overnight. After Lin Tao posted the recruitment notice, it attracted quite a few people to come to the store for consultation. I'm 32, a full-time mother with 2 children at home. I'm free during the day. Can I come to work part-time? I just retired last year. Can I come to work? The salary can be a little lower. I used to sell pork, and I can cut meat very quickly. Can I help you sell fruit? Because the salary offered by Lin Tao was higher than the market price, quite a few people came to apply for the job. The reason why Lin Tao offered high salaries was that he had a basic idea about the requirements for his shop assistants. First, the age of the employees cannot be too old. Although hiring some old ladies is low cost, their whole store gives people a feeling of being old-fashioned and lacking vitality. Secondly, most young people, as still unmarried, have no family burden, are full of energy, and can devote themselves better to work. Furthermore, the retail industry also values appearance. A shop assistant with good looks can attract customers' attention. Whether it is their tofu shisha or their betel nut shisha, they were once popular on the internet. Therefore, Lin Tao's requirement for the store clerks is that they must be handsome men and beautiful women, and serve as the face of the store. At this time, a boy walked in. He is 1.78 meters tall, has short hair, and bright eyes, giving people a sunny feeling. Boss, my name is Ding Mo, and I want to apply for a job. Lin Tao asked him to sit down and had a brief chat with him. He said that he had a college degree, his parents were laid off and his family was average, so he entered society very early and worked as a restaurant waiter and a courier. He was able to endure hardships and withstand pressure. He looked decent and was nimble, so Lin Tao had a good first impression of him. Boss, are you still hiring? Another girl with pigtails walked in. She has a youthful face and fair skin. She is wearing a V-neck tights, and her cleavage is faintly visible. Her name is Guan Rong, she is 22 years old, and she worked as a receptionist in a company for 2 years. She resigned after being harassed by her boss. This time she came to apply for the position of fruit shop clerk, purely because of the monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Lin Tao was quite satisfied with the 2 young people, Ding Mo and Guan Rong, and had already made a decision in his mind. Okay, it's just you two. Lin Tao said happily. Don't underestimate this job of selling fruits. As long as you do a good job, you can realize your life value. In addition to the basic salary of 8,000, I will also give you shares. As long as there is a profit every month, you can get dividends. Lin Tao painted a rosy picture for the 2 young people. What? Can you get dividends even from selling fruits? After hearing this, Ding Mo and Guan Rong were even more amazed. Don't worry, boss. We will try our best, they said in unison. Lin Tao knows that people are the crucial core competitiveness, whether in a company or in a store. He offers high salaries so that they can work in the fruit store without any worries and wholeheartedly. As for equity dividends, linking the store's profits with their income will make them feel a sense of belonging and increase their loyalty to the store. You should go for a physical checkup in the next 2 days and get a health certificate, and report in next Monday. Lin Tao was very satisfied with the 2 young people. Okay, thank you, boss. The 2 young men were very happy to get the job. After seeing off the 2 young men, a contractor came in with 2 workers. Boss, are you going to renovate this place? Asked the contractor. Yes, look, here, right here, about 10 square meters, I want to make an isolation room. Lin Tao pointed to the door. It turned out that Lin Tao planned to isolate a closed room in the store and place some tables and chairs. Some fruits can be processed inside. If customers buy fruits, they can rest and eat inside if necessary. It's similar to a rest area at a family mart. This will further enrich the way of selling fruits in future business. Okay, you can do this quickly. Just clean up the site, install aluminum doors and windows, install a bar, and connect water and electricity. The contractor estimated the workload. How long will it take to finish? I need to do business in this storefront. Lin Tao asked. Buy materials and start work immediately. It will take no more than 3 days, the contractor replied. Lin Tao nodded in approval. Now his fruit shop is just starting out and slowly getting on the right track. Many functions need to be done in advance to make full preparations for future sales. As the decoration workers came in, Lin Tao handed the shop over to them. He changed into clean clothes and went to Huangpu Plaza in the city center. He still had an important matter to do, which had been on his mind for a long time. Now that Lin Tao has a certain financial strength, he is also capable of doing this. Welcome to the Cartier store, sir, what would you like to buy? The clerk at the luxury store Cartier opened the door for Lin Tao. Well, I want to see if there are any better jewelry. Lin Tao asked. Okay, please come this way. Is this for your girlfriend? Asked the clerk. Yes, yes. Lin Tao replied shyly. Chapter 28, he is bankrupt but still has a lot of glory. These days, Fan Feifei has contributed a lot to Lin Tao's fruit shop. Not only did he argue for Lin Tao and persuade Mr. Fan to take over the store, but he also came to the store every now and then to help Lin Tao personally. To be honest, without Fan Feifei's encouragement, Lin Tao would never have been able to persist until now. Lin Tao has made some money now, and he wants to buy Fan Feifei a gift to express his gratitude. He knew that the Fan family was wealthy and that Fan Feifei would definitely not be interested in ordinary things, so he came to Huangpu Plaza and planned to buy a piece of Cartier jewelry. Lin Tao vaguely remembered that his ex-girlfriend Zhao Manli once asked him to buy a Cartier ring, but because it was too expensive, Lin Tao never agreed. Unexpectedly, the second time she came, she would buy it for her best friend Fan Feifei. But this time, he did it willingly. Sir, what do you think of these new models of rings? The shopping guide at the counter introduced enthusiastically. Lin Tao shook his head. Giving a ring as a gift was not serious enough. It would seem too formal. He glanced elsewhere and a shining platinum pendant caught his attention. Sir, you have good taste. This is our new Heart Platinum series this year, which means love is stronger than gold. I believe your girlfriend will like it. The waiter replied. Fan Feifei has a slender neck and beautiful collarbone. If she wears this necklace, she will be radiant. When Lin Tao saw the price, which was a little over 20,000, he felt that he could afford it. Please let me take it out and have a look. Lin Tao was a little tempted by the necklace. The waiter put on gloves and took the necklace out of the glass case. Hey, isn't this Lin Tao? Why are you here? At this time, a woman with a slightly chubby figure and a man walked over. Lin Tao looked up and saw that she looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he said, Are you Liu Ji? It turned out that she was Lin Tao's college classmate. She was jumping around in the college alumni chat group and spoke ill of Lin Tao. This woman is very petty and likes to stir up trouble. You are here too. This is my boyfriend. He is a department manager of a Fortune 500 company and has 2 houses at home. Liu Ji said proudly. Showing off your boyfriend. Lin Tao felt disgusted. His good mood was completely ruined by her. Do you two know each other? Liu Ji's boyfriend asked. He's the one I mentioned, the one who jumped into the river after going bankrupt last time. Liu Ji said directly without any hesitation. Liu Ji's boyfriend suddenly burst out laughing and looked at Lin Tao as if he was looking at a gorilla in a zoo. Is he the one selling fruits? The one you always say is the poorest and least capable one in the class. Liu Ji's boyfriend muttered. Although his words were very soft, Lin Tao still heard them. Too much. It would have been fine if they just teased Lin Tao in the group, but they actually spoke rudely to his face. What a pair of bastards. Lin Tao didn't want to pay any attention to them. He took the necklace from the waiter and admired it carefully without looking away. Wow, this is the latest model of heart necklace. It costs more than 20,000 yuan. Can you afford it? Liu Ji came up and asked. In Liu Ji's eyes, Lin Tao failed in business, was heavily in debt, and lived a poor life. He doesn't have the money to spend 20,000 yuan to buy a necklace. This little bit of money is nothing. Even a pauper like me can afford it. You won't think it's too expensive, right? Lin Tao snorted coldly. Lin Tao's words were provocative. I can afford it even if I don't have money. What about you rich people? Can you afford it? When Liu Ji heard this, she was furious. She was actually being laughed at by a bankrupt Lin Tao? What a shame. It's just a necklace, do you think I can't afford it? Honey, you said last time you would give me a birthday present, why don't you buy me a necklace? Liu Ji said coquettishly to her boyfriend beside her. Your birthday is in 2 months, and we're just here for a stroll, said the boyfriend, wiping his sweat. Oh, it's your birthday soon, why don't you buy it first? Liu Ji pulled her boyfriend to the counter, looking unwilling to give in. Lin Tao could see that her boyfriend was somewhat reluctant, but he couldn't stop his girlfriend Liu Ji from pestering him. If you don't want to buy it, please move aside. You are blocking my light. After saying that, Lin Tao placed the pendant in his palm to observe it, deliberately saying that Liu Ji was blocking the light. Who said I don't want to buy it? Liu Ji was so angry that she pointed at a pendant in the cabinet and said, Waiter, please help me get this. Lin Tao took a closer look and found that this necklace was priced at 58,000 yuan. Although they both belong to the Heart series, the 20,000 yuan piece owned by Lin Tao is a low-end version that only comes in platinum, while the one Liu Ji likes is a high-end version with a circle of diamonds, which is even more eye-catching. 58,000. When Liu Ji's boyfriend saw the price, he couldn't help but take a breath and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Apparently, he felt the price was a bit high. Liu Ji put this high-end version pendant in front of her chest and gestured. It was sparkling and really brought out the charm of a woman. The more she looked at it, the happier she became. There's no need for diamonds. The ones with diamonds will be much more expensive. Mine is more economical. Lin Tao sneered deliberately. What a joke! My boyfriend is a manager at a Fortune 500 company with a monthly salary of more than 30,000 yuan. How could he not be able to afford it? Liu Ji retorted. Once a woman sees something better, she will disdain the worse. Regardless of whether what Liu Ji said about her boyfriend earning 30,000 yuan a month was true or not, Lin Tao noticed him and his legs began to tremble. When he first walked in here, he had a heroic look on his face, but now after hearing the price of 58,000, he was stunned and pale. Do you really want to buy this necklace? The boyfriend asked in a low voice. I think it's pretty good. It's only over 50,000. You won't mind, right? Liu Ji asked back. No, I don't mind. As long as you like it. It can be seen that the boyfriend is also in a difficult situation. Lin Tao, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you laugh at me? 58,000, do you really think I can't afford it? You underestimate me too much. Miss, if you like it, can I pack it for you first? The waiter came forward and said. Liu Ji glanced at Lin Tao, looking very proud, like a victorious rooster. This chapter is not over yet. Nervous smiley. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 29 Golden Pillow Jurian assists. It has 210,000 views, more than 1,200 comments, 98 collections, and 320 reposts, and is followed by more than 1,000 fans. Lin Tao posted a cutting melon and showing his misery video on the Donghua video platform yesterday, and the data was so good that it was beyond his expectations. And the profits came out, a total of 770 yuan. Lin Tao's filming cost was only 20 watermelons, which is 180 yuan. After deducting these, he still earned nearly 600 yuan from this miserable video. It turns out that there is really money to be made by playing the victim. This seemed to have allowed Lin Tao to find a shortcut to making money. I bought 3 watermelons a few days ago and they were all raw. I didn't expect that someone was worse off than me. I'm so happy. I don't want to eat watermelon. I'd rather eat cantaloupe. It's guaranteed to be sweet. Boss, you're really not suitable for selling fruit. Why don't you sell walnuts instead? Seeing such plausible comments under the video, Lin Tao did not get angry, but laughed until his hands and feet cramped. Under the current fast-paced life and work pressure, watching people feel miserable is indeed very relaxing. Enhance your sense of superiority by learning from other people's tragic experiences. Perhaps it is more useful than listening to the big talk of those illusory successful people. Lin Tao, what are you busy with? Fan Feifei came to the store wearing a dress. Today is the weekend, and I didn't expect her to come in the morning. The last batch of watermelons has been sold out, so I'm taking this opportunity to renovate the store, Lin Tao explained. He briefed Fan Feifei on his plan to interview 2 store clerks a few days ago and to set up a rest area in the store. It's too tiring for you to do it alone, so you need to hire someone. Do you mean to cut the fruit or squeeze the juice here? I love drinking orange juice, so I'll help you squeeze it then. Fan Feifei said happily. She is like a child who has been in a cage for a long time and is always full of curiosity about new things outside. You are a rich lady, I can't afford to hire you. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you. After saying that, Lin Tao took out a jewelry box from the cabinet. Why are you giving me this gift? As soon as Fan Feifei saw its origin, she knew it was a heavyweight gift. In fact, Lin Tao doesn't know how to buy gifts. He doesn't know the size of clothes or the model of cosmetics. The only thing he can do is give jewelry, because jewelry is a panacea. No matter if it is a girl or an old woman, women of all ages like it. Thank you for helping me all this time. Without you, there would be no me today. I made a little money these days, so I wanted to express my gratitude. Lin Tao said. Fan Feifei carefully took the box from Lin Tao and opened it. Wow, a crystal clear diamond necklace appeared before her eyes. This is from Cartier, oh no. It's too expensive, I can't accept it. Fan Feifei waved her hand. She was sincerely helping Lin Tao, and of course there was also an element of liking for him, perhaps it was driven by love. Lin Tao was also a little amused. In fact, he originally just wanted to buy an ordinary brand necklace, but who knew that his college classmate Liu Ji would interfere and he ended up buying a diamond necklace worth 150,000 yuan. But Lin Tao did not regret it. This little money was nothing. It not only hit Liu Ji's arrogance, but also made him cherish his relationship with Fan Feifei more. Well, actually this necklace is not expensive. I asked a friend to give me a discount, so it's actually very cheap in the end. Lin Tao hesitantly said. Your fruit shop is just starting out now, and you will have many places to spend money in the future. Don't spend money recklessly for me. Fan Feifei said seriously. She was right. The fruit business was unstable. Sometimes it made money and sometimes it lost money. Keep some money with you in case of emergency. Lin Tao does have a lot of foreign debt, but he is now confident that he can cope with it. Okay, I get it. I know my limits. But please accept this gift, Lin Tao replied. Fan Feifei knew that this was Lin Tao's gift of love, and since he had already bought the necklace, he couldn't return it, right? Besides, this necklace is really beautiful. Please help me put it on, let me try. Fan Feifei said shyly. It seemed that she accepted it, and Lin Tao was very happy. He took out the necklace from the box and put it on Fan Feifei's neck. The glittering diamond set off her fair skin, making her even more radiant. You have really good taste. Fan Feifei said as she looked down at the necklace. She was also very happy at this moment. Lin Tao could buy her gifts, which meant that he had come out of the shadow of his previous failure and his fruit business was also picking up. Wearing the diamond necklace, Fan Feifei is incomparably beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. However, no matter how precious the jewelry is, it cannot highlight her charming temperament. By the way, I came here today and brought you some food. Fan Feifei suddenly remembered something and took out a box from her bag. Lin Tao sniffed, and a strong smell of fragrance hit him in the face. Did you buy durian? It was a unique durian smell. On the way here, I saw a roadside vendor selling durian. I have loved durian since I was a child, and my father buys it for me every week. This time I bought half a durian. Let's eat it together. Fan Feifei said. Durian is known as their king of fruits on the internet and has a group of loyal fans in China. On major online platforms, articles and videos about durian have high click-through rates. It is indeed a very popular fruit. Once you eat durian, you will be addicted. As she was speaking, Fan Feifei picked up a piece of golden Thai durian flesh, put it in her mouth and devoured it with relish, looking as if she was enjoying it. This durian is too expensive. One bite costs 30 yuan. Fan Feifei joked. Durian is expensive. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Tao's mind. He remembered the system reward he had drawn before, get 10 times the cash back of the actual amount paid by the customer. Lin Tao was hesitating about choosing products, and now he had an idea. Durian cannot be grown in China at present, but the Thai golden pillow durian is the best-selling durian in the country and is almost synonymous with durian. Although the price of Thai golden pillow durian is not high in the durian family, it is indeed very expensive compared to other fruits. Usually a pound of durian costs more than 30 yuan. For example, a 7-pound durian costs more than 200 yuan. The system gives 10 times cash back on actual payment, and of course the higher the average customer spending on fruit, the better. This is perfect for their high-priced durian. Great, you are really my god of wealth. Lin Tao was so happy. The durian sent by Fan Feifei made him suddenly enlightened. God of wealth. What's wrong with me? Fan Feifei was even more confused. Lin Tao has found the best fruit for 10x cashback, which, if successful, will bring him huge wealth. Fan Feifei was a great assist. Feifei, you love durian so much, why don't I buy some durian to sell? Lin Tao said. Really? That's great, I love eating durian. Fan Feifei said happily. Not only Fan Feifei likes to eat durian, there are many fans who love to eat durian. Chapter 30, Cold Face and Red Eyes. The renovation of Lin Tao's fruit shop has entered its third day and the construction period is nearing completion. He cleared out a space in the store with a bar, a sink, 3 tables and 8 chairs. If a customer buys fruit and needs to eat it immediately, he can ask the store staff to prepare it for free, and the customer can also choose to eat it in the store. This enriches the fruit selling scene. Of course, this area is still in a trial stage, and whether this approach can work remains to be tested by the market. Lin Tao returned home, took a shower, and lay on the bed. He found that another mobile phone screen showed that there were more than 200 unread chat records. It turned out to be that university alumni chat group. What's going on? He flipped to the top of the chat history and saw that it was Liu Ji's speech, venting all her resentment about buying the necklace to the group. I went to Cartier yesterday. Guess who I ran into? Even if I give you 8 lifetimes, you won't be able to guess. It's the bankrupt Lin Tao. He lost a lot of money in business and is deeply in debt, but he still has the nerve to buy a necklace worth more than 100,000 yuan as a gift. After trying to swell up his face and pretend to be rich, now the old lie is so arrogant. Liu Ji was indignant in the group and tried to discredit Lin Tao to vent her anger. Lin Tao thought, it was you who was looking for trouble in the Cartier store, and now you blame me? Even if you go bankrupt, so what? Did I spend your money? Lin Tao felt that Liu Ji was completely unreasonable and mentally abnormal, and she couldn't stand anyone being better than her. Especially Lin Tao, whom she looked down upon, actually climbed over her head. Sister Liu, did Lin Tao really buy a necklace worth more than 100,000 yuan? That's impossible. He lost money the last time he sold lychees and watermelons. I think he's probably hooking up with a rich woman. His skin is all he has, and he'll be squeezed dry sooner or later. For a person addicted to debt, what's the difference between owing $1 million and owing $2 million? After Liu Ji brought up the topic, the university alumni in the group started to make unrealistic associations. Lin Tao found these chat records funny. You guys don't write novels, what a waste of talent. I bought a necklace for myself, there's no need for you to be so jealous, right? Who did Lin Tao offend? Didn't his girlfriend break up with him? Who would be interested in a poor loser like him? Liu Ji said. Debts, the end of debts is deception, cheating money and people, and starting to fall step by step. If he gets into trouble outside, don't tell anyone that he's our alumnus. If that gets out, the school will be ruined. Wow. This is complete nonsense about Lin Tao, based on hearsay and completely untrue. Lin Tao was furious. Later I thought about it and decided to forget it. The fact that I became a topic of discussion was the result of my persistence in selling my misery. You can be angry if you want, but if you get sick from it, Lin Tao won't pay for the medical expenses. After reading the second half of the chat record, Lin Tao felt that these alumni were extremely childish. After being led by Liu Ji, he criticized Lin Tao without any reason. Perhaps he was just bored and had nothing to do. Lin Tao gradually felt that this was a kind of internet pathology. Anyway, no matter what, just step on others and vent your anger. No matter whether you are right or wrong, you don't have to take any responsibility. As long as you are happy, you don't care about other people's life or death. Lin Tao smiled bitterly and said, the more you hope I go bankrupt, the more I will go bankrupt to show you. My life after going bankrupt is better than any of yours. Damn it, I'm going to piss you off to death. Early the next morning, Lin Tao went to the Southeast Fruit Wholesale Market to check the supply of durian. Durian is mainly produced in Southeast Asia. Malaysia's D197 Musang King is the most famous, while Thailand's Golden Pillow durian has the largest market. As for Vietnam's Gan Yao durian, its quality is unstable. In January and February every year, Thailand's Tamani and Kalan durians are the first to appear on the market. Their quality and taste are pretty good, but their cores are too large and the flesh yield is low. When the golden pillow durian from eastern Thailand comes on the scene in March, other durians pale in comparison. With its rich aroma, smooth flesh, small and sweet core and many other advantages, the Thai golden pillow durian is well deserved to be the synonym of durian. The Thai golden pillow durian from March to June has the lowest price and the best quality. After July, the durian from southern Thailand will come into season. At this time, the price of durian starts to rise, and the proportion of raw, dead, and stiff fruits increases significantly, so customers are at a greater risk when opening a durian blind box. Durian is a magical fruit with many fans and high stickiness, but it also causes headaches for importers, wholesalers, retailers, and customers. All links in the durian business say they cannot make money. Because durian is expensive and of unstable quality, there are many customer complaints. For retailers, if one durian goes bad, basically all the profits for the day are gone. However, many people buy it, and it is a very popular fruit in the summer. Retailers have no choice but to raise prices to maintain profitability. Therefore, the price of durian has been rising all the way. By winter, the price of Thai golden pillow durian is even as high as 80 yuan per kati, almost catching up with the liquid nitrogen Musang King. Lin Tao had sold golden pillow durian before, but the customer return rate was very high, and he almost sold them out with tears, and made no money at all. Of course, the biggest reason for the dead durian fruit is that the durian is picked when it is 80% ripe on the tree. This results in some durian being unripe or bland. But we have to do this. It takes more than 10 days to clear customs from Thailand to Yunnan, and it takes several more days to transport it from Yunnan to the rest of the country. Durian that is fully ripe on the tree will become overripe due to the long transportation period. Under the current circumstances, this is almost an unsolvable problem. Boss, do you want some durian? They just arrived yesterday. At the wholesale market, a vendor called Lin Tao. Usually in a wholesale market, there are more than a dozen shops selling durian, and the sources of goods are similar. Thai golden pillow durian is generally divided into a fruit and bee fruit, with a price difference of 3 or 4 yuan per pound. A fruit refers to good fruit, with a thin shell, lots of flesh, and generally 5 compartments. Fruit bee is inferior, with a thicker shell and even missing pods. The wholesale price of Thai golden pillow durian generally ranges from 15 yuan katis to 40 yuan katis. The retail price is generally not lower than 18 yuan. If there is durian sold for less than 15 yuan, either the quality is problematic or it is weighed too little. Durian wholesale also has brands. The quality of big brands is relatively better, and the after-sales service is guaranteed, but the price is also higher. Lin Tao has a fruit attribute spell system that can change the attributes of fruits, so he doesn't seek the best, and high-cost performance is the kingly way. Most of the durians in this box have opened. Lin Tao said as he opened the box. The opening of durian means it is ripe and tastes just right, but due to the hot weather, the opened durian needs to be sold quickly, otherwise it will go bad easily. How much do you want? It'll be cheaper if you buy more, the stall owner shouted. About 500 boxes. Lin Tao said. What? 500 boxes? The gross weight of a box of durian is 36 kilograms and the net weight is about 32 kilograms. Even large supermarkets like Hippo and RT Mart cannot sell 30 boxes of durian a day. 500 boxes of durian almost account for half of the durian in the entire wholesale market. You are not kidding, the stall owner asked in surprise. Har har, I will eat as many durians as you have. Lin Tao said disapprovingly. Lin Tao knew that as long as his durian was of good quality and cheap, he would have no trouble selling it. The system offers a 10x cashback. The more Lin Tao sells, the more he will earn. Chapter 31. The soft and fragrant fragrance shocked the whole audience. In the end, Lin Tao negotiated 500 boxes of durian. The stall owner originally quoted a box price of 850 yuan, but gave Lin Tao 800 yuan per box. The stall owner laughed and said that he only made 10 yuan per box. For fruits in wholesale markets, the main thing to look at is the turnover rate, commonly known as how fast it runs. The longer the fruit stays in your hands, the greater the risk. The two parties agreed that the goods would arrive tomorrow night, and Lin Tao also agreed to pay a 60% deposit first and the remaining balance within 3 days. After all, Lin Tao couldn't come up with nearly 400,000 yuan in cash at once. Lin Tao knew that after a short break of a few days, the fruit shop would face another challenge. But what is different this time is that he recruited 2 shop assistants to help sell durian. In order to get the 10 times cash back given by the system, Lin Tao is determined to go all out, go for it. At around 9 o'clock the next evening, 8 Iveco trucks arrived and surrounded the entrance of the store at number 100 Pudu Road. 500 boxes of Thai Golden Pillow durian arrived all at once. Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong Fruit Shop, opposite, was really shocked when he saw so many Iveco trucks lined up in a long line. What is this kid Lin Tao going to do now? This scene is terrible. After a while, he smelled the scent of durian in the air. Oh no, it's durian. Zhang Dehua was immediately horrified. Zhang Dehua's fruit shop also sells Thai Golden Pillow durian. Due to their high customer stickiness and extensive after-sales service, he has basically broken even on durian sales in recent years. However, he noticed that most of the customers who bought durian were wealthy people, and a high proportion of them were sold other high-end fruits as well. If Zhang Dehua loses durian, his signature dish that attracts old customers, his turnover will drop further. Wife, it's bad, that guy is going to sell durian. Zhang Dehua sounded the alarm to Wan Hong. So many trucks. He has imported hundreds of boxes of durian. The price of durian is high now, can he sell them all? Wan Hong said. Zhang Dehua's purchase price is about 27 yuan per kati, and his selling price is 42 yuan per kati. Even though there is a profit of nearly 60%, in reality, even 5% of the profit cannot be maintained. Does he think durian is watermelon? The biggest trouble with durian is the after-sales problem. By then, he will lose everything he has. Zhang Dehua muttered. The most feared thing when selling durian is after-sales problems, such as being too raw, too ripe, not sweet, or having too little flesh. They will even directly ask for an after-sales service if the fruit is not tasty enough. It is common for store owners and customers to argue with each other. Because the average customer spending on durian is so high, no one is willing to bear the loss. If durian can solve the after-sales problem, that would be great. Money can be easily made and customers will come in droves. This time, Zhang Dehua will never follow blindly like he did with watermelon last time. He knows that for durian, without certain level of strength, it will be impossible to succeed. Let us wait and see how Lin Tao loses money this time. 500 boxes of durian were unloaded one after another, stacked one on top of the other, almost filling up Lin Tao's fruit shop. Currently, the cooldown time for Lin Tao to use the system is for days, so he can only try to buy as much fruit as possible at one time to make full use of his skills. With excitement, Lin Tao clicked on the electronic panel. Bite. It is detected that their host is located at number 100 Pudu Road, which meets the conditions for using the skill. Do you want to use their freshness, sweetness, or crispy sweet soft skills on this batch of durian? Whether. There are currently 3 fruit properties that can be improved, namely freshness, sweetness and taste. Lin Tao feels that for durian, the most important thing is the taste. The sweet and smooth flesh stimulates the taste buds and makes you feel so refreshed that your soul will leave your body. Soft and sticky durian is delicious. So, Lin Tao confirmed yes with his eyes and chose their soft and sticky skill with ease. Soft and sticky skill can increase the softness of fruits, making them smoother when eaten. This effect can last for 6 days LV3. Whether. Lin Tao confirmed it with his eyes again. Bite. Their soft and sticky skill is in use, currently loading 5%, remaining time 6 minutes. After the system is loaded, the durian flesh will become soft and glutinous, and the duration is 6 days LV4. Soft and sticky skill 100% loaded. Before we knew it, the system had improved the soft and glutinous taste of the 500 boxes of Thai Golden Pillow durian in the store. In an instant, their whole room was filled with the fragrant smell of durian, as if one was in a durian orchard. Lin Tao couldn't wait to open a durian. The golden durian flesh was very tempting. He took out a large piece of durian flesh and held it in his palm. It was a little crispy on the outside, but as smooth as egg white on the inside. It makes people involuntarily eager to move. Lin Tao gently put the durian flesh into his mouth and cracked it with his teeth. The moment his tongue touched the flesh, a refreshing feeling rushed to his forehead. The smooth durian flesh has a fragrant taste and melts in your mouth. It has an irresistible sweet and glutinous feeling, even better than cheese. It's so delicious. Lin Tao praised it highly. The softness and stickiness are just right, and the excellent taste makes Lin Tao linger on it for a long time. Soon, a whole room of durian pulp was finished by Lin Tao. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would probably not be able to stop eating. Refreshing, refreshing to the heart and lungs. Even the whole person feels a little bit ecstatic. Success. Lin Tao was very excited. Everyone knew that the durian business was difficult to do, but with such a great taste, was he still afraid that no one would buy the durian? For every piece of durian sold, the system can give you a 10-fold cashback. These are not durians at all, they are clearly golden eggs. The next morning, Lin Tao arrived at the store door and saw a lot of people gathered at the door. What's that strong smell? It must be durian, right? I smelled the fragrance at midnight yesterday, and I thought the refrigerator door was not closed properly. The more fragrant the durian is, the better it tastes. Why hasn't the boss opened the shop yet? Wow, these people all came here because of the smell of durian. There are 500 boxes of durian, which means the fragrance of almost 3,000 durians can be smelled even in the streets and alleys 100 meters away. This is, in a sense, another form of free advertising. Boss, we're here. At this time, new employees Ding Mo and Guan Rong also came to report for the first day. Chapter 32, 7 Rooms of Durian Meat. When they heard that someone was going to open a durian on the spot, the onlookers stretched their necks and looked forward to it. Lin Tao knows that whether this batch of durians can be a success depends on whether the durian in his hand can perform well. Guan Rong, help me get a pair of disposable gloves and 2 boxes from the cabinet. Lin Tao decided to do it himself. This 5.2 jin durian was slightly cracked in Lin Tao's hand and felt very full. Generally, 4 pieces of meat would break even, and 5 pieces of meat would mean profit. Of course, the size of the house can be large or small, this cannot be controlled, we can only see it by looking at it. Soon, Guan Rong handed over gloves and a box. Lin Tao put on gloves, held a long-handled fruit knife in his right hand, and pried it open from the crack. When the crack opened wider, he put down the fruit knife and used his hands to pry open the durian shell. This room is so beautiful and big, a customer nearby shouted. Lin Tao broke open the durian shell, and the crescent-shaped golden flesh appeared before his eyes. It looks plump and full. Lin Tao presses it gently with his hand and feels both elastic and soft. This is a room of excellent ripe durian flesh. Lin Tao carefully took out all the garbage, placed it in a box in full view of everyone, and weighed it, finding it weighed 310 grams. The durian flesh in this room is beautiful. It's very soft at first glance. My mouth is watering just looking at this. It's so tempting. Although this durian is not big, the flesh inside is really big. When the first breast was opened, everyone praised it and the fashionable lady was also delighted. Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the knife and prepared to pry open the second breast. Crack! The second piece of meat was opened smoothly. It was still golden and soft, but a little small, only 160 grams. Every breast is different, some are big and some are small. Some rooms look big but are empty inside, while some rooms look small but are full of space inside. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tao quickly opened up the third breast. Only 100 grams. When held in the hand, it is only slightly larger than the palm. Boss, your durian is not good. Why is it getting smaller and smaller? I estimate that this durian has at most 4 pods of flesh. So, when buying durian, you can't just look at the price. If the fruit is small, it's better to buy the one with a high price and lots of flesh. As the second and third chambers did not produce good results, Lin Tao was under great psychological pressure. Who can I blame for this durian not growing flesh? Blame the durian tree. Boss, are you okay? If not, let me help you. Ding Mo, who was standing aside, so that Lin Tao's movements slowed down. Oh, I'm fine, take a breath. Lin Tao continued. The third chamber of durian flesh has already opened, and the fourth chamber of flesh is the key, and it is very likely to be the last chamber of flesh of this durian. It can be seen that the fashionable woman is also very nervous. Whether the money she spends is worth it depends on this piece of meat. The fourth part of the body is crucial. Open. Lin Tao used a little force and successfully opened the fourth breast of flesh. The fourth loin meat and the third loin meat are brothers in distress, only 110 grams. So far, this 5.2 Jin golden pillow durian has produced 680 grams of flesh, with a flesh yield of 25%, which is just around the passing line. Relatively speaking, the flesh is still relatively small. The flesh of the first durian cell was very large and eye-catching, but the flesh of the second, third and fourth cells dropped precipitously. The tone is very high, but the follow-up is disappointing. There's only this little bit of meat, the fashionable lady couldn't help but mutter. Some of the customers watching nearby laughed out loud, while others comforted the woman, saying that this kind of thing was all about luck. Boss, your durian looks round, but the flesh inside is hollow. Forget it, forget it. It's not easy for the boss either. He doesn't have X-ray vision. I can take these durian shells home and make porridge. It can't be that little. I think there should be some meat in there. Boss, please look for it again. Some people laughed at him, some people comforted him, and Lin Tao felt even more psychologically stressed. Such a good start, is it going to end here? Lin Tao ignored what everyone said and continued to concentrate on turning over the durian shell, trying to find another piece of flesh. Hey, there seems to be some movement here. Lin Tao picked up his knife, cut in, and then pried it open with force. Wow! The aroma of durian wafts into the air, and the fifth room is shocked. When put on the scale, it weighs a full 250 grams, almost the same as the first breast meat. A long-lost smile finally appeared on Lin Tao's face. This is a good deal, but I didn't expect there would be a big reversal in the end. I told you at the beginning, this beautiful durian must have a lot of flesh. Why do I feel happier watching others buy durian than buying it myself? It really takes real strength to open a durian, but when Lin Tao opened the fifth piece of meat, public opinion began to praise him overwhelmingly. From the first to the fifth breast, it is a wave curve. The onlookers cannot understand that the person involved, Lin Tao, is feeling like a roller coaster. After adding the flesh yield of this 5.2 Jin durian reaches 36%, which is already at an upper middle level. The fashionable woman also showed a long-lost smile. Guan Rong on the side closed the box and prepared to hand the durian meat to the woman. Wait a minute, there may be another room of meat. Lin Tao carefully observed the remaining durian shell and found that there was still space. What? And the pulp? Many onlookers who were about to leave immediately stopped and looked closely at the knife in Lin Tao's hand. 5-cell durian is basically the limit of Thai golden pillow durian. If there are 6-cell durian, it is the best of the best. Everyone held their breath. The shop was completely silent, with only a few butterflies flying around. Pupils of all sizes were focused on Lin Tao's hands. Lin Tao aimed at a petal-shaped shell and cut it with a knife. With a hiss, he broke the two shells apart. It's durian flesh. There's really durian flesh. Rich and fragrant, golden durian flesh. It really is the sixth chamber of flesh. Lin Tao opened it out. It is Lin Tao who opened the sixth chamber of flesh. Everyone was amazed and the scene was boiling. Lin Tao took out the sixth breast and put it on the scale. It weighed 160 grams, which was not small. Including the sixth loin, the total meat output is 935 grams, and the meat yield reaches an astonishing 42%. Perfect. Lin Tao felt relieved and put the sixth piece of meat into the box. The process of opening the durian flesh today was full of twists and turns. Unexpectedly, the last two pieces of flesh had a shocking reversal. At the last moment, Lin Tao withstood the pressure, persevered to the end, and opened an incredible 6-piece meat. Boss, your durian is so good, with so much meat. The fashionable woman took the durian box and couldn't help but praise Lin Tao. She only spent 130 yuan today and bought 2 full boxes of durian meat, which was a real bargain. You're welcome. If it's delicious, come again next time. Lin Tao said with a smile. Durian is a very sticky fruit. People who love it will not be able to stop eating it once they try the right durian. Boss, help me pick a 6-cell durian too. I want to buy 2. I will eat the open one today and keep the other open for tomorrow. This smells so good, I have to buy it. The first durian was successfully opened, which attracted many onlookers who paid money to buy it. Please wait a moment. The fashionable woman was carrying a box and had already walked 10 steps away from Lin Tao's shop when she was suddenly stopped by Lin Tao. What's wrong? Did I drop something? The fashionable woman turned around and asked in surprise. Lin Tao picked up a durian shell, shook it next to his ear a few times, and then said, "There's still a piece of meat left." What? 6 pieces of meat have been sold, and there is still 1 piece of meat left. This is impossible. The fashionable woman's expression was petrified instantly. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Could it be that there was really a 7th room durian miracle, as Lin Tao said? Chapter 33: Selling Fruits Like Play. Whether it is 7-chamber meat or not, the answer lies in Lin Tao's hands. Just now, Lin Tao was about to throw away the remaining durian shell when he felt a shaking feeling in his hand. Is there any durian meat? After hearing what he saw, he quickly called out to the fashionable woman. Impossible. It's already a miracle that 6 pieces of meat have been opened. I have been eating durian for more than 10 years, but I have never seen 7-chamber durian. There is no such thing as a 7-chamber durian in the world. What are you arguing about? If you open the door again, you will know. The crowd was talking again. The durian shell in Lin Tao's hand was already very small, and judging from the appearance, there was no way there was any meat inside. But Lin Tao felt that something seemed to be shaking inside. Without further ado, in full view of everyone, Lin Tao stabbed the durian shell with the tip of the knife again. As the opening grew larger, the onlookers' necks rose higher. It's open, it's open. Lin Tao pulled out a fruit knife and used all his strength to pry it open. Oh my god! Golden durian flesh again. There is actually a piece of flesh hidden between 2 layers of durian walls that are so thin that they can't be any thinner. The 7th room of meat. Eye-opening. This small durian weighing 5.2 jin actually produced 7-lobed flesh. It's really my flesh. The fashionable woman's eyes widened, unable to believe what she saw. The exclamations at the door of the store were getting louder and louder. Oh my god, it's so exciting. Opening a durian is much more exciting than opening a drug. I am also a witness to the 7-room durian. Can I apply for a Guinness World Record for this? Hurry home, I lost a few pieces of durian peel yesterday, turn it over again immediately, maybe there is still meat. Lin Tao put the 7th chamber durian flesh on the scale. Their weight was 180 grams, enough for 2 bites. In this case, the total flesh yield of this durian is more than 1,300 grams, and the flesh yield rate is as high as 50%. It can be called the strongest and most terrifying blind box of golden pillow durian. The crowd was excited and strongly demanded to buy Thai golden pillow durian. Ding, the customer actually paid 208 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 2080 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 186 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1860 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 142 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1420 yuan has been received, please check. The store immediately became busy. Ding Mo and Guan Rong rushed to help, weighing, peeling and selling the durian. Lin Tao kept hearing the notification that his money had arrived at the account with 10 times cash back. Nothing more to say, just make money. Zhang Dehua, the owner of Xiaozhong fruit shop across the street, originally wanted to laugh at Lin Tao's joke, but the more he watched, the more he felt that the rhythm was wrong. Why are there more and more people gathering to watch? There were cheers from the audience. Are they selling durian or performing an opera? And according to his observation, he had sold more than 50 durians in about an hour. Wife, what about this Xiao Lin across the street? He was selling watermelons for almost free, and he was selling durian 2 yuan cheaper than my purchase price. What is he trying to do? Zhang Dehua didn't understand Lin Tao's tricks at all. He sells fruits like it's a game, and we are as stupid as an old ox plowing the land. Times have changed, and we can't keep up with the thinking of young people. Wan Hong sighed. Nowadays, young people are into marketing, videos, and selling products, but a husband and wife fruit shop like theirs still uses more traditional sales methods, like the weeds in the corner, swaying in the wind. The market is so small, and if someone takes a big bite of the cake, there will definitely be less left for you. Humph, that's not the right way anyway. Zhang Dehua said indignantly. He was increasingly confused about Lin Tao. How did he do it, since the fruits he sold were not only cheap but also of good quality? It seemed as if overnight, Lin Tao's fruits started to grow. Incredible. Ever since Lin Tao's fruit business became prosperous, Zhang Dehua's business has been greatly affected, and can even be described as bleak. The sales of a single type of fruit actually exceeded that of all fruit categories, which overturned Zhang Dehua's lifelong cognition. Lin Tao's sweet, tempting, soft, and smooth Thai golden pillow durian quickly became a hit and attracted many buyers. After being systematically improved to make it soft and sticky, the durian pulp tastes like cheese ice cream, melting in your mouth and making you linger. Even some people who have never eaten durian have fallen in love with it. This durian flesh is delicious, fragrant and sticky. It tastes so good that you can't stop eating it. The Malaysian Musang King I've eaten doesn't taste this good. This golden pillow durian is incredible. I can't control myself anymore. I can't stop eating once I start. What should I do? My salary is going to be drained out. Woo woo. Some people bought whole fruits at the scene and enjoyed the pleasure of opening a blind box of durian at home. Some people were afraid that the durian would prick their hands or did not know how to peel it, so they asked Lin Tao and the store clerk to help them peel the flesh. In order to meet the different needs of customers, Lin Tao asked Guan Rong to sit at the bar and peel the flesh for customers, while he and Ding Mo were responsible for selling whole durian fruits. It's no wonder that Lin Tao's rest area did play a certain role in the durian sales this time. Many customers sat directly in the store to eat durian, and there was even a point where they had to queue up to sit on the chairs. Ding, the customer actually paid 167 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1,670 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 220 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 2,200 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 103 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1,030 yuan has been received, please check. And the 10 times cashback from the system is simply a golden lotus emerging from the ground. Seeing the balance in his mobile phone account constantly increasing, Lin Tao felt as if he was in another world. This time I chose the durian with a high average price, and it was the right choice. It is estimated that if 500 boxes of durian are successfully sold, several million can be earned. This money is so good. Lin Tao and his 2 new shop assistants were busy until after 8 o'clock in the evening before they could take a break. So far, there has been no customer after sales service. Lin Tao made a rough count and found that they had sold about 70 boxes of durian in total. The 3 of them took turns and hardly stopped except to eat or go to the toilet. This chapter is not over yet. Nervous smiley, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 34 Encountering a Venomous Critic. The Black Shadow walked straight to the door, stretched out a black glove, and opened the door unceremoniously. What do you want to do? I'm going to call the police. Guan Rong was terrified. Her chest was heaving. Her nervous heart seemed to fall into her throat. She didn't even dare to breathe. I didn't expect to run into a gangster on such a stormy night. The Black Shadow was estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall, with a burly figure under his black windbreaker, and one of his big hands covered with hair, which was chilling. Behind the sunglasses are a pair of sharp and deep eyes. It seems that he is coming with bad intentions. Excuse me, do you still have durian in your store? Asked the shadowy figure. What? Buy durian? The weather is bad and it's night time, but there are still people who want to buy durian. Yes, but... Guan Rong was halfway through her words when a shadowy figure walked in and came to the bar. He took off his black hat, revealing a bald head as bright as a 40W incandescent lamp. It looks like they are not closed yet. I've come at the right time. Weigh me a durian. The shadow man's tone made it impossible to refuse. Guan Rong thought, it's just buying a durian, why make it so mysterious and sneaky? This man looked a little weird, as if he was trying hard to hide his identity, but his eyes never wandered away, and he didn't even glance at the beautiful Guan Rong. As long as it's not rape, it's not a big problem. The Black Shadow walked to the table, took out the imported wet wipes he carried with him, and repeatedly wiped the dining table, then the chairs, meticulously, as if they were furniture in his own home. It feels like I want to wipe off the paint. Misophobia, serious misophobia. Guan Rong turned around, picked up a 7 gin durian, and said, take a look at this durian. How is it? 175 yuan. The shadow didn't even look at it, and waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, okay, peel the meat for me. Only then did Guan Rong see his appearance clearly. The windbreaker was actually from Zegna, the leather shoes were from Gucci, and the watch on his left hand was a Blancpain perpetual calendar. A set of branded clothes costs at least 300,000 yuan. Rich man. He just has a weird temper. When he bought a durian, he acted like an underground gang member. While Guanrong was peeling the durian, the Black Shadow quickly took out a mobile phone and a mobile phone holder and placed them on the table. He opened a live broadcast room called Crow's Food Review. Soon, viewers in the live broadcast room started to show up. Wei Wei smiled scary. Boss, what kind of high-end restaurant is this? Why is it so dark? Attack of the Bunny, I'm so looking forward to it. I just love to see you looking so handsome when you eat others up. I'll exchange my sincerity for your money. The King Crab seafood restaurant you commented on last time closed the next day. The crab legs were all frozen and expired, and the meat was so tough that it hurt my teeth. Institute for the Mentally Retarded, here I am. I love watching this kind of live food tasting, it's so immersive and real. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very high and comments were flying. A hidden smile appeared at the corner of the Black Shadow's mouth. It turns out this person is very important. His online name is Crow, and his real name verified identity on the Douyin platform is Executive Chef of Hill Shield 5-Star Hotel, Vice Chairman of the Magic City Food Association, Michelin 3-Star Chef, and Chief Judge of the 5th Global Food Appreciation Competition. In the food world, Crow is the ceiling among authorities, the authority among ceilings. In addition to his high reputation in the food industry, he also has a side job in private, which is to live stream food tastings at well-known restaurants, hotels, internet celebrity stores, etc., and then give uniformly negative reviews as their most vicious, most violent, and most hysterical. Crow has more than 2 million loyal fans online, and netizens just like his unique and venomous comments. Without exception, after his venomous tongue hit the restaurants and internet celebrity stores, half of the stores went bankrupt the next day, and the remaining stores closed one after another within a month, and the owners ran away. So much so that many restaurants and internet celebrity shops try to avoid him as much as possible, and seeing him is like seeing the plague god. His taste buds can identify more than 200 flavor differences, and he knows the characteristics of various ingredients like the back of his hand. His sharp and fiery reviews have exposed the true colors of those flashy restaurants and internet celebrity stores, and their owners have been ruined in an instant. Whether it is a high-end seafood restaurant, a top Japanese restaurant, a private restaurant, or even a popular wonton shop or milk tea shop, Crow always finds flaws in the other party's ingredients, taste, cooking, publicity, and other aspects, exposing the shortcomings in full view of the public and causing an uproar on the internet. And this time, he was attracted by Lin Tao's Fruit Man store. They even posted a message saying golden pillow durian that can't even be found in Thailand. What a shameless statement! The Crow scoffed at this. This sentence itself contains many grammatical errors and is a false proposition. Thai golden pillow durian is produced in Thailand, but you can't even eat good ones locally. This is as absurd as saying that a person defeats his right hand with his left hand. There is no doubt that the store owner is suspected of promotional fraud, that is, deceiving ordinary consumers. It is impossible to find golden pillow durian in China that is more delicious than the one in Thailand. The Crow has absolute confidence. Of course, in addition to delicious food, Crow is also a die-hard fan of durian. He even bought a plane ticket to go there just to have a bite of authentic Malaysian D197, and was moved to tears by the noble blackthorn durian. He is also a frequent visitor to Thailand, and even camped under a golden pillow durian tree to eat durian. It can be said that he is an expert in durian tasting. He can tell whether any durian is good or bad just by smelling and tasting it. In fact, he came to Lin Tao's fruit shop today not to buy durian, but to taste it live, and then devalue the durian to make it worthless, so that the shop would be embarrassed, be bullied online, and finally disappear completely. He will make the store owner pay the painful price of bankruptcy for false advertising. Crow is full of confidence. Even if the durian is delicious, he can find its flaws and defects. His venomous tongue has never failed. Really, not even once. The nickname of poisonous tongue is not undeserved. The kind-hearted Guanrong had no idea of the Crow's evil intentions and continued peeling the durian flesh for him. In the live broadcast room of Crow's Food Review. Crow, the food I tried today was not a dish, but a fruit. This fruit is extremely popular online, it is the Thai golden pillow durian. The owner actually advertised it as the best durian you can't get in Thailand. What I want to say is that the boss is still too young, probably hasn't grown hair yet. What he hated most in his life was fraudulent advertising, misleading consumers, and making impossible things sound incredible. I will consider getting married only when I weigh 200 pounds. This episode is about eating durian. Har har, quickly move a stool and listen to Brother Crow. Earth Repair Specialist, Reward Rocket X2. The Guinness record holder for laziness. Durian is so delicious, but if the store owner is cheating, I support Brother Crow and will make him pay the price and close down his business. Li Xiaoqiang 2022, the exciting moment has finally arrived, licking the screen like crazy. It is our duty to work hard for the country. Watching this durian live broadcast today raised my level. Thailand's golden pillow durian is extremely popular and a hot topic on the internet. As soon as the netizens heard that Brother Crow was going to live broadcast eating durian, they flocked into the live broadcast room. In less than 5 minutes, more than 40,000 people were online. Amazing. The Crow has already gone viral in the live broadcast room before he even ate the durian. Chapter 35 raised my rank. Guanrong knew that the black shadow was a little unusual and weird, so she was even more careful when peeling the durian flesh, for fear of being complained about. This 7 jin durian actually produced 3 jin of durian flesh, with a very high flesh yield. Sir, your durian is peeled. Guanrong walked over and placed 3 large boxes of golden durian pulp on the table. Gloves? Asked Crow. Wow. Do you want to eat here now? It's already 9:30 in the evening, time to close, but Guanrong is forced to leave because of the last customer. There's some reluctance on her face, but she can't chase him away, right? While Guanrong was getting the gloves, Crow picked up his cell phone and pointed the camera at the durian flesh. Roaring sky dog in the human world, so much durian flesh. Is this peeled from 7 kilograms of durian? This is ridiculous, you can't even peel 10 kilograms of durian? The casual and free CUH, oh my god, I can smell the fragrance of durian through the screen. Repeated a grade in kindergarten for 3 years, did Brother Crow turn on the 8th level of beauty filter? The durian flesh is too golden. People who have D will not have bad luck. I want to get all the information about this store immediately in 3 seconds. As soon as the peeled durian meat came on the stage, it sparked heated discussions in the live broadcast room, with various barrages scrolling across the screen. To be fair, the Crow examined the peeled durian flesh with the most critical eyes and could not find any slanderous words. The durian flesh has a healthy natural luster, like moonlight, and is plump and full in appearance, with just the right degree of maturity, neither too soft nor too hard. Although its color is not as deep turmeric as malicious D197, it gives people a temptation that makes them want to get close to it. Crow, this durian has a very high flesh yield. Am I just too lucky? The flesh is very even and soft like tofu. The durian fragrance is also very strong. If you don't have durian at home, you can spray some floral water. Mobile user 13800011122, hey, isn't this a joke? Durian tastes like toilet water, can it also relieve itching? Brother-in-law, please be serious, I don't think this durian is anything special. Can eating it lead to ascension to heaven? Tang Bohu lights mosquito coils, I have taken a screenshot, this picture has cured my mental exhaustion. Goldfish riding the wind and waves, flowers X5. What's wrong with floral water? At least it smells good. Last time I bought a durian, and it was stinky. At this time, Crow's Food Reviews has more and more fans, and the number of people online has exceeded 60,000. Everyone was talking at once and making jokes. Sir, your gloves. At this time, Guanrong handed over a pair of disposable gloves. Please give me a glass of boiled water. If there is a lemon, you can add a slice. The Crow said again. Before eating durian, he has to clear the taste buds in his mouth. What? You have to drink water after eating durian, why is it such a ritual? But there was no other way. Considering the 8,000 yuan base salary given by Lin Tao, Guanrong went to get a cup and pour water. Pretend until dawn, Brother Crow, can you turn the camera around? The girls in the store are pretty good. I just saw some long legs. This user has not used real name authentication, same as one above. Paper gossip stove, I can look at this pair of beautiful legs all day long. Deputy Director of the Idle Human Research Institute, if you want to see beautiful women, go see your mom. Those who lick the screen, please pay attention to your image. This is Brother Crow eating durian live, don't lead the sight astray. Crow put on his gloves solemnly. After all, it is a live broadcast room with more than 60,000 viewers watching online, so he has to be as gentlemanly as possible. Up to this moment, he has been encouraging his fans to perform and boost the atmosphere in the live broadcast group. Before eating durian, he had to remain as restrained and low-key as possible and be relatively objective. Once the durian enters his mouth, that's when he really shows off. He has broadcast 199 shows live, and each time, he left the suspense until the end. Of course, although he looked calm, he actually had already prepared a lot of lines in his mind. Such as, it tastes like cheap ice cream that has melted into water, the sweetness of this durian is so good that I think it can effectively prevent tooth decay, I can hear my stomach criticizing me, this is definitely not the worst durian I have ever eaten in my life, because I will eat a second bite, the feeling passing through my throat is the same as diarrhea. And so on. He is accustomed to using exaggerated descriptions to criticize, squeeze, and devalue the food he tastes, thereby triggering carnival and screams from his fans. Mobilize everyone's emotions. After all, everyone has a hidden desire to gloat over other people's misfortunes. Crows know this well. I've poured the water for you. We don't have lemon, but I've added some green tea for you. Guan Rong exhaled upwards, blowing her bangs. She felt that she had done her best by serving him tonight. Crow took the cup of water and took a sip. Guan Rong retreated back to the bar and looked at Wu Crow's expression, feeling that he was acting more and more suspiciously. Click. She took out her cell phone, secretly took a picture of the crow's side, and then uploaded it to her circle of friends. Today, a weird durian eater came and made the food taste like Western food. It made me work overtime. Guan Rong uploaded the side view of Crow to her circle of friends, thinking that if he had any ill intentions, she would have evidence. Unexpectedly, after just 1 minute, there were already 3 messages in the circle of friends. He's in your store. That's crazy, close the store and get him out. Don't you know the famous Crow? He's the most famous venomous tongue in the Magic City. He always finds flaws in others and never makes any positive comments. You're done, you're in trouble, you might lose your job tomorrow. Guan Rong was shocked when she saw it. What kind of crow? She had never heard of it before, and she didn't know much about poisonous tongues. However, her friends left messages saying that he was an extremely dangerous person. The purpose of the crow is to give bad reviews without any bottom line and bring the store down. Guan Rong was shocked and frightened to the point of being at a loss. As expected, he is not a good guy at first glance. It's a pity that I am still so nice to him. Chapter 36. Why go to Thailand when you are in Shanghai? After 2 minutes, the crow's pale expression gradually faded. He exhaled and suppressed the rage in his heart. He just took a bite of durian, and under the stimulation of his taste buds, his brain waves were activated, and dopamine was mobilized collectively, giving him a feeling of riding a roller coaster and soaring into the sky. High. Cool. Exciting. The sweet taste of durian brings unprecedented and incomparable enjoyment. The rolling tip of the tongue, the brushing gums, and the swelling of the cheeks are like the torrential rain of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. The taste of this durian petal is so extraordinary that it can even be described as beyond ordinary. The brain, internal organs, and even every muscle in the body are cheering. Excuse me, can I pack up the remaining durian? Asked the crow. What? Want to pack? After hearing this, Guan Rong couldn't believe her ears. The shock in her heart was like ripples. The crow that was so arrogant and domineering before actually wants to pack up. His action immediately caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Lian Mengmengder, what's going on? Is the host stuck, or did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? The user's name is too long, we want to see venomous comments x10. Zheng Shanmei, give a tip of Rocket x1. What is going on now? This doesn't seem to be the streamer's usual rhythm. Senior sister from the Chinese department, what happened? Why can't I see anything now? The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't believe that the once famous and poisonous-tongued boss actually wanted to pack up like a paralyzed face. Don't forget, he is a sharp-tongued critic and a food killer. His job is to criticize, not to praise. How is it possible to pack up durian after eating it? Okay, wait a moment. Guan Rong was completely crazy. She went forward to close the lids one by one and then put the durian flesh into a plastic bag. Crow put on a black windbreaker and a black hat, and took the plastic bag with a serious expression. Never uttered a word. He pushed open the door. The heavy rain had stopped and the night was dark. After he walked out of the store, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. The banner on the shop sign that read golden pillow durian that can't be eaten in Thailand is still fluttering in the wind. On the way home, Crow wrote a long Weibo post on his mobile phone, word by word. I studied cooking in France for 8 years. After returning to China, I worked as an executive chef in a 5-star hotel and obtained the Michelin 3-star chef certification. I have eaten almost all the world's delicacies, such as matsutake, foie gras, caviar, bluefin tuna, etc. Until I ate durian today. I realized that the delicacies I had eaten before could not match it. It is difficult to describe the deliciousness of durian with precise words. It is soft, sweet, and fragrant. The fragrance lingers on your teeth and cheeks. The rich flavor fills your mouth and nose, bringing hysterical pleasure. Every piece of durian flesh can release excellent flavor. The taste buds are like surfing the waves, and they can't stop for a long time. I still have the wonderful aftertaste of durian in my mouth. It is like nectar, enchanting, and the feeling of chewing it in the mouth is so sweet that even the heart will resonate with it. The owner of this shop sells golden pillow durian that is not even available in Thailand. This description is just right in my current understanding. I feel deeply guilty for my previous arrogance and conceit. From today on, I will no longer broadcast live, and I will no longer comment on other people's dishes and food with a sharp tongue. There are mountains outside mountains, and I deeply regret my previous bigotry. There is no doubt that this piece of golden pillow durian is perfect and flawless. This also reminds me that my country's cuisine is extensive and profound, and perhaps it is inevitable that there will always be some flaws, but I shouldn't hold on to it, slandering others online, spreading rumors, and maliciously slandering others' efforts and contributions. My previous actions were too selfish. I learned a vivid lesson today at this fruit shop. Thanks to the owner, I was able to eat good durian that I can't get in Thailand, although it looks very ordinary. Tonight's experience is unforgettable. A piece of durian meat has made all my doubts and arrogance disappear. I will put the remaining durian meat in the refrigerator and treat it like a jewel in my palm. I will immediately cancel my flight ticket to Thailand next week. After all, why should I go to Thailand to eat durian when I am in Shanghai? Early the next morning, when Lin Tao and Ding Mo arrived at the store, they were deeply shocked by the long queue that seemed to have no end. I came here to queue up at around 5 o'clock today. I heard that the durian here is delicious. Last night, Crow's live broadcast room went viral. He took a bite of the durian here and even gave up the title of being a poisonous tongue. This is the only store that has not been bankrupted by Brother Crow. I want to take a look. It turns out that most of those people who lined up to buy durian early in the morning were fans of Crow's live broadcast room last night. After Crow finished eating the durian, he didn't say a word and the live broadcast room was closed. The netizens were all stunned, thinking that Brother Crow was kidnapped or met with an accident and was silenced, and that eating durian led to a murder. Later, I saw Wu Yas' long Weibo post and realized that he had failed. Eating durian triggered some soul-searching questions. A food critic who is famous for his sharp tongue is like a hairy crab losing its big claws when he is unable to make sharp comments. The deep feeling of failure made Brother Crow repent overnight and permanently quit the poisonous tongue live room. This caused an uproar on the internet. There are as many as 5,000 comments on Wu Yas' Weibo. The pot that divorced the pot cover. What is going on, Brother Crow? Don't go. If you're a man, stand up and don't give in. I developed abdominal muscles after lying in bed. It must be because of the pressure of carrying a poisonous tongue. If I owed someone 10 yuan, I would also suffer from sleepless nights. Chicken carrying elephant. It's really disappointing that such a tough guy just disappeared like that. Stubbornizatus root. Is that Thai golden pillow durian so delicious? I don't believe it. Even such a great gourmet can't comment on it. Online netizens are roughly divided into two camps. One camp wants to keep Crow and expresses disapproval over his withdrawal. Another group commented on the durian in Lin Tao's fruit shop. Does the opposite of poisonous tongue mean deliciousness? The failure of Crow's live broadcast room happened to be a live advertisement for Lin Tao's store. A large number of durian fans flocked to Lin Tao's store after learning its address from the internet. How delicious is durian that even venomous critics cannot comment on? Boss, what's going on? Why are so many people buying durian today? Ding Mo scratched his head. Then let's open the store quickly. There are plenty of durians in the store. Lin Tao was very happy. So he hurriedly opened the door and started selling durian with Ding Mo. Ding, the customer actually paid 178 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1,780 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 125 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 1,250 yuan has been received, please check. Ding, the customer actually paid 210 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 2,100 yuan has been received, please check. Lin Tao makes tens of thousands of dollars a day. Chapter 37 Durian makes your cheeks blush. In front of Lin Tao's Fruit Man shop, there were 3 layers of people buying durian, comparable to the rush for train tickets during the Spring Festival travel rush. How would the Xiaozhong fruit shop, opposite, which has few customers, feel about this? Zhang Derhua looked at Lin Tao's shop, and then at his own fruit shop, which had reached the point where no one was interested in buying anything. You said their durian is so delicious, why do so many people buy it? Most of these people are strangers, could they be hired as agents? Asked his wife Wan Hong. Originally, the Thai golden pillow durian was the moat of her fruit shop. Some high net worth customers and young people who don't ask the price buy a lot. Although you can't make a lot of money from selling durian, at least it's a steady stream of income and has relatively stable consumers. I feel like these people don't seem to be agents. Zhang Derhua has been observing for more than 2 hours. Each wave is filled with unfamiliar faces. If they are hired by someone else, they will buy repeatedly. Why? The durian we imported this time is also good, so why can't we sell better than him? Wan Hong questioned. Admittedly, Lin Tao sells durian at a low price, but a large number of people who eat durian don't look at the price, they only look at the quality of the durian. No matter how expensive delicious durian is, there will always be people who pay for it. Even if the price of durian is low, if it doesn't taste good, customers will still ask for after-sales service. But what surprised Zhang Derhua was that Lin Tao actually sold the expensive Thai golden pillow durian with a reputation of being delicious and cheap. I don't know either. Is their durian meat as delicious as Tang Monk's meat? Zhang Derhua asked puzzledly. He has been in the durian business for 7 or 8 years and has eaten a lot of durian. He can tell which durian is delicious and which is not. Besides, he had tasted the new batch of durians and found them sweet, sticky and smooth, with no problem in taste. Why can't I sell better than that guy across the street? In my opinion, you might as well go across the street and buy one to see what it tastes like. Wan Hong suggested. Wow. Zhang Derhua was stunned when he heard his wife's absurd words. My family sells durian, and there are so many durians in the store. Why do I have to go out to buy durian? You can buy from anyone, but how can you buy fruit from a competitor? How can I put my old face on this? Ridiculous. There are so many durians in the store, and you still want me to go out to buy some? Zhang Derhua said angrily. You have such a bad temper. So many people come to his house to buy durian, there must be some good things about it, right? Buy one and we can study it. Wan Hong said. Zhang Derhua was feeling very nervous, but his wife's words actually touched the heart of his heart. He also wanted to know why Lin Tao's durian was so popular, but he did so out of courtesy. Okay, I'll go take a look when I'm free in the afternoon, Zhang Derhua continued. Just after noon, there were fewer people in the shop opposite, and Zhang Derhua couldn't wait to run over. I finally squeezed into the crowd. This is not just a durian market, it's even busier than a vegetable market. Oh, Boss Zhang, why are you here too? Lin Tao looked up and saw Zhang Derhua. Since your business is so good, I came to learn from you. Zhang Derhua evaded the question. Lin Tao understood that Zhang Derhua was getting impatient because he saw that his family's business was doing well. You can look at it any way you want, the durian here is unique and cannot be bought anywhere else. If you don't want to buy durian, just stand aside and leave a seat for the people behind you. Zhang Derhua stood there for a while, and someone behind him urged him. Who said I won't buy durian? I'm here to buy durian. Zhang Derhua retorted. Buy durian? Now it was Lin Tao's turn to not believe it. Zhang Derhua also sells durian, why did he come here to buy durian? What's wrong? Are all your durians sold out? Lin Tao asked. Oh, my little nephew was born, and he wanted to eat durian. The durian in my house is also delicious, but he wanted to change the taste. Children are always fooling around. Zhang Dehua was sweating profusely as he spoke. He couldn't say that he bought Lin Tao's durian to take home and try it. Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? I just made up a lie about my little nephew. Oh, kids are just like that, they like new things and get bored with old things. Okay, I'll pick a good durian for you. Lin Tao said without any guard. No, don't pick the big one, just pick the smallest one for me. Zhang Dehua said hurriedly. Although Lin Tao's Thai golden pillow durian only costs 25 yuan per kati, any one durian costs more than 100 yuan. For the stingy Zhang Dehua, it is almost life-threatening. Want a small durian? Lin Tao turned around and looked, and finally found a small durian in a corner. 3 jin for Liang, I wonder if it's enough. Lin Tao asked. Enough, enough. Zhang Dehua responded quickly. I just wanted to try it, so a small one is enough. Soon, Zhang Dehua paid the money. Ding, the customer actually paid 85 yuan, and their 10 times cashback activity subsidy of 850 yuan has been received, please check. Before Lin Tao could react, Zhang Dehua picked up the durian and ran out of the crowd like a guilty thief. He has been selling fruit for nearly 10 years, and today was the first time he went to someone else's store to buy fruit. How many layers of his psychological barriers did this penetrate? Have you bought it? Asked his wife Wan Hong. Zhang Dehua nodded, took out a small durian from behind, and said, I don't think it's anything special. It's similar to the durian we sell at home. People who can't eat grapes always complain that they are sour. Wan Hong took the small durian and gently cut it with a knife, and a crack appeared in the durian shell. Fragrant, this durian smells so good. Wan Hong couldn't help but say. The more fragrant the durian is, the more mature it is and the better it tastes. A durian that is lumpy will not have any durian smell at all. The two of them worked together to peel the durian apart, carefully as if they were guarding a family heirloom. Wan Hong took a piece of golden durian flesh in her hand and felt the thin outer layer covering the liquid core. Although it is soft, it is very elastic and will not collapse. Wan Hong took a bite of the durian flesh lovingly. Gently bite down with your teeth, and the juice bursts out. Your tongue flies in the fragrant durian flow, and the rich taste rushes straight to the back of your head. It's very soft and sticky, and so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious durian. Wan Hong couldn't help but praise it. Zhang Dehua was pleasantly surprised to see that her cheeks seemed to have regained the rosy color they had in her girlhood. Too exaggerated. This is just durian, not some magic water. Zhang Dehua saw Wan Hong's expression and thought she was being too pretentious. He also picked up a piece of durian flesh and put it in his mouth. He held the durian flesh in his mouth, and under the catalysis of saliva, it was like layers of falling sugar core, flowing through every street and alley in his mouth like the wind and clouds. The fragrance, softness and stickiness all reached an unprecedented level, as if an irresistible force was holding him up, and his body and mind became happy. Oh, nice. The aroma of durian from Zhang Dehua's mouth was refreshing. Although the durian flesh has been swallowed, the aroma still lingers between the teeth for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It lasted for a long time. How is it? Is it delicious? Wan Hong asked. Durian has a rich flavor, is soft and delicious, and has a small core. It's really delicious. Zhang Dehua also had to admit it. The two of them ate up the little durian as quickly as possible. He even licked the durian shell 3 times inside and out. At this point, Zhang Dehua accepted defeat wholeheartedly, as Lin Tao's batch of Thai golden pillow durians tasted much better than his own. Even malicious D197 would be outdone. No wonder so many people come to Lin Tao's to buy golden pillow durian. It's delicious, but why did you buy such a small one? Go buy a big durian. Wan Hong muttered. You want to buy more? Zhang Dehua asked in surprise.